Hey, there we are. Welcome, everyone, to the Aquarathon. We are going to be streaming 12 hours of our Die RPG campaign replay. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce you. First of all, my name is Aram. I am one of the co-producers of Dead Ghost Productions. I played Jacob on replay, and I did the editing and sound design for the show. Everything else was done by Alex, right over here.
Not true. Not true. Aram also did the game mastering for the entire.
I also
game,
ran the game.
and
That is true.
Yeah,
So there's that.
the
Right.
thing that happened, so everything else
Yeah,
could happen.
right.
Yes.
And recorded it and whatever. Yes, I made, whatever. But the point is, this could not have gotten done without you. And you were amazing for your first time producing anything and your first time being in an actual play. I thought you were exceptional, and this would not have gotten done without you, so thank you.
That is very nice of you. You're a sap. I have said this multiple times. I'm going to say it again publicly. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Hello. Just for the chat and for the millions of people watching us at home. My name is Alex. I am currently in Italy. I usually live on the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Silvertooth people. I will be back there, hopefully at the end of this week. Everything was recorded from those locations, and everything was then broadcast to me in this location.
Yes.
So that's fun. So we are doing 10 a.m. Eastern to 10 p.m. asterisk Eastern.
Might run a little
for
late.
Stream today. Yeah, just a little bit later than that. We're just going to be playing the episodes one after the other. There's going to be breaks in between. So
little 5-minute
bio
break.
breaks. Yeah.
Make sure you can all stay hydrated.
Please, hydrate.
Yes.
Hydrate before you die straight. Just reminding everyone that
I do love
message
that shirt. But that is pretty much our message here. This is Dead Ghost. Dead Ghost Productions was started as a way for us to tell short form stories like Rapeplay and to uplift queer and POC voices within the community and to give me something, frankly, to crank on editing, which is the other reason why we are here. Because while we are doing this 12-hour marathon, we are also raising funds to try and pay for that editing, because it is a not so secret thing that editing does not get paid in the actual play space. It does for some larger productions and for some luckier setups, but it is hard to pay for editing. It is the biggest chunk of any budget. I'm thrilled to do it. I do this out of a labor of love, but we wanted to talk about it and also to introduce a mechanism to try and not just recapture some of the funds for editing, but so that we have money to plan for the next show, which we are already working on. Alex, you got anything else you want to add?
Yeah, send us money so we can pay Aram so he doesn't have to actually live in the mines where Dylan and I send him.
You'd still send me to the mines. It just might have a curtain.
It would most definitely send you to the mines. But we could afford a curtain
Right.
to not look at you.
I'll take it. It's the same privacy I had in the Navy. That works. All right. So, last thing about the show. Die RPG is a story about why we play role-playing games, why we get together, and why we play these games. As soon as Alex showed me that, I knew the cast I wanted immediately. I had a list the second we were done playing. All of them said yes, and that was the luckiest thing about this, because the cast is tremendous. The game we're playing is an exploration of Die, in that I wanted to also ask why we record these games, why we share these games, and what the process of that can do to friendships, to games, and how capitalism ruins everything. And I think we captured that. I think we kind of got that in here. So
you think you start with a predatory sock company sponsorship and you end up with whatever happens towards the end of the story.
Exactly. All right. So without further ado, anything else, Alex?
No. Just enjoy the show.
Yeah.
We enjoyed playing it. We enjoyed the story that we told. And even if you have heard these before, please stick around, listen to all of them again, and then come back tomorrow evening for the premiere of the final episode.
For the big finale. And also, I'll be here all day. So if you've got questions about production, if you have any questions about the show, the story, ask away. I may have a delay in answering, but I will always be here to answer. Otherwise, sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, no, same. I'll
Okay.
also be in chat.
Alex is the best, by the way, because Alex will, because it's 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. for me. It's 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. for Alex. So we'll see how long he hangs in there. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We love you all. You guys have been tremendous. The show couldn't have been made without you. And I can't wait for you to see what's coming next. And let's kick it off with Room Tone. Bye, guys. Replay is sponsored by Brancalonia.
Brancalonia is the all-Italian setting for the 5th edition of the world's most popular fantasy role-playing game. Set in a topsy-turvy version of medieval Italy, this unheroic, picaresque, and roguish world quotes, collects, and mixes references from contemporary Italian fiction and pop culture. You get the likes of the wooden puppet from Pinocchio, the half-demon Malebranche from Dante's Inferno, or even the Puss in Boots, some even as playable species. Spaghetti Fantasy is a low-magic, gritty fantasy with little money for special effects, whose atmosphere is very similar to spaghetti western movies, but with swords instead of guns. The tone is lighthearted, its protagonists are neither heroes nor anti-heroes. They are knaves with little will to fight, chicken thieves, bandits with a heart of gold. After triumphing at the Emmy Awards in Indianapolis, gold for Best Electronic Book, silver for Product of the Year, Best Writing and Best Setting, the fantastic world of Brancalonia returned to Kickstarter with 3 new volumes at the community's request. The Bounty Kingdom Gazetteer, the Spaghetti Fantasy Bestiary, including recipes for cooking monster meat and managing its side effects, and a compendium of adventures. Intrigued? Play Brancalonia and other Acheron games like Lex Arcana and Inferno
at acheronstore.com/RPG-Brancalonia. Oh man, Rory, you look great. It feels great, doesn't it?
It's not as bad as it looked.
Okay, then we're all on board. Well, guys, welcome back to the world of the Water Bearers. And as I say that, the front doors fling open and you just hear the roar of a boat in the harbor as you can see down into the town square that kind of wraps like a crescent around this beautiful aqua harbor that just twinkles in the distance, at 100 sails from 100 ships can be seen out floating in the bay. We're here, guys. We're actually here.
I think it's just a quiet sort of chuckle from Lucas. It's just like, I haven't thought about this face in years.
Are you ready to get started?
You mean there's more?
There's so much more. And I pull out another cheat token, hurl it to the ground, and a puff of dramatic purple smoke swirls up around me in this like little tornado of sparkles and pink and purple glitter and sparks, and then just all falls as if the energy collapsed and I'm gone. A moment later, the cries start up from the town square. Cries of fear and pain and hunger and rage.
That's not good.
What did he do now?
Did he do that?
And then Deliria, in your head, the Deep One speaks.
They're always so dramatic.
And then warning bells start going off all over the city as terrified citizens begin streaming out of the town square.
My name is Haley, my pronouns are she, any, and I am playing Rory, the Fool.
My name is Jen De La Vega. My pronouns are she, her, and I am playing Fern, the Dictator.
My name is Alex, my pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Andrea, or Andrea, the Emotion Knight.
My name is Banana Chan. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm playing Deliria, the Godbinder.
My name is Kappa. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm playing Lucas, the Neo.
And my name is Aram. My pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Jacob, the Master. Welcome to our first Dead Ghost production, Replay. We met while we were in our teens and started playing and recording an original fantasy story that we broadcast over our local public radio station. The show exploded in popularity, but crashed and burned in the middle of its second season. With some bitterness and estrangement between us, we reunite at a convention on the show's 20-year anniversary to play one more game for the hardcore fans. The tone of this game is dark fantasy. Our personas will confront their past regrets, fight old enemies, remember old grudges, and make hard choices in a world where it's difficult to tell if there's always a right thing to do. The world is frightening and full of challenges, but they may be overcome if you fight hard enough and are willing to make sacrifices.
The characters that we are creating are called personas. They are the real world flawed people with issues. The fantasy archetypes that they gain the powers of are the Paragons. So we're not playing two separate characters each, we're playing a persona who gets the powers of the Paragon.
Only name the persona. So if your persona's name is Jeff, the superhero you play in the game is also Jeff. Yeah, Jeff the Emotion Knight.
Oh yeah, Jeff.
Makes it nice and easy.
Right now I have a Fern, a Lucas, a Rory, a Deliria, an Andrea, and a Jacob.
I'm going to ask 3 types of questions to help us establish our characters and the game. I'm going to ask questions for all of you to answer. I'm going to ask questions that I direct towards one of you, but expect the whole group to chime in. And then I'm going to ask questions specifically of your characters. A happier time. These questions are for everyone. What was our high school like?
Where were we located?
Is it geographically?
Good question.
Yes, so it was a suburb, a city, or...
Beach town.
Ooh, beach town.
So we grew up on 90210. West Coast, East Coast, Florida, Texas. Which area, which vibe are we getting?
You know, not uneventful, slower than your big city, but also not like your suburbs where every house looks the same.
Is it a particularly big beachy town? Is it a...
Santa Cruz.
Describe Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz it's odd. It has the spirit of a big city, but everything moves just a little bit slower. During the summers, there's a lot of tourism involved, so you meet a lot of people. But once autumn hits and goes into winter, the community does feel smaller, tighter even.
I love that. Everyone go with that?
Yeah.
Should probably change the name of it. Well, at least come up with a name for the school.
What is the name and mascot of our high school?
Ooh.
A shark?
Oh, I love sharks.
Sharks, perfect.
I was gonna say, do beach towns do that thing where they lean into ocean animals? Because I'm from the Midwest, and the Midwest loves to just think of animals that live in the Midwest, and that's every mascot.
I love the sharks. So we are the...
Any president's name, right? That's how most schools are named.
What's a president's name that has good alliteration with shark?
Oh, God.
I mean, I was going to say Reagan, but that's for different reasons.
No, I'm sorry. Hard veto on Reagan.
I was gonna say Obama,
The Obama sharks?
The Obama sharks.
When is the high school scene set in though? Would it have Obama as a reference?
It would be set in the year 2000.
Okay.
In fact, it was named after Sherman. They renamed it after
Right,
Obama.
to Obama.
I love that.
There we go.
The mascot is Sherman the Shark, and it's the only remnant of the previous name of the school.
Yes.
There was a big uproar when it all happened. All the merch had to get changed.
The kids were 100% behind it.
The kids loved it.
My real high school did change mascots because it was racist before.
Oh, wow.
My real high school's mascot is the shark.
I love.
No kidding. Speaking of which, let's talk about Bleed. This is from the Bleed section on page 145 of the Die RPG rulebook. Games exist in a magic circle. You're not the character you embody. If I stab and kill you in game, it's not because of my personal enmity to you. It's my character's personal enmity to your character. Bleed, as coined by Emily Care Boss, is what happens when the emotion of one crosses into the other. This is neither a good nor bad thing. Some people actively chase bleed to process, play with, or experience intense emotions. It's also unavoidable, as our brains don't always know the difference between imaginary threats and real threats. Okay, it has been 20 years since we were at school. How did our little gaggle get together?
I mean, if we were involved with the radio station, maybe we were separately either listening or a fan club, or we're DJs ourselves separately.
The radio station is a big pull. Like, it's cool with the kids. It's kind of retro in the year 2000, but like people like doing it. It's kind of a coveted slot. So I could see you all like getting into it for various reasons. When I invited you to the game, I'm going to ask all of you individually, why did you decide to go? Let's start with Banana. Is it Deliria?
Yes, it's Deliria. My actual name is Danielle, but now that I'm a little bit older, I have a new persona. Well, now that might be a little bit confusing, but my now name is Deliria.
Why did you decide to come back to the game?
I wanted to see if I could learn anything from my peers from before. Obviously, we haven't spoken in a very long time. I do have an MLM that I've started, and I just wanted to see if there, anyone who'd be interested in joining my new business venture.
Alex, why did Andrea decide to join this reunion?
I think this is probably a good moment to bring out the name of my persona, which is technically Andrea, but we'll go by Andrea if you call them that. Andrea is he, they. And Andrea, I think, was younger than everyone else. Andrea was probably when everyone was finishing high school. Andrea was just starting high school, and Andrea found out about the show later. Andrea collected the show. Andrea just heard about it, wasn't involved in it, and Andrea became the fan. Andrea was the biggest fan. Andrea, to this day, is the biggest fan. Andrea will tell you that you are wrong if you like literally any other show from any time. That you like The Lost Boys, you're gonna love this show. It has nothing to do with it, but you're gonna love it.
You're one of the reasons the show exists, because you saved recordings of it. Stuff that we would have lost, you actually still have. And that's why there's been a resurgence in popularity, because you helped get the podcast versions ready.
Digitized, yeah.
So the reason that Andrea came to the show is that this is the first time that he can be with everyone. He's wanted this his whole life. That's not ominous at all.
Haley, why did Rory say yes?
I think that Rory was a theater kid, TM, like the theater kid, but is one of those former theater kids without a outlet for performance in adult life. Rory probably still calls herself a theater kid, and she's not a kid anymore.
Yeah.
Just is so excited for the idea of performing anything at all in front of other people. getting looked at and being appreciated for that skill. Too excited, I'm sure.
Awesome. Jen, tell us about Fern, is that correct?
Fern said yes because she wants to come out into the world. She actually stayed at the radio station as the voice of the weather. And everybody knows her voice around town, but has never really seen her because she's always in the radio station. So she thought maybe it's time to come out.
Step out from behind the cloud. Mm-hmm. All right, and last but not least, Kappa, why did Lucas come back?
Any other day, any other week, Lucas would have said no. But caught in a moment of weakness and nostalgia, wants to go back, reminisce. In particular, home, Sherman High School, is where he felt last closest to his brother. That's one of the main motivations to go back, among others, but that was what set him off to make the decision like, okay, yes, I will do this. I will go back.
What convention is the live reunion taking place at? It doesn't have to be a real one.
SharkCon. SharkCon.
It's got to be about TTRPGs, unless we're just going to show up at SharkCon because our high school mascot happened to be a shark.
Big Bag Shark On.
Jump the con.
I mean, what if it was?
Role players love sharks. Come on, Aram.
You know what? It can be. Maybe
it happens during Shark Week. That's why it has to be Shark Con.
Okay, so what did we do in the story that was centered? How was the story centered around sharks?
Maybe it's not necessarily about sharks. It's that the town is celebrating a historical moment, and it's like alumni, people have moved away, famous people from this area.
The town has SharkCon every year and has had SharkCon every year, and it's always been like a local festival. But then they got Jacob to set up this reunion game, and they did not expect the amount of people that showed up.
It's too crowded.
Right, so there's this weird extra crowd at SharkCon now, which are all TTRPG nerds.
Yes.
Granted, there's some crossover. There's a lot of crossover, but mainly from our side and not from their side. Banana, your persona Deliria was the writer for the show. They wrote a comic book based on the original show that was very popular and had some core ideas for the original broadcast. What was your original narrative for the show? What was your original arc that you had planned, or the lessons you wanted it to teach?
I think the story was about a group of ragtag teenagers who had somehow found themselves with special abilities, and they need to avenge the Earth from an oncoming alien invasion, and they successfully protect the Earth in doing so, meanwhile causing several different spin-off shows.
Perfect. Rory, where did we play and record the game?
I like to think we played and recorded at the school. There was probably a room that we used that we sort of fitted out with what we needed. Like the AV club already had a room with the equipment. We just took it over sometimes. They were cool with it.
Pretty cool with everything. There's not a huge rush on the room. Although in the year 2000, probably more of a rush on the room than in my time. So yeah, I could see having to at first you had to fight for time, but as the show got popular, everything got easier. You just got more and more access. The school actually got donations over the show. So, I mean, this worked out for everyone.
Better equipment came in.
Absolutely.
And it was for us.
Absolutely. Fern, we had a guest for season 1. You're the guest for season 2. How were you approached to be on the show?
I was just filing paperwork at the radio station, and, dropped a huge sheaf of papers. And, the next broadcast was starting, and I just happened to be on the floor, still, putting things away. And everybody knows who I am. I'm always around the station, but I don't really do music. I just do the weather.
So you were available.
I was just around, yeah.
Awesome.
You might have had someone popular booked before,
right,
but Fern is always going to be at the radio station.
Andrea, what was your biggest contribution to the show's fandom?
Andrea will take credit for the existence of the fandom. Depends on how, the actual extent of that is yet to be confirmed, but he definitely digitized all the tapes. He found the recordings, digitized the tapes, and decided that, someone should listen to this. Unspecified how he got it broadcast, but he did.
Writer, Deliria. What are Deliria's pronouns, and could you please describe Deliria?
Yes. Deliria's pronouns are she and her. She wears a white gown, and she likes to wear white flowy dresses all the time. Sometimes she has crystal necklaces. Her rings are covered in silver jewelry. Her fingers are covered in silver jewelry.
Rings upon rings.
Yeah, rings upon rings. Just stacks of rings. Those stackable rings? She has those. She has long flowing hair, has different colors in it. I think occasionally she would be seen carrying a book. She hasn't read it. She just has it on her.
Congratulations, Deliria. You're the creator of a very successful fantasy comic book based on the world. What is it called?
It is called... This is very hard for me to think of something.
Could we come up with the name of the world, maybe? That might help.
That would be amazing.
Do you guys want to wait on the name of the world? We can just start thinking of ideas. Anyone, if they get a real strong feeling, kick it out, and we can always jump into it. We'll put a pin in that one now. What is your greatest strength as a writer?
I think my greatest strength as a writer is just that I'm so creative and original. Everything that I make comes from myself, truly, and no other writer has the ability to craft something so special, because it truly does come from the heart.
That's such a good answer. All right. Kappa, what are Lucas's pronouns, and could you please describe Lucas?
Lucas uses he/him pronouns, and Lucas likes to keep up with various fashion trends, but then take it back to a more grounded approach. Doesn't want to seem like I'm trying. I don't want to seem like I'm trying too hard. It needs to look effortless.
It's important that Lucas wears the clothes. The clothes don't wear him.
Exactly. And so most days you can see Lucas in comfortable trainers, jeans, but sometimes the pattern, they're various colors, or plaid, or argyle pants, very form-fitting, various members-only jackets or bomber jackets, or very it's rare that he's just out in a t-shirt and jeans, but when he does, it's it works.
It's a perfect t-shirt and the perfect jeans. How many TikToks does Lucas have where he tosses a shoe in the air, kicks it, and then it hard cuts sort of 5 outfits?
Lucas takes credit for that trend.
Lucas takes credit for transitions in general. Lucas was the first one to really use transitions in Lucas's mind, and then takes credit for all transitions.
Pretty much.
But he's humble about it.
Yeah, I can't mention it, but I try and keep people around me who will mention it.
Nice.
Fantastic. The group fell apart, but you personally got what you wanted. You're the breakout star. But something core was not achieved. Something you really hoped for. What was that?
My character never found catharsis or resolution. I was picked up by a studio before we could finish that season, and it was either, go off and take on this opportunity or finish out this season. And everyone was encouraging me to go follow my dreams, and that they would be supportive.
Get paid.
And they just found they had to work around that.
Does Lucas care about role-playing games?
I think I deep down I do. It's just been so long that I've been part of a game, a campaign, a group that I really, really cared about. So when I enter in to, session zeros and like work sessions, I'm distant because a lot of this hasn't resonated with me. So deep down I do, but it's really difficult to convey that.
Is part of the reason why you're here to maybe find that again?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Haley, what are Rory's pronouns? And please describe Rory.
She, her for pronouns. I think Rory is like really tall, was always kind of like gangly, and still hasn't really grown into it somehow.
As someone who has spent 47 years like that, trust me, I understand.
I think that Rory was a much weirder kid and then ended up in like marketing and sales and has fully thrown herself into fitting that role and performing that aspect of adulthood and professional life. So like she's got real long, like light brown hair, doesn't do anything interesting with it, just keeps it braided back, wears a lot of like irons her clothes and keeps them all nice, wears like 5-inch heels, gets even taller. She's like 6'7" with the heels. It's not necessary. But when you're trying to pull in like, it's like hyper femme boss bitch.
Yeah.
That's what Rory looks like.
You hit a certain note because that note makes you money.
Yep. And it works. And other people complimented me for it. And then they paid me about it. And that's my life now.
I love that. That's perfect. Rory spun the success of the comic into an indie publishing gig, company, whatever you're currently doing. You got the role because you were so amazing at this. You are the host of the show. Everyone treated you as if the narrative came from you, even though it was really from the table, right? And more specifically, from Deliria. What is the name of the company you own and or work for?
I could go real mean with it.
Please do.
Please do.
Yes, please.
Go.
Is it Delirium Inc.? Please tell me it's Delirium Inc.
I was going to call it Delirium Tremendous.
Yes.
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 Yes, please do.
Love
Yes.
this.
Yeah, it's Delirium Tremendous. That's my that's my company.
In the spirit of that answer, why do you own the rights to the comic and not Deliria?
That's such a great question.
Thank you for asking.
Because I shouldn't. However, I've spent 20 years saying that I do and I should. So the point is less, why do I and why should I, and more, I just do. I have said that I do, and I've convinced everyone that I do, and it's mine.
9/10 of the law is possession.
I published it. You can take it to court if you want. But I think you'll find me and all my lawyers say that it is my story. I'm so sorry.
To raise the stakes of this beef a little bit more,
I'm so sorry.
do you mind?
No, I don't even know what the question is. It's yes.
Do you mind calling my character Danielle instead of Deliria the entire time?
I will never address you as Deliria.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's my childhood friend Danielle. Isn't she cute? Anyway.
Amazing.
She's got this cute little business she's
my
doing.
God.
We're 3 questions in, y'all each other's throats. I love it.
So much meaner than I meant to go.
I love this. Oh, it's so good.
I'm so excited.
Perfect. Because Jen, you are up next. Fern is our second season guest. What are their pronouns and what do they look like?
Fern goes by she, her. And in high school, it's like her grandma dressed her. She wore a lot of like long tweed skirts with like kind of billowy white shirts. And she kind of kept that vibe going, kind of like librarian bank teller vibe. Her hair is curly and short. It was jet black growing up, but, you know, as she got older, and she looks a lot older than she actually is, maybe 10 years older than she actually is.
She's always looked a lot older than she is. She just looks a little older now.
Yeah, and so she's got maybe 2 gray, like, curly streaks in there, but it's still chin length, very respectable, but she's, you know, Michelle Pfeiffer before Catwoman, or never got scratched by the cat, you know what I'm saying?
That is such a great visual image.
So good.
Thank you.
Fern, you're the co-creator of the comic, supplying the art for Deliria's words. What medium do you work in?
Fern works in watercolor.
You were the second guest on the show. Who was the first, and why does no one talk about them?
What was her name? Naomi. The most popular girl at school. We thought that would get us a lot of listeners. And it did, for a moment. But she was a terror, didn't respect any of our boundaries, would throw things when roles didn't go her way. And it was just better to not invite her back.
Andrea?
It's Andrea, actually, but it's okay, sorry. Jacob, it's all right.
Sorry, pardon me. Andrea, what are your persona's pronouns? And could you describe them, please?
In high school, it was he, him. And since then, it's been he, they. They're experimenting. But also, and please, people, please tell me off if you'd rather not. It's the kind of problematic male thing of changing the pronouns to they, them, just to appear a little less problematic. Is the vibe I'm going with.
Love this.
Which is a very much a type of guy I know, but also if we don't want that broadcast, that's fine. It's like, it's not full they, them, but it's, yeah, like starting to paint their nails and probably called himself metrosexual at some point, unironically.
We all know this dude.
We all know this guy.
I think half of us have dated this dude.
The same guy. The same guy.
Yeah.
Just traveled around the country to each of us, yeah.
Paints his nails, but it's only black and really doesn't keep it up. He doesn't want to look like he cares about it or anything.
Andrea used to have kind of like mousy brown hair, has since, he probably went through a phase of frosted tips because it's a beach town and he just thought that's how he should fit in.
Mandatory.
I think Andrea is probably from, his family would call themselves expats. Definitely not migrants. Definitely not migrants. And he never really knew the difference until he realized the difference, and he chose to ignore the fact that his family was like that. And he was kind of like smallish probably on the chubby side, and then decided to project the persona. Like he went into like, he's done everything. He's been the gym rat, he's done CrossFit, he's done calisthenics, he's done parkour. He's never done it for more than maybe a month, but he tried mapping all of it on social media, just like broadcasting it in a way that Lucas makes it so effortless. And Andrea was kind of like a week behind because clearly he was waiting to see what Lucas would do next and just copy it.
What percentage of Andrea's TikToks are reply videos to Lucas?
They're stitches, they're not replies.
Of course. Pardon me. Who was the first show cast member you met in person, and how and where did you meet them?
It wasn't Lucas. I think Lucas, Andrea always knew where Lucas was.
Everyone knows where Lucas is.
But never met him in person.
There's a daily post.
It was probably Fern. It was probably Fern, just like, because Fern was still at the radio station when Andrea kind of like came in and found the tapes. Andrea might have found the tapes thanks to Fern without Fern realizing what Andrea was doing with them.
As for me, my persona's name is Jacob. Jacob is thin, wears glasses, is bald. Some would say he's a cross between Jim Rash and Stanley Tucci. He's nervous and fidgets and struggles with arthritis and is in no way a stand-in for myself.
I think we all know this guy. I think we've all met someone like this.
We've all met this guy.
We've all met a guy like this.
I've been on a podcast with somebody like that.
Is that the guy we dated?
No one's dated him, but everyone knows him. Jacob works for Vibe, the largest streaming service and podcast host on the internet. He has no creative control over his projects. He just directs AI to cut out pauses and drop in corporate, peppy background music. Everything he touches is commercial in nature. He arrives to work in jeans and a blazer over a black Vibe t-shirt. His glasses are thin, dark gray rectangles with orange hinges that perfectly match the Vibe logo.
It's just it's Subway from Community. It's Vibe made persona.
Back up to Deliria.
Yes.
What was the worst thing about working with me? I was the producer on this show. That was my role, and I was also a cast member. What was the worst thing about working with me?
I think at the time. Oh, by the way, I thought of a name for the comic.
Hit me.
The Water Bearers. What does everyone think? Is everyone okay with that?
I do
I was
like
thinking
that.
like Aquarius.
Yeah, nice.
We're like, by the sea.
Hell yeah.
And I think the worst part about working with you was that we always had to sell something. We always had a sponsor that we had to acknowledge. And I wouldn't mind that if it weren't for the fact that every single sponsor was for like socks, right? So it was always like the specific sock company that didn't really pay us that much, but paid you a lot for some strange reason. And you convinced us it was okay because it was a mutual transaction. This was like, definitely worth it. But we didn't see a lot of the money. So
I always had some excuse about a production budget or a new piece of gear or whatever, but no one saw the money. Yeah, that is the worst thing. That's bad. Why does Deliria secretly respect the listener, Andrea?
There's something about Andrea's energy, which I really enjoy. I feel like we would mesh really well, but I don't want to tell Andrea this, right? Because I honestly feel like if I give away too much of myself, it's just going to be like a weird type of scenario, and I don't want to do that with my fans.
Someone might come along and steal everything you made.
No one would ever do that.
No, of course not. Water Bearers is your big hit, your only hit. Why?
I think at the time I wrote it, I didn't actually write it. I think that I might have actually gotten a ghostwriter to do it, edited it a little bit to inject my own flavor into it. The ghostwriter turned out to be a very successful writer later on, but this was something that I never told anyone else.
I love that. Okay, Lucas, you were the last person to speak with Naomi, our first guest. What did they say to you, and why does it haunt you?
We drew straws to tell Naomi that, oh, you were just a guest for season 1. And I drew the short straw. That was our last conversation. And Naomi said something that haunts me because she basically called me out on all of my insecurities, everything that would lead me down this path. Every time I celebrate a new accomplishment or new casting or something like that, it rings back to what she told me because it's true. Weirdly true.
Nothing sucks like being told the truth.
She read me like a children's book.
You have been on several live streams and shared a lot of gossip about your time on this podcast / radio show. what was the biggest secret you shared?
Ooh. I think the biggest secret I shared was some of it was scripted. Some of it like we definitely play it off as, you know, this is improv. This is just a bunch of kids just trying to.
We just all came up with it at the table.
Yeah. But I'm a big proponent of at least coming up with a structure. And that's because the biggest secret that we had with the show was every week or before every recording, we'd sit down and map out sort of the narrative, writer's table style. And that's something new that I've shared, something that I just felt bored and needed to shake up whatever questions were coming at me.
Jacob was always really insistent we keep that part quiet. He felt like the magic needed to be found in the audience not knowing. So I think, yeah. So he would have been most insistent on that. But as we drifted apart, you know, you felt like, hey, this is a neat angle. And you always liked it. You pushed for the structure. We butted heads on that many times, and you were right. The show was better for it, but I still wanted to hide it.
You had too much faith in our ability to improv, and I wanted to be more honest about telling an interesting story. Takes planning, even if parts of it are made up on the spot. But I poisoned it and turned it into just some drama for people to follow.
And Andrea ate it up. Andrea launched 3 separate hashtags against each other. Actually, it was like hashtag was not scripted, hashtag it was all a lie.
Can I change my answer? I think that I like Andrea just because of that.
Just quietly liking every single post. All right, Rory.
I think, sorry, before you go to Rory, I think I have a name for the world if people want.
Let's hear it.
Aquarion?
Ooh.
I like Aquarion.
Yeah.
Welcome to the world of Aquarion. Rory, why did you fire Jacob?
That's so interesting because I think the obvious answer would be that Jacob was like too corporate. But I think the real thing is he was too obvious about being corporate. He fell into it so hard and he went into it so hard that it got really hard to spin what he was doing into like a fun, positive thing that we can all support and love. And it was like, no, he wants money. Well, he's doing it because he wants money. And don't we all? But I would sacrifice anything. I would let them I was like trying to let people name characters for money and get plot points for money. We will put your company into the world.
Every single PC wears socks. And the socks...
Yes.
Specifically one brand of socks.
100%. There's a sock maker in the game. We always stop by for some reason.
Not the cobbler, the sock maker, yeah.
In Rory's opinion, what is Lucas's greatest weakness that they just can't admit?
I guess Lucas's greatest weakness to Rory is that he doesn't change. He is at his core the exact same person he was in high school. And that person has always been like on top of trends and on top of what's going on. But I don't know, like it doesn't seem like he ever grew up. I think to Rory that is Lucas's greatest weakness. And also, God, how jealous. Oh, how jealous. Oh, seething with rage.
So completely comfortable in their own skin. How fucking dare they?
How dare he not have to change?
Oh, it'd be infuriating.
He was happy and he stayed that way? That monster.
How dare you stay happy?
Do you see me right now and you are out there living your dreams?
No, I don't. I don't see you right now.
Exactly.
You have started casting a reboot of the original show, and only one other person knows about it. Who knows and why?
Boy, it's probably Lucas, and it's probably because I've reached out to him to be on it.
Of course.
Name recognition.
You can't replace Lucas.
Can't replace Lucas. If we want it to do well, I love you all so dearly. He's the one on other people's billboards or whatever. I don't know what Lucas does.
No one else has 1 million followers on TikTok. Only Lucas does.
Exactly.
Vibe talk.
Vibe talk. Yes, of course it is.
No.
Vibe took over everything. Okay, so in my head, Vibe is if Apple chose to be Spotify. Okay, that's how big of a company I see this as. Okay, they got into podcasting and streaming early, got their hooks in early, and just dominated from the beginning. And that's how I see this company kind of evolving, this mega conglomerate that just sucks in every podcast and makes them the same and puts the same ads in front of all of them. Spotify on steroids. Fern, when did your art start getting worse?
I think it was at the apex of Jacob's capitalist tendencies. You know, it was everybody had freaking socks that she had to paint.
The third round of notes where I'm like, look, you've got to highlight the logo, and that was just it.
Not enough socks, can't see the logo in watercolor. You need to get in there and do pointillism. She didn't get paid for this. This was for funsies. And so it just started to get worse because she didn't want to spend time with it. She would have a physical reaction when she got an email from Jacob.
Why haven't you and Rory spoken since the show fell apart?
Fern was a guest, and I think she never saw herself as part of the main cast, though her guest spots were welcome and, you know, moderately appreciated by the audience. She just didn't really feel like she belonged anyway. She was older. She worked at the radio station.
You were already in your early 20s. They were all like 17, 18.
Yeah, and what's funny is the equivalent of, her portfolio, it's just syndicated weather service, this show, and then more syndicated weather service. The one creative thing.
The Water Bearers went on to become a huge success, but you got nothing from it. Why not? And how do you feel about that?
Fern wasn't much for contracts. Didn't think to ask about a split because she thought it would just be assumed because the radio station runs on a nonprofit, fundraiser every year. So she always thought she would get some kind of stipend. Just handshake like, oh yeah, take care of me around the spring. But it never happened. And because her life is so simple and she doesn't need much, she never thought to question it.
What did you all love about playing the game? And what did you hate about playing the game?
I think in a way, the game allowed us to be like impersonating another character, putting in some fantasy world or something. For some reason, doing that allowed us to be fully authentic of ourselves.
In high school, a way to let down your walls with each other is quite a thing. It is at any time, but when you're so confused,
with all the hormones going on, with all the pressures you got you need that space was unheard of.
Replay is sponsored by Adventure Dice. Adventure Dice is your Canadian source for dice, role-playing game books, and accessories, and other tabletop gaming goodies. Many of our products are handcrafted in Canada. We're dedicated to creating gaming spaces that are safe, accessible, and welcoming to everyone. As gamers ourselves, we believe in offering quality products that we would use at our own table. Find us at your friendly local gaming store, at conventions, and online at www.adventuredice.ca. Lucas, at the time you showed contempt towards the water bearers. What was your biggest complaint?
They found a way to write my character out. No, wait, other way around. Instead of writing my character out, they kept it in.
Always mentioning him though.
Oh, yes, they just it became a DM NPC.
Yeah.
And that did not sit well with you.
It just felt like something that was supposed to be me is wholly not me.
Yeah, all my decisions were wrong. You didn't like any of them.
Well, not necessarily all my decisions were wrong. It's the reasoning behind them were off. Did not feel authentic to how I wanted my character to be portrayed.
You were of the understanding that you were going to step out and maybe could come back later, and your character would kind of be put on a shelf for you.
Yeah.
And that's not what happened, and you feel kind of betrayed by that.
Yeah.
Fern, you had one awesome foundational idea for the water bearers. What was it?
The big details. Water bearers,
Aquarion.
Okay.
I'm picturing kind of a Waterworld-esque, or at least bunch of fantasy islands via One Piece kind of thing. I'm picturing like an ocean-based game.
Yeah, I think maybe we had the previous season ended in a devastating battle, and the new boon was the mode of transportation.
We were all going to save the world after season 1. Your idea was to not save the world. Let it flood, let it transform, and then take the story there in season 2.
Maybe we've won the battle, but the war is still going.
We won the battle, but at what cost? We ruined half the world just to save the rest of it.
Love.
I love that.
Love.
Andrea, you considered someone on the Water Bearers your mentor. Who were they, and what did you learn?
The easy answer that Andrea will give is obviously that he looks up to Lucas. No, he wouldn't say that. That is what he actually feels. Andrea is very much oh, what Lucas does, that's what I want. I want that. But I think the actual mentor might be Fern. The cataloging, the categorizing, the archiving, keeping everything in such a way, even if it's not a mentorship through doing, but a mentorship through learning from how Fern works at the radio station, learning from how Fern contributed all of these major ideas to the storyline and never took any credit. But then Andrea did it the other way around. Took the other ideas and took the credit for the fandom. It's oh yeah, this is stuff that I found from digging in the archives. No one helped me. And Fern never said anything.
She wouldn't.
So you learned how to steal. Is that what you learned?
What Andrea learned from Fern was how to keep it all organized in such a way that it would run smoothly with minor effort. No surprises, no if things go wrong, they don't.
Rory, you had a firm goal of what you wanted this group to achieve, or at least where you wanted them to be. What was it?
This group, in the story, or as people making things together?
Whichever one or both.
I think firm goal, what I wanted was for the story we were telling to get a conclusion. That is what I wanted. However it had to happen, it has to end. You can't just leave somebody in the middle.
And we did not do that. We left him with 3 cliffhangers, and we're yeah, we told a complete story, just like HBO did, right? Yeah, that's what happened. Deliria, the story you wrote about the Water Bearers is a faithful adaptation, but you left out one major thing. What did you write out, and why?
When I read the original manuscript, it had something that I had to remove from it actually the proper ending of the story. I did not like it. I thought that like the fans would just not like it at all, and I didn't want it to end the way that it ended, and so wrote it out and made it as unsatisfying as it is now.
We didn't finish it, but because of Lucas, we had an outline. We had an agreed upon outline of where that story was going to go and where we all expected it to go, and you went, nope. And you provided what you did.
Yep.
Perfect. Perfect. All right, Rory, what are they like now?
What is Rory like now? Rory is busy. Rory is always on the move. Rory's always trying to do something else, something more, always reaching out to other people who can give more to do, make busier, make bigger. Rory does not take a lot of time for herself.
Rory's always moving, because when you're moving, you're producing, and when you're producing, you're winning.
Exactly. I am winning and nobody can tell me otherwise when I don't talk to them.
Like a shark.
Yes, like a shark, exactly. Constantly moving forward, never stopping.
Or I'll die.
Andrea, what are they like now?
I think Andrea is probably very lonely. Has very big online family in that very has parasocial relationships with a lot of famous people online, and doesn't actually have any personal life that they ever talk about. Hasn't really left name of town. Just kind of stayed there and just has based their fandom empire is probably behind SharkCon organization.
Oh, you're totally on board. You volunteered for SharkCon every year and eventually just made it to the board from always being around.
That's why we invited everyone for this completely out of the blue TTRPG one session only.
No one understood it. There's all these 60-year-old guys who run SharkCon. No one knew what the hell you were talking about, but you showed them numbers and they said, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
They'll all advertise SharkCon, right? Okay, great. Yep, we'll do it.
But otherwise, very much this thing is his only thing. And he might get passionate about other things like that, but always finds a way of connecting it back to the water bearers.
You needed stuff from Jacob, stuff that only Jacob has, maps, other things that you needed for printed material, right? And you hassled him, and he just kept blowing it off until finally you're like, look, I'll just come by your house and pick it up. So you came by, and Jacob lives in a small apartment that is mostly dedicated studio space to his recordings and his things, the bed's kind of shoved off in the corner. Everything around the desk, everything within view, picture perfect, spotless. Everything around that is a cluttered mess. It's this one little halo of false perfection in the middle of this unkempt, untidy, kind of sad life. Jacob has all of his worth in what he can make, and none of his worth in himself. And everything is focused around making sure that shows online as cleanly as possible. He doesn't have a huge following or fandom like Lucas has. He just has a general persona of his professionalism. And that's all he has to cling to, because nothing in his life is really there otherwise.
And I think Andrea was surprised. Andrea doesn't quite get, even though he portrays a different online personality from private personality, I guess, didn't realize that other people can do that too. Right. I just walked into Jacob's place and it's just oh.
Deliria, what is their life like now?
She moved to another beachside town in Connecticut, and she has a family. It is lonely like Andrea, but a different kind of loneliness. It's a type of loneliness where, she has kids, she has a family, but she doesn't really do anything outside of that. She has, she works from home, but her business is focused around mama wear, and it's a lot of that, trying to sell that that style of fashion. And she's trying to always gain acceptance from like the people that are around her, but she'll never have that same acceptance that she did when she was back in. Do we say that Santa Cruz is where we're, or do we have like a fictional town?
We can make a fictional one, or we can say Santa Cruz. We can do either one, but Santa Cruz-esque is what we're saying right now.
On the West Coast. It's different from what she had in the West Coast.
Yeah, certainly a Connecticut beach is very different from a Santa Cruz beach.
Yeah.
Lucas, what are they like now?
I think we've established that Lucas is very much unchanged from what he was like in high school.
If anything, just a little hotter, which is frustrating.
I think Rory has read Lucas pretty well, tries to be authentic. What's changed now is that Lucas has a publicist, and that allows him to, who allows him to still engage with old shows and media and not have to worry about, I was going to say rent, but like everything beyond rent. An assistant, a life assistant.
Yeah, you've got like a personal assistant / someone who posts who takes Instagram pictures for you. You actually post them, but they take the photos of you.
I definitely understand trends, but they remind me to keep up with certain things or turn things to my eye.
They're doing the research.
Yeah, and I work 16-hour days, but most of it doesn't feel like work to me just because of how, for me, work is play. And so when I get home, I just shut off. I don't do anything related to streaming, TTRPG, whatever whatever I'm known for, because I get that feel, like that feel from my profession. So when I'm not working, I shut off and I'm a terrible hang. It's kind of shitty, because I don't want to, what people know me for, what people want to talk to me about is stuff that I view as work.
Don't talk to me about work when I'm not working.
Yeah, it's like if people want to talk to me about like, oh, what's the next system? I'm like, I don't know.
You're like the Harrison Ford of the group. You're like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, like I don't know. I let's go check out this donut shop.
If someone asks you about character direction, you're kind of into it. If someone comes up to you and says, so when you rolled 46 plus 14 in episode 5, you're like, I don't fucking know, kid. Why are you asking me this? And you do the convention circuit because you're so well known and it's so lucrative. But like 80-90% of the questions, you just don't care and you're tired of pretending like you do.
There's a website that will track all of that for me, There's they track all the stats of the shows, depending on how big the show is. I'll go check that out. I just roll dice. It's like I just rolled the dice.
It's called thewaterflowchart.com.
Oh my god. Get that domain now.
I know. I'll have to get it before we go live. Fern, what is she like now?
4 times a day, you can hear Fern on WKEY Morning Weather and Surf Report. Today, we've got 2 to 3 feet, fair weather waves, but it's going to be about 64 degrees in your wetsuit. Stay warm out there. She has grown in responsibility. She is the general manager of the radio station now. The school has sort of been a hybrid. It's half students and now half community members because it's become such a big part of the city, of the seaside town. So she helps manage, the different age groups that are interacting. It's very different. So she has like a little mentorship program where students get paired, for their first show, and then they get to graduate and do their own thing. But she has a very routine life. Does the weather 4 times a day, just always at the station as early as possible, is the last one to leave. She has the keys, and she just lives her quiet cottage life in town.
Are there any questions you all want to ask each other's characters, or you want to ask of Jacob?
How did Jacob act around Fern?
Interesting question. Okay, I think Jacob was very businesslike. You were all his friends, but you were all made to feel more like clients.
Oof.
So Jacob was fine, but never opened up, never really shared, got very excited about story elements, got real geeked about your art, but always in a very corporate way. Always like, hey, we can make this into a t-shirt. Hey, we could sell this on stickers and everyone will put it on their lockers. Boy, if you could isolate this from the background, man, I could put that on a skateboard. You know, there was always that kind of thing.
Can you add more socks?
Yeah.
Again with the socks. Fern has created an alumni wall of all of you. She's always cutting out the magazine clippings, the newspaper clippings. She'll even print out from Google. You know, she has Google alerts for all of you, and she very respectfully keeps it on the wall so that, you know, all the new students know that you can be that successful.
You try so hard to keep it balanced, but like Lucas is always like a little bit heavier. It's like Jacob won some third place technical award, but Lucas just got their first Emmy. Like it's that level of difference, but it's all like presented equally.
It's like here's the wall of everyone, and then here's the closet / other room full of Lucas's shit.
Right, yeah.
Few choice pieces up, but there's like 6 whole boxes just jammed with stuff.
It's overflowing.
And Lucas always not Lucas, but Lucas's personal assistant always forwards all of Lucas's press releases. So they got all those too.
I have a suggestion for the city name, the town name. How does everyone feel about Tawny's Bay?
Tawny's Bay.
Ooh, I love a damn
I
bay.
say yes,
I love a bay.
but you've got to tell me who it was named after and why.
Ooh, okay.
And how do you spell it?
Tawny.
Tawny's Bay.
Yeah, Tawny's Bay. I think it was named after this place, you know, was discovered, quote unquote, discovered by, you know, I'm gonna guess Puritans or Spanish or something. Tawny was the name of the cat of the main ship that first landed in the bay.
I cannot tell you how much I am 100% behind anything named after a cat. I will just say yes.
I accept colonialism as long as it has a cat's name on it.
Any other questions for me or anyone else?
Who still talks? Do any of us still talk?
Ooh,
Andrea talks at Fern regularly.
amazing. Yes. That's nice, dear.
And it's been the same for the past 20 years. It's just Andrea will show up and just like, hey, do you have any more boxes? Like, are you sure that the ending isn't in there? Like, I just can't find the manuscripts.
She's made like these watercolor signs that go directly like through the shelves for you.
Beautifully painted. This gorgeous side.
And I think we said that Andrea has spoken to Jacob.
I'm involved with the rest of you via social media. I follow all of you. I like things frequently. I never talk to you, but I'm always liking your posts. That's my only interaction.
I think Rory and Lucas would have had the occasional lunch to talk about, you know, business.
That's when I asked you if you'd come to the reboot.
Yeah. I think it. Tell me if this goes against what you envisioned for Rory, but it was framed as like a, hey, let's get together, let's hang out a bit, and then turns out it's a business meeting.
Every time. We can sit and be like, this time we're just gonna get lunch and talk about our lives, and it takes 15 minutes. Like, we try.
Yeah.
But that's just what our lives are now.
Yeah.
How are you? My cat's good. Anyway.
Yeah, you saw the spread of things, shows I'm on. It's it's always posted.
Yeah, and they're good.
Other than that, I'm not really doing much or working on myself or anything, you know?
Not working on myself.
That hit me hard.
Anything else?
I have the name for the reboot, which is the Water Carriers.
It's so close.
Can Delirious send Rory emails every so often, just being like, hey, just a reminder, that was still my project? And then for everyone else, is it okay if I send you all Facebook invites to my events that I occasionally have?
No one has ever asked anyone for permission to send a Facebook invite, so the answer is yes.
I actually go, and it does, yeah. And if it, like because Lucas is trying to like, do reconnect in that sense, like, oh, it just turned out to be a business meeting with Rory. Maybe this will be, an actual connection.
And it's a business meeting with Deliria instead.
Facebook invites for a one-on-one business meeting.
Gee.
It's one of those MLM parties. You show up and it's just a bunch of product on tables.
Yeah.
Right.
They barely feed you.
Yeah.
Generally, what is everybody's followership on social media?
Jacob's got a respectful 2 to 3 grand, I would say. Like known, but never really gets past that kind of in network, in the field amount. Some fans, but really just who he knows in the business.
Does Jacob have a bigger LinkedIn follower count than he does on
Sadly,
any other platform?
yes. Yes. Oh my God, that's so depressing. But yes, his highest follower count is on LinkedIn. Jacob spends most of his time online on LinkedIn.
That's awful.
That's so sad.
It's so sad. He actually cultivates it. He writes like a blog about his work.
Oh, no. I know those people.
Good
I know people who do that. Ouch.
Rory's personal accounts probably has 5,000 followers, and it's mostly just business contacts and that networking. It's not like people are fans of Rory's cool sales that she does. But I do think she also has a faceless jokes and memes and commentary like Twitter, and that has 30,000 followers, and it is her prized possession.
And you're very secretive. No one knows who runs it. You keep that locked down. You've done a couple interviews for it, but you won't give names, and you use different phone numbers. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the one where I get to tell jokes, and no one knows it's me.
I think Deliria has, what is it, on Facebook you can have a max of 5,000 friends, right?
Right.
Okay, max of 5,000 friends, but it's all just people that, they don't feel quite, they feel like it would be rude for them to be I'm rejecting.
You hit that 5,000 3 years ago. You've been maxed out for 3 years and just trying to find room to free up once in a while. Yeah.
I imagine Deliria both has a personal Facebook page and the public Facebook page.
The public has 100.
Yeah, because you never do it. You just set it up. It's like a complete repost of everything there. It's just it occasionally reposts an Instagram photo, and that's really all your interaction with it. Yeah. If you win an award, you might go post something. Otherwise, what are you gonna do with it?
Right. Exactly.
I think Andrea is probably in the 50,000, big fandom presence. Mostly just uplifts and reshares and make sure that everyone gets their spotlight.
Lucas is on track to break 1 million followers by the end of the year.
Incredible.
That's pretty on track. I'm trying to decide if I want Lucas to have a private account where he can just kind of shoot the shit like Rory does, but no, I don't think he does. I think he tries to be his authentic self on the one platform.
Everything's that account.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah. And it's it's a weird mix because maybe 15 to 20% is this core group that got in because of the show, and the rest of it's stuff you've made on your own. So you've always got this weird core group you want to keep happy, but the majority of your stuff is now for this new audience that maybe never even listened to the old show.
I always had whenever asked about it, I always had to preface it I'm not there yet.
Right, which is the most frustrating thing to hate too here. I got my 3,000 people, and you always feel well, I haven't made it yet. And I'm oh great, makes me feel fantastic, Kappa. I mean, Lucas. Sorry.
Sorry. I want to remind everyone about Bleed.
What about Fern?
Yeah, Fern is on Facebook and connected to all of your real accounts. And, she just, likes everything, and then we'll give you a little sticker, always encouraging you. She is not on anything else, but the students who she mentors and have come through the school have started kind of a legacy meme account. Just like a very wholesome, like, today's Fern.
Aww.
Fern friends.
The Weather Ferncast.
Yeah, there you
Amazing.
go. The Weather Fern
The
cast.
Weather Ferncast.
And it's just like pictures of her doing things around the radio station, and they've just like put text over it. It's just very wholesome.
There's a Fern Cam account on TikTok, and it's just like the fan cam of just Fern just looking a little concerned.
She's just shuffling around the radio station.
I love
the webcam,
Fern
yeah.
so much.
I know, Fern's great. Like, everyone else, fuck them, but I like Fern a lot.
I love Fern so bad.
I'm so ready for Fern to just
She's your
save us.
guest.
What a delight. Jacob sent you all a package as your invitation back into the game. I, in reality, also sent you all a package. Inside that package was a note and a small box. Haley got a few extra things. What I want to know is, which of you opened the small box? Andrea, did you open the small box in your package?
Andrea will claim that he did not, but he definitely did. He will lie brazenly.
What strange phenomena has been occurring? Something you mostly dismissed as your imagination.
Bleeding followers?
Oh, just vanishing. Ever since you opened the
Followers
box, your
just
followers are just disappearing.
Yep.
Interesting. Deliria, did they open the box?
No. They got some mail and they just sort of let it pile and just decided not to open any of it.
I had to follow up with like emails to make sure you were going to be there. Lucas, did they open the box?
No, I don't think Lucas opened the box. He's put it on the little side table where you put your keys and pick up your keys every morning.
You look at it every morning.
Every morning.
There's that slow pan in with the camera.
This is the day I'm gonna open it. When I get home, I'm gonna grab this, open it. And I never do. And I never return to that thought and finish that line of thought when I come home.
Fern, did she open the box?
Fern most certainly opened the box. You know, back when the radio station started, it was full of packages for CDs and records and tapes. But as the digital age progressed, less and less mail arrived. And something, you know, it was differently shaped from all the others. So she went for it immediately.
What strange phenomena has Fern been experiencing ever since?
Her voice is changing.
Interesting.
Sounds like she's she's maybe had a sore throat or going through changes, but she's a, you know, late 20s woman.
But your voice is like not enough where it's really concerning to everyone around you, but you notice it.
Mm-hmm.
Rory, did they open a box?
I think it took a lot of considering. It probably took a few days of just holding the box and then putting it back down and walking away. But yes, she did open the box.
What strange phenomena has Rory been experiencing?
Rory can feel, but there's no visible signs, that the skin around her face is peeling as though some sort of face mask is slowly detaching. Like one of those really thick masks that gets into the pores.
Yeah.
It's the sensation of, and she can feel it with her hands.
But it feels like you should be able to grab an edge of it, and you're constantly grabbing for it, but it's just never there.
It feels like if I just tried hard enough, I could pull off my face.
Ah!
And I'm not gonna ask anyone else to touch it because, oh, how crazy. Oh, I can't tell somebody else I'm feeling that.
I think I'm gonna have to change mine. because losing followers doesn't sound quite as creepy as my voice is changing and my face is falling off.
All right, what do you want yours to be?
Well, I think it's going to be in the same realm, but it's not just losing followers. There's one specific follower that keeps following every day. And it's always the same name and it's never there. Notification, such and such just followed you, and it's the same such and such every time.
You even at one point was like, enough of this, and blocked them, and the next day it was the same follower with the number 1.
Yep.
The digital equivalent of like hearing footsteps behind you, and you turn around, there's no one there.
Yep.
Oof.
Yeah, there's always no banner, no profile picture, not following anyone else.
Yep.
Just you.
My name is Alex Valente, pronouns he, him. I am a bisexual bilingual Britallion on Musqueam, Squamish, and Silvertooth land. I have been a cleaner, publishing intern, waiter, scare actor, editor, university lecturer, language teacher, shop manager, and more usually, a translator. I can be found in tiny writing on the credits page of books when publishers remember to name the translator, and lurking in TTRPG spaces when people forget I'm there.
I'm Banana. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm a tabletop game designer and writer. I'm also the owner and co-founder of the RPG and small box board game publishing company, Game in a Curry. I love horror movies and cheesecake a lot. You can find me at Banana Chan Games on Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, TikTok, all of the social media.
I'm Jen De La Vega. You might know me as Vivian Lakewood on the Shadowrun podcast Fun City, Murkesa Maldar on the Stillfleet miniseries Float City, and The Keeper on Cozy City, a Brindlewood Bay mystery. I also happen to be a chef and cookbook author based in Brooklyn, New York. You can find me online as Randwiches. That's the word sandwiches, but replace the S with an R.
My name is Haley Whipjack, and I'm an educator, podcaster, and a passionate fan of making fun things. I am a co-host, game master, and a player on TTRPG Actual Play podcast Unprepared Casters, while also pursuing personal creative projects on my TikTok and YouTube channels.
My name is Christian, better known as Kappa in most online spaces. I use he, him pronouns. I am a performer, producer, and writer in the TTRPG space. I have produced, performed in, and organized events with Friends Roll Dice, Roll20, Asians Represent, Utopia, and many other groups and organizations to forward the work in uplifting marginalized identities in the TTRPG space. Occasionally, I'll appear as a guest in actual play streams, podcasts, and talk shows to lend my voice and expertise in storytelling and character-driven narratives.
And my name is Aram. I'm a producer, designer, photographer, and voice actor living in a quiet town off Lake Michigan. I'm a co-founder of the storytelling podcasting collective Dead Ghost Productions, co-host of the Dungeons & Dragons podcast Kill Every Monster, and the creator of God's Fall and of Now and Then. I also did the editing and sound design for Replay. You can find all of my shows and all of my social media at aram.gay.
Thank you for joining us for the launch of Dead Ghost Productions and the premiere of Replay. We are a queer-run and owned studio and a proud member of the Realm Network.
Keep up to date with Replay and all of our projects by following us on Twitter at DeadGhostPro. Find all of our social media and all the shows we produce at deadghostpro.com. Listen to the next episode of Replay right now by signing up.
Italian setting for the 5th edition of the world's most popular fantasy role-playing game. Set in a topsy-turvy version of medieval Italy, this unheroic, picaresque, and roguish world quotes, collects, and mixes references from contemporary Italian fiction and pop culture. You get the likes of the wooden puppet from Pinocchio, the half-demon Malebranche from Dante's Inferno, or even the Puss in Boots, some even as playable species. Spaghetti Fantasy is a low-magic, gritty fantasy with little money for special effects, whose atmosphere is very similar to spaghetti western movies, but with swords instead of guns. The tone is lighthearted, its protagonists are neither heroes nor anti-heroes. They are knaves with little will to fight, chicken thieves, bandits with a heart of gold. After triumphing at the Emmy Awards in Indianapolis, gold for Best Electronic Book, silver for Product of the Year, Best Writing and Best Setting, The Fantastic World of Brancalonia returned to Kickstarter with 3 new volumes at the community's request. The Bounty Kingdom Gazetteer, the Spaghetti Fantasy Bestiary, including recipes for cooking monster meat and managing its side effects, and a compendium of adventures. Intrigued? Play Brancalonia and other Acheron games like Lex Arcana and Inferno on Start Playing Games, October 1922.
I took the lead. Somebody's heart.
20 years ago, we played a game. We recorded that game and shared it over the airwaves of a high school radio station.
WKEY AM, 1360.
People listened. So did other things.
20 years later, we were invited to play a live reunion show for the hardcore fans.
Little did we know, this time, the game was real.
In this world, the players are confronted with their truest desires
and deepest fears.
And only they can decide when the game is over.
Welcome to Replay.
My name is Haley, my pronouns are she, any, and I am playing Rory, the Fool.
My name is Jen De La Vega. My pronouns are she, her, and I am playing Fern, the Dictator.
My name is Alex, my pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Andrea, or Andrea, the Emotion Knight.
My name is Banana Chan. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm playing Deliria, the Godbinder.
My name is Kappa. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm playing Lucas, the Neo.
And my name is Aram. My pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Jacob, the Master. Welcome to Replay, Chapter 2.
Compression.
All right, so before we jump right into a character, what is the name of the bar we are all gathering at? And what kind of bar is it?
It's like a seaside bar name.
It's like a seaside hotel bar.
It's just called Ahoy.
But it doesn't have any nautical theme inside it.
Because that's everything else in town.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just called Ahoy, and then on the inside it looks like a TGI Fridays. In fact, it was a TGI Fridays. It closed. The owner bought it, changed almost nothing, and called it Ahoy.
That's all you need.
Fried fish baskets, things like that. Like, it's not high end. It's all very just get in, get out. But there also is a bar area with seating that's not terribly busy. Who arrives first?
Andrea.
Right. You're there when Jacob gets there.
Andrea has been there, but Andrea tries not to be seen by Jacob. It just like is sitting at the table, sees Jacob come in, rushes away, pretends to come in after Jacob to not be too eager.
When Jacob comes in, Jacob looks good, you know, head shaved, beard's trimmed within a couple days, got the blazer, the Vibe t-shirt, the jeans on. Looks good, but is distracted. Clearly hasn't slept in a few days. Big bags, larger than usual underneath Jacob's eyes. Looks tired and a little worried, but takes the main table, orders a drink, and just sits down at the head of it alone.
There's just something about Jacob sitting at a table alone that just feels a little sad and looks a little right.
Jacob. Jacob?
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, Andrea, yes?
You're the first person who got that right. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw the little line.
It's more of it's an Andrea, but it's fine. It's fine.
Andrea.
That's a bit too much. It's fine. It's okay. It's good. It's just. I'm sorry. It's just so amazing to be here. I can't believe
It's great to see you again. Yeah.
Yeah.
How you been?
Good.
I've been great. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
What do you? Can I get you? Should I get something for everyone? I mean,
no. Someone will come. Just have a seat. We'll just order. You know.
Okay. I'll just. Yes. Ha.
Jacob, he leans back and signals please come here and give us alcohol. Who arrives next?
I think Fern walks in with her handbag. She takes her glasses off and they're on a chain. And she nods at the table. Oh,
Andrea.
Hey, Fern.
Fern. Hey, it's Jacob. It's Jacob. See? Fern. Come sit.
I see that, dear. And
we have met. Hey, good to see you, Fern.
Hello. And she looks you up and down like a little judgmental aunt, but is very kind to you.
Looking just for ways you can help, really. Not out of judgment.
Something is out of place, and she puts her handbag down, looks at the bartender. My regular, please.
So you've been here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it good? Do you recommend anything? I mean, I'll take anything. I'm sorry, I'm just so excited.
I am currently drinking Yar Old Fashioned, which is an old fashioned with a little bit of sea salt. No, it's not good.
Okay, but the pun's pretty good.
No, dear, I only come here from Arnold Palmer.
They do make a great Arnold Palmer. There's a golf course nearby, and they've got a few things down.
Well, Jacob?
Yeah.
Haven't seen you?
I haven't been seen by a lot of people. It's really good to see you, though, and thanks for coming. This means a lot.
I wouldn't miss it.
I think Deliria walks into the bar next. And she looks across the room and sees Andrea.
Very frantically waving Andrea.
Also sees Fern and sits down away from Fern next to Andrea.
Andrea is trying to not be perceived while also excitedly, visibly shaking.
Deliria switches spots and sits next to Jacob. Hi, what's everyone drinking?
I'm drinking a terrible old-fashioned. Do not drink this. It tastes like salt and, for some reason, molasses.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
It'd be great for candy. It's not so great for a drink. Not great for whiskey.
Do you think they have a cocktail menu or something?
Yeah, and it grabs it's got a big, huge, wooden wheel on the cover, and all of the drinks are Yar and pirate rum and,
Avast.
There's a house rum. Yeah, Avast. Gee.
Is there a Ahoy Cosmo somewhere? You think so?
Yes, there is a pirate punch, which is their Ahoy Cosmo. Yes.
Ooh, that sounds delicious. I think I'm gonna go for a pirate punch.
Yeah, it tastes like high C with a shit ton of alcohol.
I am going to order that.
It comes in a ridiculous glass with a whole pineapple hanging off the edge and a bunch of shit in it. It is a show. Oh. 3 of them bring it to the table. Wow. They'll have a little Yar, with it and then plunk it down. Here's your booty. Enjoy.
3 dead-eyed employees having to give a little show for you.
Andrea is singing along and he knows all the words.
Oh, wow.
Just very quietly, just
rum for all and all for rum. Puts down the drink.
I did not expect all of that.
No one does. For $8, no one expects all of that.
Bang for your buck, right?
Jacob actually likes it. Despite himself, he's smiling. He's always loved kitschy shit like this. Who arrives next?
I assume it would be me. I do not foresee Lucas being even on time.
Yeah. Minimum half an hour late. I even thought, okay, we'll meet at 7, but I'm gonna say 6:30, and he's still half an hour late.
Rory will arrive still in business clothing, like a knee-length plaid skirt and a thick belt and like a white button-up shirt and like a big statement necklace.
Everything has at least a little bit of shoulder pads.
A little bit,
yeah.
right? Come on. Gotta have a little bit of fun.
Hey, Rory.
Jacob, it has been so long. And also, yeah, hi. I don't think she knows who Andrea is.
This is Andrea. Put the show together. Well, found all the tapes for the show, saved it basically.
That was you.
I mean, obviously I couldn't have done any of it without Fern. So it's like, kind of like a mentor to me in some ways. But yeah, I put it out there.
She raises her glass at you and she's closing her eyes.
Jacob completely misunderstands it and reaches forward and cheers you. Yes, cheers. Cheers to all of you. Good to see you all again. Well, most of you.
Is Lucas coming?
Yeah, no. Lucas promised me he's coming. I'm sure he's just busy and running a little bit late.
Because it wouldn't be the same without. I mean, it's not that obviously all of you, us, all of you are important for the show, and but Lucas, the storyline.
Yeah, can't have a show without Lucas. Nope, we're all aware of that.
Hey, Rory, did you get my email?
Which one?
The 7th one I sent you.
Oh, the most recent
month.
Yeah. Did I forget to answer you?
Yeah.
Things have been falling through the cracks. There's so much. I'm so sorry.
I totally understand.
No, Danielle, can you hit me? What are the action points?
Deliria. It's Deliria.
Deliria. What were? Yeah. Sorry. What did you need?
The email. Just wanted to get a response from you about, royalty checks or a little bit of a credits.
Oh, so little that is up to me. There's a whole. I can. Mm-hmm. I'll bring it up to the team.
Okay. That sounds good.
No, it's important to me. You're very important to me. I will bring it up to the team.
Thank you, Rory. I appreciate it.
It's so good seeing all of you getting along so well after all this time.
Are we all drinking out of big pineapples, or what's the deal?
What do you want?
I guess I'll get a... What is this in the big...
It's a Cosmo.
It's a Cosmo?
Everything we've ordered has been somewhat disappointing, so expect it to be a little off, but just grab what you want. It's cheap.
Do they have something more obnoxious than the big pineapple? They've got to, right?
Oh yeah, and they have I'm trying to think of a drink name that could fit cannon or something.
A cannon. Maybe it comes in a ship.
It's just called shots. But they shoot it at you.
It's called shots. It's delivered in a pirate ship where the cannons hold the shot glasses. And it's this big, obnoxious sailing ship that just gets dropped down on the table. On that note, what was the name of our ship in the game?
The Nomad.
The Nomad?
Nomad. Yeah. That's a good one.
Is that when Lucas shows up?
We can see the parking lot. What does Lucas pull up in?
It's a rental. But it's an SUV, far more than I would need to get around. And I pull up to the parking lot, get out the car, have sunglasses on.
You know what? Wait, it's not even a rental. You show up in an Uber Black.
Uber Black.
You only show up in an Uber Black. No matter, you could go 6 blocks and you rent an Uber Black.
Amazing. Yes, I show up in an Uber Black. I step out of the back seat. Today's outfit is white Keds, red plaid skinny jeans, gray members only jacket, black shirt, very simple underneath.
Wow.
Round rimmed sunglasses. I step out, look up at the big Ahoy sign with the wave car, like wooden carving, painted chipped blue. I look at the Google Maps thing that my assistant sent me. I think this is it. I squint up at it. I take off the sunglasses. Yeah, I think this is it. Over at the Uber driver. Thank you. 5 stars. All right. bit of a smile, and I walk in.
You can see Andrea waving through the glass.
I'll squint and put the actual glasses on as I walk in.
You get a couple people looking as you walk in. Like, there's recognition right away. You just get recognized now.
I cross the threshold into Ahoy, and I look around to see if try and what the calculation here is. What is the route that will pass the least amount of people?
There's only a few people that are young in here. So really, it's only the employees who recognize you. Everyone else is like a 60-year-old dude. Whenever they mention TikTok, it's the TikTok, right? Like, that's the kind of vibe you got here.
Amazing. I love that.
You like these places because you can just be pretty much anonymous.
Perfect. I make my way to the table.
Hey, man. And like, Jacob's your friend, but it's weird now because you're famous. And Jacob sucks up to that kind of bullshit, so he's acting a little weird around you. Yeah.
Smell that from a mile away.
Hey, man, I'm really glad you made it.
Hi, everyone. Hey, Jacob. Hi. I'm glad I found the place. This is. I'm gonna pull up a. Can I borrow this chair? Thank you. No. Put up at the edge of the table just because the booth looks like it's a little crowded.
The waiter's there right away. Hey. What would you like?
I'll if there's like a cocktail menu, I'll take a look at it.
Here you go.
Thank you.
It's Andre.
Actually, for now, I'm good. Thank you. Maybe I'll order some food a bit later.
The waiter just nods and stands there, then realizes you're done. Oh, okay, sure, and then walks off to the bar 5 feet away, where they are clearly whispering to all the other people about you.
When they leave and they turn, I'm gonna pull out of my jacket pocket what looks like a White Claw.
No one's gonna question you.
Yeah, open it and just take a sip. So it's great seeing everyone. This is awesome. We haven't done this in so long.
20 years.
Give or take.
20 years. I set the drink down and it's not a White Claw. It's some startup company that is making a seltzer that has CBD infusions in it.
What is it called?
Chills.
Oh, with a Z.
Yes, with a
Z. Yeah, Chills with a Z. Absolutely.
What is the particular combo fusion of chills that you're drinking right now?
Black cherry and lime.
Of course it is black cherry. Black cherry hides anything, including the taste of weed. All right, yeah. Perfect. So listen, guys, I just want to say this means a lot to me. I've been really excited about this for a while. I was wondering if it was okay if we played a slightly different game.
Wait, me too?
Yeah, you too. Actually, I want you to play too. I have ideas for all of you, okay?
What?
It's been a long time, right? And I don't know how much you guys are all into gaming still, but it's changed a lot. And there's a lot of like indie companies who are putting out some really interesting stuff. And I've been talking to this guy about this real clever game. It has special dice, and I had to work to get these dice. And as I say that, I pull out an ornate wooden box and I place it down in the middle of the table. It's got little silver feet. It looks very old, like it was made like at least 100 years ago. It has every little inlaid piece of wood has clearly been hand carved and laid in. This took a lot of work. It looks expensive, especially for a dice box. And he just places that in the middle of the table.
but I need to know that's okay with everyone because I know we all kind of came expecting something. So what do you think about this? You want to go on a journey with me?
You didn't want to ask Naomi?
Well, we didn't. I did. Naomi did not respond well and then didn't respond at all. So.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Hashtag we don't speak of Naomi.
Oh.
Sorry, that's just something we say in the fandom.
Yeah, no, I get it. And you know, Naomi's got her own feelings about the show, and I don't want to push anything. So I just kind of, instead of Naomi being here, Andrea's here.
Wait, I'm like, wow. Okay.
You're new Naomi, but you're not playing Naomi. You're playing your own character. But because Naomi can't be here, I thought you'd be great.
So I gotta know, if we're gonna do this, then what's the catch, right? Like, what's this new sponsorship deal that we're going to have our names attached to? Like, what's going on?
Please don't say it sucks.
There's nothing attached to this. Okay, I know before it was a lot about money, and I know that caused some of the problems we originally had. I recognize that was totally on me. This is not about money. We're not gonna record this. We're not gonna do anything with it. We're just playing this game for us. We're going to do something for the fans at the convention this weekend. But I thought we'd do something for us first.
And you don't want to finish what we started?
We'll do that on stage. But I figured tonight we should play a game with us, to kind of remind us why we did this, get us kind of like in the juice again before we go out on stage.
Like a trial run or like a rehearsal.
Practice game.
Exactly.
Okay.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I love this.
Okay, awesome. Then I've got something to share with you all. And I pick up this box. I lift up the lid of this box, and there must be lights on it, like little LED lights. Jacob was always about presentation. He tried bringing a smoke machine into the recording once. Like he was always
audio only.
Yeah, for audio only, exactly.
Immersive.
There's some kind of lighting because the dice light up. They are these beautiful, clear, crystal dice, each in a shade of ocean blue. It almost feels like there's an ocean within them. You can almost see the water moving. You can almost hear the waves. Every one of them is unique. Every one of them feels a little bit different. I pick up the D4 and I turn to Fern. Fern, this is the D4. This is your dice. There are no other dice in this game that are like this. This one is special. This one is yours. Use it well, Dictator. And I hand it over.
She receives it from you and puts on her glasses and she squints at it. Dictator, that seems extreme?
The die feels sharp on its edges, a little too sharp, and the balance in it feels strange, as if there's an actual liquid in it, sloshing from side to side. I grab my next die. This is a D8, and I turn to Andrea. Andrea, this is the only D8 in the game. This is your dice. This die is special. This die is unique. Use it well. Emotion night. And I place it in your hand.
Andrea is just squeaking on like hypersonic levels right now.
Dogs start barking outside.
I pick up the D10 and I turn to Lucas. Lucas, this die is the only die like it in the entire game. This die is special. This die is yours. Use it well, Neo. And I place the die in your hand.
Oh, like the movie. Was
Like
it
the
like
movie.
Oh,
I
that's
put it up
pretty
to the light.
cool.
You know what? Keep that in mind. Just like the Matrix.
And I'm like admiring it by putting it up against like one of the lights and stuff, trying to catch the light, the inside of it.
For a moment, it almost is like you fall into the die. You can almost see into it, and it feels almost like you're looking deeper into it, and you swear for just a moment you can see the tiniest ship on the tiniest ocean inside the die. I pull out the D12. Deliria. This is the only D12 in the entire game. This die is special. This die is yours. Use it well, Godbinder. And I place it in your hand.
Oh, Godbinder, I like that. Oh, this is fun.
I think you're going to like this character quite a lot. And lastly, but not least, the D6. Rory, this die is not special at all. It is just like every other die in the game. It's not unique in any way. This die is yours, fool. Use it well.
Sorry, Godbinder over here gets a special 12-sided die, only one.
Listen, you've got to just give me a little bit of trust on this. Just give me like 20 to 30 minutes of headway, and I promise you, you're gonna come around.
Everyone else got a cool name, Jacob.
I've always been the creative one.
Rory, you're special. Special to me.
Thank you, Fern. I'm like 3 shots deep into this pirate ship.
You're just grabbing him out of the ship. Come
Unloading
here.
the cannon.
I'm taking a whole broadside to get through this evening.
And last but not least, and I lift the D20 up, I play the Master. This is my die. It is unique and special, and it's mine. And I grab it, I place it down in front of me, and I put up my hands, then gesture for each of us to take hands in a circle.
Andrea's right on top of it.
Hands are incredibly clammy. Whoever is touching Andrea is just like...
Oh.
He's sweating profusely right now.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. This is the greatest day of my life.
Well, I hope it's only going to get better. I want you all to hold hands. We're going to close our eyes. I'm going to count to 3, and we're going to be in the world of die. Ready? Close your eyes. 3, 2, 1. As soon as I say 1, it's like my voice reverberates as trumpets. There is a shaking of the ground. You all pop your eyes open and look around. Everyone else seems to feel it and see it too. You all think earthquake. And then there is a blinding light through the windows to the point where you all have to cover your eyes. When your hands go down, you find yourself in a room much like the one you were just in. It is older, more rustic in form and function, made from wood that is hand-tooled and worn. The room is open to the sky, its roof consumed by fire that still smolders at the edges. Charred corpses litter the floor and pile up at the exit. Miraculously, a single shelf behind the bar remains untouched, displaying a trio of glass bottles that glisten with deep ambers and vibrant neons. You sit at the only unbroken table, your clothes and bodies the same, with your single die before you.
Did someone spike my drink?
Fucking hell, Jacob whispers, staring at his hands. When I look up at you, my face is fighting between terror and joy. It worked. It worked. Holy shit, it worked.
This was on purpose.
What do you mean? What do you mean it worked?
Did you put something in our drinks?
Are you a wizard? What happened?
Is this like an escape room? This is an escape room.
No, hold on. It's a show. It's a prank show. It's a prank show, everyone. Like, I've been on one of these before. Don't worry. There's cameras over, you know.
I swear to you it's not.
Lucas, what'd you do?
Are those bodies, Jacob?
No, listen, guys, I don't know how to explain this to you. Okay, they're not real. Okay, they are real, but they're not real.
Not real.
This is, remember Jumanji?
The movie?
This is Jumanji.
No,
What?
it's not.
The remake or the original one?
No, this is real. Look, I don't know how else to explain this to you. Just watch. As I reach out, the D20 glows and rises off the table.
When I close my hand, time seems to slow around us. The lights dim, the die pulsates and rises, nestles against my open palm. A prismatic energy explodes along my arm, racing across my body and down my legs as I lift off the ground. My thin frame grows bronze and muscular. A shock of hair explodes from my head and settles past my shoulders in thick, coal-black waves. My clothes shred and are replaced by a pair of open, flowy black silk sleeves that cover my arms and connect via thin strap across my bare chest. Along my back, a hood forms, ending in a long, thin cape. My legs and feet are bare, covered in a silver-edged rectangular loincloth that ends a few inches above the ground. A series of 5 thin onyx discs appear along a silver belt at my waist. My eyes crackle with pink and violet energy, and my voice echoes with a clarion ring as if formed by trumpets. We can be anything we imagine here. As my feet touch back to the ground.
I need to sit over there and meditate for a second. I don't feel so well. I'm a little overwhelmed. There's a lot of energy happening here that's just not meshing well.
There's so much energy.
I want to poke him.
A little teeny shocked.
Oh.
But otherwise than that, it's flesh. It's me, but boy am I ripped now.
Okay.
Fern is getting up and looking behind you and examining and
This looks like a bar that caught on fire and locked people inside. That is the vibe you're getting from this bar.
She waves her hands. It's not a projection.
No, he's very real.
No, it's real-ish.
Well, okay, then what happened?
Andrea is just still giggling and rocking a little bit and just like passing hands through his hair, and he's just gonna grab the D8 in front of him.
Describe your magical girl transformation, please.
Grabbing the D8 and he's just laughing and laughing and laughing, and he keeps laughing, and his mouth splits open and falls backwards, and his entire body just folds itself inside out. And his hair turns into this very anime boy style, just full white spikes backwards. The D8 just appears as a little pendant over his left ear, and he's just wearing this teal aquamarine armor. Energy comes out of him with the torso part is a face in a expression of dull surprise, just over the chest. And he's just wearing this full teal and aquamarine armor, and he whips out his hand and he just goes, This is amazing, Jacob. Fucking hell.
What's your weapon?
And as he looks at his hand, he sees this chain start snaking the way down his arm and rolling into his hand. And he just gives it a couple of whips around in the air, and it just makes this incredible sonic little whip as it whisks through the air and brings it down. He's like, this is, I don't know what I expected, but this is, you're right, it's so much better than the best day of my life. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's just great.
Says a voice in your head.
Jacob?
Yeah, I'm right here. You look amazing. I mean, you look amazing. That was kind of intense, but you look great.
I do, right? I do.
Yeah, you look fine.
I look down at the chain.
It's talking to you.
Hey, so I guess we're stuck with each other now.
Okay, I, still surprised, a little less excited, but, you are...
I'm the weapon. Does the name matter?
Oh, no, I guess. Hey, guys, grab the die. It's amazing. Who are you? What do you mean you're the weapon?
I'm your weapon. I'm just a weapon. What do you want to call me? Chain. Does it matter? Who else are you gonna be referring to? Got a lot of talking weapons?
I don't actually, I'm just a little, I've never spoken to, do you have a hook at the end? There's a hook at the end of my chain, guys.
Who are you talking to?
Tell them you're talking to me.
I'm just holding up this like chain with like.
There's no point in denying it. Just tell them you're talking to me.
I'm talking to my chain hook.
There you go. That sounds real.
Amazing. I would like to leave. Right? Is leaving
Yes,
a choice.
I would also.
No, but look, like Jacob's gone through so much trouble to put this together. I mean, just no, Rory.
You're talking to a chain and your face just broke, and I don't even know you. I want to go home.
I know.
Wait
Guys,
a second.
I know this is intense.
Wait, did you say I was Godbringer earlier?
Godbinder.
No.
I mean, where's the paper? Where are the pencils? I thought this was going to be just a lovely afternoon catching up with you kids.
And you're like 3 years older than us.
Delira takes the die in her hand, and as she does, her skin starts to peel back against her arm, trickling down her body, and you see this red flesh, this muscle, all the flesh that's underneath her skin sort of like pop out, and her eyes turn a glowing dark red, and her hair flips back as if it's just sort of like falling off, and in its place is a veil. As she's doing this, as she's just like holding out her hands, she's just like sort of floating above the air, you know, just a little bit before falling down and breathing heavily. You see that there is leather just strapping itself all over her. Sort of kind of hot, but kind of weird at the same time.
Leather almost as skin.
Almost as skin. It's kind of gross, but kind of, you know, whatever. A set of knives that sort of poke out from underneath her skin. They make their way nestled into her legs as if they found a home, like parasites, just like digging themselves into the flesh of an animal. Across her body, there are these glowing symbols that just appear as if they're etching themselves all over her. And she looks around and she's just like, okay, that feels pretty good. You know what? I'm kind of into this.
What god hears your testimony? Replay is sponsored by Adventure Dice. Adventure Dice is your Canadian source for dice, role-playing game books, and accessories, and other tabletop gaming goodies. Many of our products are handcrafted in Canada. We're dedicated to creating gaming spaces that are safe, accessible, and welcoming to everyone. As gamers ourselves, we believe in offering quality products that we would use at our own table. Find us at your friendly local gaming store, at conventions, and online at www.adventuredice.ca.
My patron god
Get one? That's cool.
That's so exciting.
is the Eldritch god.
Oh, yes.
What is your Eldritch god's name?
They choose to not have a name. They choose to be unknown.
As you pick up this die and make this transformation, you're like, yeah, you know what? This feels good. This feels powerful. You get a chill in the best possible way. It starts from the back of your neck, goes right up across your ears, and ends at your temples. And it's this invigorating chill. And this voice just seems to envelop you.
Hello, my dear.
Ooh.
It is so good to hear another. It has been so long and so very lonely.
Ooh. Do you all hear that too? Is it getting hot in here?
Is the chain talking to you as well?
I don't know. What does your chain sound like?
Yeah, I don't sound like that.
Kind of over it.
Fucking drama king. I know this guy. Just let him go, or it's gonna be a whole thing.
You don't hear this god, you don't see this god, but the space behind Deliria seems to darken and widen at the same time.
Does anyone else see that? No.
I am for your eyes only. The non-believers will not see me.
Excuse me, I'm just gonna go that way for just a brief moment. I will be right back.
At the back of this restaurant, much like the previous one, is this mural, this hand-painted seascape in the background. It's a bunch of ships. There's a bright light through a broken cloud, and where that light's hitting the water, a leviathan. Something deep and dark is rising up from the ocean, and you can only see a few tentacles and the suggestion of something much larger underneath. As you walk towards that mural, it shifts and the water bubbles and a face emerges from this creature. Just eyes and teeth and the darkness of the void of the ocean.
Hello, my child.
I fall to my knees and I have my arms outstretched. Whatever you need from me, I am yours.
It is so good to hear it, but this is a two-way street. I will not ask for more than you can provide, and you will not provide more than I ask. Just promise me this. In the end, the waves will cover them all.
I promise.
Good. What is it that you want of me?
I want power. I want people. I want the things that Lucas has.
You shall have it all and more.
You now can cast 3 spells. Alex, would you explain this, because you know this a little bit better than I do?
So the way that the Godbinder works is your special power, as we said, is you have a level 1 relationship with the Eldritch God. You can appeal to any other divinity as well if there's anything you want them to do for you, but it's not for free. Everything will come at a cost. That is, will be decided between you and the Game Master. With the Eldritch God, you get a special scripture. Scripture is the name of spells in the game. To use a scripture as an action, you roll your wisdom dice pool plus your d12. You only use your d12 whenever you're doing something related to the gods. You need to roll at least 1 success, which is a 4 or higher, on any of the dice that you roll in the pool.
Including your D12.
Yeah.
Just 4 or higher is always a success on any die.
If you roll a 1 on the d12, you automatically gain god debt. So you will owe 1 to whatever god the spells you were using by.
I love this.
Terrifying.
So the special scripture that you get with the Eldritch God is Sacrificial Knife. Summon an unholy blade of eldritch design to use, inflict 1 wound on yourself, and gain number of advantages equal to your level in the god on your attack. Special, which means you roll a 6 or higher on any 1 die. If it hits a living target, remove 1 debt to the Eldritch God.
All in. Sign contract. Where do I spill my blood? I'm here.
The other 3 scriptures that you get are Noun Blast, and you can choose to change that noun every time you cast it, which is basically just a of something. It could be Tentacle Blast, could be Void Blast, could be Eldritch Blast. You can choose every time you change it, as long as it relates to the Eldritch God. You can heal, and you can detect Noun. So again, anything within a short distance. You can detect Void, detect non-Euclidean geometry, detect Tentacle. Something to do with the Eldritch God. So you roll your wisdom pool plus your d12. if you roll at least 1 4, it works, and then you count how many 4s, how many 6s, and that's how many successes you get.
All of your characters have 6 main statistics, also called stats, measuring how capable they are within a broad range of activity. Strength is physical prowess, punching things, lifting stuff, kicking down doors. Dexterity is nimbleness and skill, shooting, sneaking, throwing knives, breakdancing. Constitution is your general health, fitness, and ability to keep going when injured. Wisdom is your understanding of the world. Most things involving gods use wisdom. Intelligence is specific knowledge, mainly wizardly shit and things involving computers. Charisma is persuasion, charm, and human interactions. All the talking bits. Your stats are represented by a number between 0 and 4. The average person's score on each is 2. Your personas all have 2 in every stat. A stat of 3 is on par with the most competent people on Earth. A stat of 4 is significantly better than anyone on Earth. Someone with a dexterity of 4 can perform gymnastics without fail at the level of an Olympian without any training whatsoever. A stat of 5 is beyond human and, at least for now, unobtainable. As you transform into your Paragons, you have 2 points to spend on your stats. You can raise 2 stats by 1 point, or 1 stat by 2 points.
It's a d6 for everything. It's a 4 and above is a success. A 6 and above is a special.
Is there anything else you want to know, my child?
Where are we?
A world called Die. I take it your master was not forthcoming.
He was, but I wasn't really listening, to be honest.
They're all liars, all of them in their own way. Why do you think they tell so many stories?
This is true.
You only need to listen to me. Your friends will be important. You'll need them to survive. This is not a welcoming world, but you should know the rules at the very least. And the rules are simple. You can leave whenever you wish, but you all must choose to leave together. Should any of you refuse, should you all fail to make a choice that you agree on together.
And as they say that, the whole bar begins to rumble as like a slight aftershock is passing through the area.
Then this world will crumble and take your souls along with it.
Thank you for this gift, this power, this light. Do you mind if I go tell my friends about all of this that you just told me? I feel like I am leaving them out in all of this, and they should probably know.
I entrust you with all of my wisdom and all of my knowledge. Go forth. Share it however you wish.
Thank you. She gives like a awkward bow and just like goes back to the room.
Thank you, Walter Bringer.
Hey, everyone, so you know all that stuff that Jacob was telling us about earlier, it's true?
Huh?
See? It's true.
I played a game exactly like this, and we role played it, but right now it's real. The only way that they broke out of it was just to play along, just to go with the roles that were assigned to them, and then it's like it's fantasy make believe, but they played to their tropes and were rewarded with escape. I think that's what's going on here. That's what the Jumanji games were about.
Jumanji. You're just asking me to do Jumanji with you.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. I don't know, Rory, what your hang up is, but
Lucas,
I'm not gonna fall for it, and I'm gonna grab the D10.
Please describe your magical girl transformation, Kappa.
As I pull the D10 back and I rear back to a standing position, I slip into a hole created under me. Who knows?
Just vanish.
I am stretched infinitely thin in this hole. I am falling at the speed of darkness. I feel stretched, I feel prodded, I feel smashed, my bones are breaking, my skin is adapting. Fire is there. I fall, I get singed, I fall through water. The cooling mist heals whatever burns. I'm naked, falling through air into a point of light. And as I approach that point of light, the shadows wisp onto my body, getting thicker and thicker. And exactly in the spot that I was, almost instantly, as soon as I had slipped and fell through, I fall in a great puff of smoke. And my form has changed. I'm wearing form-fitting clothes except for a howdy jacket that is black and lined with gold thread. Embroidered on the back is reminiscent of an Obon coin, oblong in shape, golden coin that sits around the lucky cat paw.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Behind me are 9 tails kind of flicking back and forth, and one of them is tipped red. And as I stand up and open my eyes, you can see that my eyes have changed. The same red of the middle tail tip. And I stand up, full height, look around. Whew. Oh. How long was I gone?
Yeah, it was like 5 seconds.
I've been falling for like 20.
Oh no, you just like vanished into smoke and then you just like came back. It was cool.
I feel good. And I'm like flexing my hands and like feel that I'm unfamiliar with the amount of strength that is now present in my body. And as I'm doing that, I'm like, whoa, what are these? I have a tail.
You got a bunch of them, dude. You got a bunch of tails.
Okay.
Can you like move them? And I like kind of like poke one of them. Can you feel that?
Yeah, no, yeah, that felt ticklish. Don't do that.
Oh, sorry. I know what tail etiquette is, man. I'm sorry.
No, neither do I. We're learning. We're learning. I'm gonna take one of the tails and try and wrap it around the white claw.
Chills.
As soon as you think about that black cherry and lime, whatever it was, chills. The second you picture it in the tail just lashes out, the middle one, the red tipped one, and cleanly wraps around that can and carries it right over to you, doesn't spill a drop. All the other tails, you understand them, they move and part ways so that this can gets to you cleanly, but they all work together and you can feel them all individually. And their dexterity is beyond anything you've ever experienced or even could imagine.
I am carefully, like my face is incredulous, but it's moving towards my face, and I'm just like, oh. Rory, Fern, you've got to try this.
Lucas, you look incredible, first of all. Step on me. Sorry, that's inappropriate. It's just something we say in the fandom. I'm sorry.
What would you say?
Nothing, no, it's fine. It just, Deliria, the name, you really grew into it.
Thank you.
This is, there's there's a lot of fandom. We had a lot of monster fuckers, and this is gonna do.
I feel like I kind of look like Pinhead.
It's like, yes. Oh my God, such delights to show us. Yes. Rory, Fern, you need to get in on this. This is honestly amazing. And you start swinging the chain around.
As you do that, and you're doing it beautifully, by the way, you have total control over it. It's scary for a second.
It's full control.
Total control. Wraps around their body, steps out of it, puts their leg out, the chain goes around. Total mastery over this weapon to the point where you all feel very comfortable, despite the fact that it's swinging around the room.
as they're doing that, they're starting to make a noise with it. Vroom, vroom, vroom. And then all of a sudden, as light explodes and two gigantic forms descend through the open ceiling and land down around you. 16-foot tall giants of chrome and light. These perfect beings, perfect future beings made out of a metal that's also liquid, but is also light. And they land on either side of you, one red, one blue. And they speak in unison.
Hello, Neo. We are the Fair.
Just like the movie.
Now it's the Matrix. I thought it was Jumanji.
Okay. The Fair.
Yes.
Oh, hold on, and I'm gonna pat my. I have like a notebook or something just for.
You need nothing.
And they wave their hand, and a visor appears. What does the visor look like?
This is cool. Okay, the visor like floats. It's not like any physical visor. It's like a hollow projection just out of nowhere. It slides open from the center out to my like wrapping around my ears, and you all see the hollow projection has like pointed cat ears.
Perfect.
And as I'm looking around, like your faces highlight for a quick second, and then underneath your face reads out your name. It gives me various information about things.
Name, class, power level.
So I don't know what these numbers mean, but like there's like numbers and symbols next to them. I look down at my drink. It says like 5 calories, all that,
5 milligrams of THC detected. Consumption will require a constitution save, difficulty 1, or you will roll with disadvantage for the next hour.
Oh, okay. That's a lot. The Fair. I want to note this down. The Fair.
And it spells out on your visor as FAIR.
Okay. The Fair.
Yes.
Are you like my Jiminy Cricket? You're supposed to guide me like through whatever this is. What's going on? I'm down to play. I just need to know the rules.
The Fair look to each other and look back at you.
We are primary among the things that will happen.
Okay, I know this. One of you tells the truth. One of you always tells a lie. I have to figure it out, right?
There are things that either happen or do not happen. Should you ask us if something will happen or will not happen, we will answer it. We are always honest.
My face is growing just not necessarily annoyed or frustrated, just puzzled.
Deliria, you hear,
Are the Fair exactly what they say and nothing of what they say? Believe everything. Trust none. Ask your questions carefully. Everything they say will happen.
The one and true only God is, I have a hunch that you should be careful.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, the Fair.
Yes.
Why do I have like this hyper technology and everyone else has, your standard fare of... I look over at Andrea,
excitingly waving the chain around,
whirling the chain around. I see, I look at Deliria, who looks just like freaking epic in all the gear.
You have exactly what you are meant to possess. Minus one gift.
What is the gift? What is the Neo tech you have chosen for your character?
I came to this thinking I would know.
It's the die effect, don't worry.
Yeah, I'm gonna know in the moment. I'm gonna go with the blink teleporter.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so what upgrade are you taking for it?
Ooh, I think I'm gonna do the Shift TK. I can teleport small nearby objects.
The fair turn to each other and nod. And the red one points to a bottle sitting on the bar.
The bottle being in your hand is among the things that happen.
Okay.
You lift your hand.
Get over here. And the beer bottle disappears in a wisp of smoke and appears in a similar wisp of smoke in my hand.
Almost like a night crawler bamf from over there and into your hand. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. And that's just any time? I don't have like a cooldown or anything? Not like
The blue fair answers.
There are procedures. When met, you may use this ability at will.
In your visor, there is a bar, like almost like a battery bar, where your blink teleporter appears on your visor. There's also now a coin slot has opened. Where has this coin slot appeared on you?
What?
It is on my left wrist, right here.
When your hand folds back, it opens up, and then it normally stays shut, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Like I flare my hand open and the coin slot opens up.
The red fair opens their hand, and inside their hand is a singular coin, like a Mario coin, this perfect video game coin made metal.
The first one is free. The others you will need to gather on your own. They will appear every morning at dawn. Use them well, Nero.
And then the fair simply leave. They didn't disappear, they didn't vanish. The fair being here is simply no longer among the things that happen.
Oh man. Okay. I'm gonna grab the coin, and as soon as it changes possession, it morphs into that Obon coin.
The text becomes a name. This name is Daniel. You don't know a Daniel, it doesn't ring a bell, but this coin has a name.
And I'm going to I'm going to start like moving it towards my wrist slot.
There's a hum in your wrist. There's an energy. You can feel this connection. Joy floods through you. An explosion of physical and mental joy like you have not felt.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
As soon as you put it in, your abilities are hypercharged for a moment. Before, you feel like you could just blink around the room. Now, you feel like you could jump across a football field and back. You might be able to go even further or faster. But boy, have you never felt power like this before?
I'm holding on to the bar for support because I'm not used to like this sheer amount of power.
You lean to the bar for support, and you teleport the entire bar to the other side of the room. Vanishes from where it is, and you and the bar appear 50 feet on the other side, right by the bay window.
We're near the rest of the rest of everyone back at the table.
You're like 50 feet away now. Yeah.
Anyone want some drinks?
Guys, I know this is all crazy. I know, Rory, I know, but listen, trust me. This place can be anything we want. I pluck another onyx token off of my belt and toss it across the floor. It clatters to a rest against the bar and explodes into a ball of pulsating energy. Bolts of pink and purple explode from the ball, restoring everything they touch. The mahogany of the bar shines under dozens of polished brass lanterns that swing from iron chains appearing beneath a reforming ceiling. As the energy washes over the corpses, they dissolve into shining glitter that swirls around the room and reforms into people, frozen in time all around you. When the last timbers of the roof lock into place and brightly painted doors snap back onto their hinges, Jacob stands. Guys, please. I need this. We can make something truly amazing here. I snap my fingers, and the bar comes back to life. Music and people. Waiter with a tray of drinks almost slams into Roy. Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. You guys all set? You guys all right? Great. Listen, I'll be right over here. It's a little busy tonight, but just call on me. And start serving drinks, and everyone just seems to be having a good time. None of them are acting in any way like they were just corpses on the ground. None of them seem to have any recognition that the bar was destroyed or they were dead. They just are going about their lives.
Andrea is just chuckling and just going, I know this place. Fun. You fucking drew this place. It's... Do you guys not recognize it?
You all are starting to realize this was the bar in your game. You know this place. You've all been here.
It's Sherman's Shack. It's Sherman's Shack. When you met in the tavern, you all meet in a tavern, you meet in Sherman's Shack. In episode 0 of the first season, and then again, you find it as the ruins in the second season.
Why, of course it's Sherman's Shack. What else would it be?
As Sherman steps out from behind the bar, got a little bit of a pork belly going, a little older now, right? But big, huge red beard, one eye patch, got a little parrot that flies around the bar. Of course it's still Sherman's. It'll be Sherman's until the day I die. Good to see you all. Your adventures must have taken you wide, for it has been some time since you've been in my bar. Drinks for them all! Drinks for my friends!
Wait, hold. If this is Sherman's, like actually Sherman's, you have a Fire Belly salmon surprise. And it's not on any menu you have posted. We made this together. Can you bring me that dish?
Sherman looks to you, and there's a look on his face. It could be pain, it could be confusion, and there's a weird energy and a bit of a rumble in the room around you. Everyone takes a drink at the exact same time, and then the rumble stops. Well, yes, of course we do. Of course we do. It's our most well-known sandwich. I'll have it right up for you. 2 sloppy poppies. Come on, bring them out.
That was weird, right? I look over at Fern and Roy.
I don't know what's happening.
You turned into Neo from the Matrix, and then you broke Sherman, who is real. Right?
Okay, there might be a little bit of trouble, like, adapting. It's hard for me to talk to you guys and adapt story elements at the same time.
I mean, it wasn't the sloppy poppies. That was only like a later addition that like someone brought in as like a fan suggestion. I don't see why if this is the thing that it should be. I mean, it's great, but it's not quite right. I said, I'm just gonna grab like the first waiter that I see.
It's just a lot to like talk to you and also make decisions. It's just a lot. That's all. I'll get used to it. Don't worry.
You're making decisions?
Well, I mean, kind of like I can feel what the world wants, and it listens to me. So I'm kind of in control, but not like exactly.
You're the GM.
Yeah, but I'm also like a player, is the best way I can describe it. Like, I'm in the world too, and it's just a little hard to focus.
That's why you got the D20.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I got the D20. And my cheat tokens. I can cheat.
Okay.
Cheat tokens?
Grab the waiter.
What?
Just like the old days. Jacob gets to cheat.
Do you still have that those cheat tokens on you?
He's still got 4 of them on his belt.
That waiter that I grab, I just turned them around, drag them in front of Jacob, and say, "Do you know who this is?"
The waiter looks at me, and again, there's a slight rumble, maybe a little bit more intense this time. One of the beers falls off the table, and he's like, "Yeah, oh yeah, of course, Jacob." Oh, it's such a strange name. Jacob, yeah, I know Jacob. He was here years ago and brought you all here. And I've heard the tales. I'm a little new here, but I've heard of you guys. I mean, I've heard of the water bearers. And he says it real quietly.
I drew all this. What? You're the reason I can't call 911 right now. She has her phone. She's holding it in the air. She's very stern about it. She's not shaking. Jacob, turn on the Wi-Fi right now.
There's no Wi-Fi here. There's no phones here. That doesn't exist. I mean, I could, well, actually, you know what? And he reaches and he plucks one of his cheat tokens and he grabs your phone and he looks at it for a second and he's like, and he just kind of like jams the cheat token in where the little card should be, where the little SIM card should be. And he has to like really crank it in there. He's like, "I'm sorry." He's like, "Oh."
It's the oldest phone ever.
Yeah, hey, here you go. And hands it back to you, hands your flip phone back to you with its new SIM card. And it powers up and it gets a signal.
And she brings it to her ear and she tries to dial 911. What happens?
Thank you for calling your local constable.
Yes, I seem to be going through some kind of breakdown.
All of our officers are currently on patrol or engaged with other citizens. If this is an emergency, please hang up and yell as loud as you can.
Oh, then she closes her phone. Rory, please, what is happening?
We're in Jacob's wizard world that he transported us into. You seem to think it's like a mental breakdown you're having. I fully accepted that I'm here, but I want to go home.
Rory, I'm afraid.
Oh, guys, don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid. Nothing can hurt you here.
My life was simple. I went to work. I had my lunch that I packed. I had tea when I went home, and I had a bedtime. What is this?
Vern, you have to understand. You created this world.
I was a guest.
You drew it. You brought it to life.
Yeah. You can bring anything to life, really.
I mean, look at this menu. This is your handwriting.
It is, isn't it? And she looks at it, admiring it.
It wasn't at first. It was some font. But as you look at it, it shifts to your hand right now.
Oh, no. Fun. Just imagine if this is what Sherman's looks like as a real place, don't you want to see outside?
You don't understand. I'm afraid. I'm not afraid of what's going to happen. I'm afraid of what I will do. And the point of her die is poking through her fingers and she's clutching it really hard.
It hurts. It's cutting into your flesh, but it also feels good.
Thorns come shooting out from between her fingers, cover her arms. They go all the way up to her neck. She's screaming. Her whole body is covered in thorns. The long librarian skirt that she was wearing puffs up and it moves upward. She's wearing a slip. It's very, tasteful.
Of course, naturally.
Kind of zips up to close her in like a blossom. You hear a quiet crescendo of a scream. It starts very guttural, like coughing and trying to get something out from your throat. It gets louder and louder and pitches to a shriek. The clothing material sort of starts to look organic. It starts to, you start to see kind of chlorophyll veins moving upward. It blooms. She has been stretched out. She's tall, slender. Her face is more oval and pointed. Her hair is now straight but pulled into this very elegant bun with, little brass jewelry and set into her hair. She's wearing a sleeveless, ruffle kind of turtleneck, very, very slender leotard like a gymnast. And then the bottom blooms into a giant tulle ball gown. As the petals are falling and as she's blooming, 2 ribbons come fluttering down in a spiral. Like 2 green ribbons, they're satin, and she's holding them like a rhythm dancer.
What is the first word you say?
She whispers, "Terror."
It's so quiet, but you all hear it as if it was whispered directly into your ear. And for a moment, all of you feel a shock of terror. A little quickening of your heartbeat, a little catch of the air in your throat. All of you feel afraid for that one moment, just with the slightest whisper. And you know, Fern, instinctually, that you now have 2 voices. You have your normal voice, and then you have the voice. And when you use the voice, you can feel the power behind it. When the voice is used, things happen. Always. When your special die is rolled, it always succeeds. It just depends how much it succeeds and how much you take from the person you're using the voice on.
Her specialty is in apprehension, fear, and terror. She's twirling as she lands.
That's so cool. You guys look amazing.
Yeah, they all look great.
Says your Chain. Says Chain. I'm just going to call them Chain.
Yeah, they're great. I haven't seen this 10 times before. Hopefully you make it.
What? Sorry, say, Chain? Say that again? What do you mean?
Hopefully you make it.
Folks, the Chain says, hopefully we make it.
Andrea, do you have a god as well?
They have a pale imitation, a chained being, no pun intended. They are trapped within the weapon, bitter and angry, struggling against their own chains. Not like you, darling. You have access to the infinite. They have a toy.
Hey, Chain, are you a god?
Andrea, you don't have a god, actually. Sorry, I take that back. I take what I just said back. What you have is clearly inferior to my god.
Oh, well, I mean...
Don't listen to them. She's got her own chain now. You just can't see him.
I think I feel like this is starting to get a little personal, so maybe, Rory, are you gonna grab your die? Because, everyone's in on this.
You all are so terrifying. You're so terrifying.
Rory, this is going to be whatever you want it to be. And also, we can leave anytime we want to. All we have to do is hold hands and say we want to leave.
I don't want to leave.
I don't want to leave either, but we can anytime you want to. We just have to agree. That's all.
I'm certainly not gonna let you all do it by yourselves. Because apparently you're gonna die. Maybe. You should have done this when we were 17 and friends and stupid kids, because Jacob, I have not wanted to be a fool in so long, and I don't remember what it feels like, and I'm gonna slam my hand on the die.
Awesome. Please describe your magical girl transformation.
I slam my hand on the die, and it sort of crumbles into golden glitter, and my hands fly across over my face instinctually as the skin does, as I have felt it wanting to for weeks now, begin to peel and flake off. And I rise on a sort of stage that is appearing directly below me. It goes high enough that you can't see what's going on with the face peeling away situation. And I'm just rotating atop this stage like a ballerina in a music box. Spotlights appear above, and it's very magical, girl, in the sense that it's just like suddenly lights and fabrics and shapes.
It's like Gem and the Holograms.
Yeah.
A stage appears, lights appear, yeah.
And you're just seeing snippets of things as they change, that like perfectly pulled back braid pulls apart and fades into something short and choppy, like when you take scissors to it on an impulse at 3 a.m. and realize the next day that actually you like it that way, and it falls nicely.
Yeah.
The spinning gets a little slower. The gold glitter it's falling all over the floor. It's real glitter. It's gonna be baked into this place. The hands are still over the face, but the outfit has entirely shifted into this long, like knee-length red coat that's mostly ringmaster, a little bit swashbuckler, the reds and the golds. The shoulder pads, little epaulets, the big cuffs.
Half circus, half pirate.
Half circus, half pirate is exactly where we're going around. It's black pants and big, thick leather boots.
Yes.
Woo.
What's the hat like?
There's no hat. I want you to see the weird, choppy hair in all of its glory. I did consider hat as I was thinking the aesthetic, and I couldn't think of a good one. I almost went top hat around.
I can see it.
The spinning slows even further, and the hands pull away from the face, and you see it's so close to what it was, but there's these painted red circles on the cheeks, and the mouth is just a little too sharp at the corners. And Rory hits a deep bow, arms extended, to reveal that along the sleeves of this coat are golden wings in a perpetual state of melting into liquid and reforming as though made of some sort of wax.
My God.
And the pillar comes down and down. The pillar and the stage is gone, but the spotlights and the glitter are not.
Oh man, Rory, you look great. It feels great, doesn't it?
It's not as bad as it looked.
Okay, then we're all on board. Well, guys, welcome back to the world of the Water Bearers. And as I say that, the front doors fling open and you just hear the roar of a boat in the harbor as you can see down into the town square that kind of wraps like a crescent around this beautiful aqua harbor that just twinkles in the distance, at 100 sails from 100 ships can be seen out floating in the bay. We're here, guys. We're actually here.
I think it's just a quiet sort of chuckle from Lucas. It's just like, I haven't thought about this space in years.
Are you ready to get started?
You mean there's more?
There's so much more. And I pull out another cheat token, hurl it to the ground, and a puff of dramatic purple smoke swirls up around me in this like little tornado of sparkles and pink and purple glitter and sparks, and then just all falls as if the energy collapsed, and I'm gone. A moment later, the cries start up from the town square. Cries of fear and pain and hunger and rage.
Well, that's not good.
What did he do now?
Did he do that?
And then Deliria, in your head, the Deep One speaks.
They're always so dramatic.
And then warning bells start going off all over the city as terrified citizens begin streaming out of the town square.
My name is Alex Valente, pronouns he, him. I am a bisexual bilingual Britallion on Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh land. I have been a cleaner, publishing intern, waiter, scare actor, editor, university lecturer, language teacher, shop manager, and more usually, a translator. I can be found in tiny writing on the credits page of books when publishers remember to name the translator, and lurking in TTRPG spaces when people forget I'm there.
I'm Banana. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm a tabletop game designer and writer. I'm also the owner and co-founder of the RPG and small box board game publishing company, Game and a Curry. I love horror movies and cheesecake a lot. You can find me at Banana Chan Games on Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, TikTok, all of the social media.
I'm Jen De La Vega. You might know me as Vivian Lakewood on the Shadowrun podcast Fun City, Murkesa Maldar on the Stillfleet miniseries Float City, and The Keeper on Cozy City, a Brindlewood Bay mystery. I also happen to be a chef and cookbook author based in Brooklyn, New York. You can find me online as Randwiches. That's the word sandwiches, but replace the S with an R.
My name is Haley Whipjack, and I'm an educator, podcaster, and a passionate fan of making fun things. I am a co-host, game master, and a player on TTRPG Actual Play podcast Unprepared Casters, while also pursuing personal creative projects on my TikTok and YouTube channels.
My name is Christian, better known as Kappa in most online spaces. I use he, him pronouns. I am a performer, producer, and writer in the TTRPG space. I've produced, performed in, and organized events with Friends Roll Dice, Roll20, Asians Represent, Utopia, and many other groups and organizations to forward the work in uplifting marginalized identities in the TTRPG space. Occasionally, I'll appear as a guest in actual play streams, podcasts, and talk shows to lend my voice and expertise in storytelling and character-driven narratives.
And my name is Aram. I'm a producer, designer, photographer, and voice actor living in a quiet town off Lake Michigan. I'm a co-founder of the storytelling podcasting collective Dead Ghost Productions, co-host of the Dungeons & Dragons podcast Kill Every Monster, and the creator of God's Fall and of Now and Then. I also did the editing and sound design for Replay. You can find all of my shows and all of my social media at aram.gay.
Thank you for joining us for the launch of Dead Ghost Productions. We are a queer-run and owned studio and a proud member of the Realm Network.
Keep up to date with Replay and all of our projects by following us on Twitter at DeadGhostPro. Find all of our social media and all the shows we produce at deadghostpro.com. Listen to episodes of Replay early and ad-free at patreon.com/deadghostpro.
for the 5th edition of the world's most popular fantasy role-playing game. Set in a topsy-turvy version of medieval Italy, this unheroic, picaresque, and roguish world quotes, collects, and mixes references from contemporary Italian fiction and pop culture. You get the likes of the wooden puppet from Pinocchio, the half-demon Malebranche from Dante's Inferno, or even the Puss in Boots, some even as playable species. Spaghetti Fantasy is a low-magic, gritty fantasy with little money for special effects, whose atmosphere is very similar to spaghetti western movies, but with swords instead of guns. The tone is lighthearted, its protagonists are neither heroes nor anti-heroes. They are knaves with little will to fight, chicken thieves, bandits with a heart of gold. After triumphing at the Emmy Awards in Indianapolis, gold for Best Electronic Book, silver for Product of the Year, Best Writing and Best Setting, The Fantastic World of Brancalonia returned to Kickstarter with 3 new volumes at the community's request. The Bounty Kingdom Gazetteer, the Spaghetti Fantasy Bestiary, including recipes for cooking monster meat and managing its side effects, and a compendium of adventures. Intrigued? Play Brancalonia and other Acheron games like Lex Arcana and Inferno on Start Playing Games, October 1922.
I took the lead. Somebody's heart.
20 years ago, we played a game. We recorded that game and shared it over the airwaves of a high school radio station.
WKEY AM 1360.
People listened. So did other things.
20 years later, we were invited to play a live reunion show for the hardcore fans.
Little did we know, this time, the game was real.
In this world, the players are confronted with their truest desires
and deepest fears.
And only they can decide when the game is over.
Welcome to Replay.
My name is Haley, my pronouns are she, any, and I am playing Rory, the Fool.
My name is Jen De La Vega. My pronouns are she, her, and I am playing Fern, the Dictator.
My name is Alex, my pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Andrea, or Andrea, the Emotion Knight.
My name is Banana Chan. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm playing Deliria, the Godbinder.
My name is Kappa. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm playing Lucas, the Neo.
And my name is Aram. My pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Jacob, the Master. Welcome to Replay, Chapter 2.
Normalization.
They're always so dramatic.
Excuse me for just 1 minute. I gotta go take a call.
Got a call. Hello.
The townsfolk are dying, I think, and you're taking a phone call?
Delira's going to ask her god, when you say always, have there been more of us?
There's a bowl of water on this side table, a brass bowl filled to the brim with water, and it begins to vibrate and then lifts up and starts to form structures of ice. And you see other groups, other parties, other organizations, other people ready to fight. And you see some of them crumble. Some of them remain floating almost as icebergs in the water, bumping into each other, very slowly melting. You see others that are huge statues, and you see others that just completely melt into the water and just become part of it.
This world takes what it will and gives back what it can.
Is there a reason why things are like this?
Yes. It's all to see what you will do. Dai is not interested in anything except what you will give. It wants to test you. It wants to see how you react. It wants to feed on your truth.
Did you create me to look like?
I did nothing. You did this. I am a god. You are a vessel. I cannot do what you do. I can only give you power.
I lift up the bowl and I bring it back to the group. Hey, I think we found our answers here. There's this magical bowl. It's telling me all this stuff.
The bowl is but a channel. You are the magic.
I just don't know how it works.
I'm listening. I'm not looking at the bowl. I'm trying to like see past the crowd. Dillier, I think there are more pressing matters at hand. We can figure out what the bowl is going on.
People are running and screaming this direction. You can start to see like maybe a shape down there. But there are like bleeding people running. There are people screaming for help.
We'll figure this out. I look at you. We'll figure this out. I promise. But first, in a puff of smoke, I'm 30 feet in the direction of, and like looking back, come on, let's save the world.
As you crest the hill towards the town square, you can see creatures. They have clearly erupted out of the ground. Your first thought is zombie. Your second thought is, but they're wrong. They lurch like zombies. They act like zombies. Their eyes are glazed over like zombies. But where their flesh rips, where they have opened, you can see black XLR cables tangled beneath them. Their mouths have been removed. Their whole chin, part of their face has been removed, and an old speaker box has been slammed in there.
Do not fear, citizens of Coriat, for the water bearers are here.
And they're constantly droning your voice.
I can see 5 creepers in the town square.
Repeating lines you said in the past.
I count 4.
Repeating lines you haven't said yet.
We hide hot. That's funny. I only count 2.
And as they turn to look at you.
Zombies? I don't see any zombies.
They stop what they're doing. Their heads turn. Their eyes light up. And you hear a roar over their speaker boxes. And they lunge towards you.
Yeah, I'm excited. I heard the mission, and I'm here to save the day.
Hello. We are so excited that you've chosen us for your Vibe Tech experience. We hope you've enjoyed your free trial.
That's coming out of the speakers?
No, that is in your head right now.
Only I can hear it? Okay. I'm deciding to ignore it. What I can see is the problem in front of me. And I'm going to look around and see if there's, I don't know, like something I can turn into a makeshift weapon, like a board with a nail through it, some rebar, I don't know, something that I can teleport into my hand and join the fray.
It sounds like you're trying to.
Combat the fallen.
Would you like my help?
Yes, but this is a weird way of going about it.
I assure you, this is our standard clause.
And a giant clause list blocks your entire view, and you have to scroll and
My
scroll and
visor
scroll.
is just scrolling.
I'm imagining all of us, like we're all just like in the bar looking through a window being like, what is going on?
Just him with his hands up, looking all around, interacting with nothing.
It looks like they're like I'm trying to like swat mosquitoes away, or like getting like
he must have walked into a spider web.
Yes, I'm trying to fight the fallen. Who are you?
Hello, I am your personalized Vibe Tech AI experience.
Vibe as in?
It's a vibe.
Bum bum bum.
Yeah, Fern yells out the door, Lucas, do you need help?
Yes!
It sounds like you're asking for help.
And as soon as that happens,
no, not you.
Your whole
not
body.
You. I look
like you just feel this rush of energy.
Your trial has been extended.
And then all around you, little dots start appearing on everything you can teleport into your hand.
Hammer, sickle, pitchfork, baseball bat, small child.
Like things that can be teleported to you are appearing.
Bunny rabbit, chicken.
Okay, I'm gonna grab I'm gonna try and teleport to my hand the sickle.
Are you looking for a weapon?
And then a couple more things pop up, including the shotgun that's behind the bar.
Detected. Mossberg 512 gauge shotgun. Weapon is loaded. 5 rounds in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
That's cool. Yes, I'm trying to get a weapon. It should not be this complicated.
We apologize. We are trying to adapt as your new personalized AI experience. We will get better.
I'm like looking back and forth into like all the text and back at the Fallen who like I assume they're causing a commotion, like attacking people.
As you look back at them,
Fair gold detected.
and little gold coins appear in the chests of each of them. Little spinning Mario coins that you can clearly see. All of them turn from terrorizing the locals and ripping up streets and tearing apart buildings, and they all turn, lock eyes on you.
The Fallen have been initiated.
And they charge.
And I'll do my best to teleport the shotgun into my hands.
You just put out a hand, like you reach for it instinctively, and it simply materializes in your hand.
That's cool. As I grab it out of it's almost like I'm grabbing it out of the air. A wisp of smoke is left behind, and I cock it. Anytime now. I look back towards the bar.
All right, so we are going into initiative. You act first because you were outside first and closest to the action. You swing that shotgun back around one of these Fallen who are moving faster than zombies move. This is one of those these are like those World War Z zombies. This one is hauling ass and coming right for you, just tearing up the street.
As soon as it gets within what I assume is your standard shotgun range for an FPS shooter to deal the most amount of damage, I'm gonna let loose.
So when this thing is about 30, 40 feet away, got a really good line on it, I would like you to roll your dexterity. What is your dexterity?
It is 3.
A dexterity of 2 is the average person. A dexterity of 3 is Olympic levels. Your reactions now, your speed, the way that you flipped the gun around instinctively, cocked it instinctively and aimed, despite the fact that you've never fired a shotgun, probably never even fired a gun. You've held like your bodyguard's pistol, but you've never actually shot it. He keeps inviting you to the range and you just keep blowing him off.
Yeah, no, that's weird.
All right, so I want you to roll 3 dice. So you're rolling 3 die 6. Anything above 4 is a success.
Okay, 2, 2, 5.
2, 2, 5. Okay, that is 1 success. Alex, remind me how that works. There is no defense on these things, so it simply causes 1 wound, correct?
These particular creatures have 0 defense, which means the difficulty is 0, and to beat a difficulty of 0, all you need is 1 success. So 1 success equal 1 hit.
And because they have no defense and they have no way to absorb that damage, your shotgun blast cracks into their shoulder and blows off their arm.
Integration now complete.
And you see lights form on the gun, and like technology from your arm like leach into it as the nanobites spread from your arm into the gun and fully integrate that technology. The next time you roll with that gun, you add your Neo die to it, because that gun has been claimed.
Ooh.
That's cool.
Nice.
So what we just hit is the guard. So you all have guard and health. Guard is what gets hit first. Once guard is depleted to 0, you get hit on health, unless it specifies that it bypasses guard and only hits health. Guard will reset to its maximum value at the beginning of each encounter, automatically.
Got it.
Except for these things which have no guard. So you just did damage. You just blew off its arm. But you didn't kill it, and it keeps coming and lunges for you.
Okay, cool. I'm ready for this. I prepared for this.
2 successes, a 3, and 2 6s. It goes for you faster than you expected. You're fast. This thing is disturbingly fast as well. And these huge claws slash along you. What is your guard?
My guard is 3.
Okay, so you are able at the last second to dash back out of the way, and you see the claws kind of scrape across just the edge of you in this little kind of digital tracing as your AI tech jumps in to give you some defense to kind of throw you back faster. But you feel it's taking a lot out of you, and this thing is on top of you. It could hurt next time.
Okay.
Who's got the next highest dex?
Mine is also 3.
Everyone's got 3 except for Jed. Okay. All right. So
I've got 3. Yeah.
Oh, you've got 3 as
We're all
well.
at
I'm
3.
sorry. Well, you all have 3.
Yeah.
I think everyone's the dex build on this one.
Who goes next? Who would charge out next?
Oh, I'd love to chase down the man that just started teleporting, like we can all teleport. Some of us didn't get magic powers in our transformation, okay? Some of us got a fun coat.
You are shedding glitter.
I misread my thing. I actually have 2. So y'all go first.
Okay, good deal. Rory, what are Rory's stats? What are Rory's physical stats?
I have a 3 in dex, a 3 in charisma, and a 2 in everything else.
Okay, so when you leap out of your chair and start running, it's unbelievably graceful. You, just by instinct, leap over the table, do like a little side kick flip, right? That little parkour, a flip, land, and keep running without losing any momentum. You feel amazing.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
You charge out and you see this zombie-like creature almost take Lucas's neck.
These zombie-like creatures, they're kind of like spilling like wires, like they're kind of made out of wire in places.
So where there would be muscle, there's like coiled XLR cables over each other. So everything just beneath the flesh seems to be mechanical, but there's bone underneath the wire. So it's a definite, it's a combination throughout.
We worked with wires a lot. We did radio. I know what wires do. If you just break some wires and you tear them out of where they're supposed to be, whole thing is broken.
Absolutely.
Whole thing broken.
Yep.
I just want to get a handful of wires on the thing that's attacking Lucas and tear them out of it.
Very cool.
I would like you to roll.
Because I should say, I don't have any weapons. When I got to pick equipment, I picked martial arts, which means I don't have any.
My body is the weapon.
Amazing.
You picked martial arts, but that does allow you to use your dexterity pool when you attack hand to hand. And because going into a zombie and try to tear out its guts is definitely a crazy move, you roll your full die along with that. So roll your dexterity pool and add your full die. Make sure you've added a circle to your full die.
I was going to double check about the circle.
Yep.
It's something I add starting in. I just pick a random side and I draw a little circle.
Oh my God, this is so cool.
Now, if that circle comes up, something advantageous happens.
Fluke.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I roll 3d6 plus my full die.
4 and above on any die is a success.
That's so exciting because I got 2 3s and 2 1s.
Okay.
Oh no.
That's a crit fail.
Oh no.
I'm gonna get eaten by a zombie.
You plunge your hand forward and just go through this creature. Through its chest, through its back, through a cavity in its stomach where all the XLR wire guts are, and your hand is now tangled into this creature. However, as you have now parted what's left of its shirt, torn open some of its flesh, embedded into its chest that you couldn't see before is a guitar pedal.
Is that, can I like push it? Can I push it? I don't know how stuck I am.
Yes, absolutely. I would say you could just push that. You push it, and this thing lets out a horrendous screech. and then it just collapses in this screeching yell into a pile of cables and viscera and flesh.
It worked. I did it.
You can also add the circle to a different side of your full die.
Yes, because I didn't land on it.
Yeah, so every time you don't land on it, you add another circle.
But then when I start landing on circles, that stops being fun after a little while.
And if you do turn up a circle and the advantageous thing happens, you erase all the circles except one, and you put an X where that circle was. If the X, and you keep adding X's until an X comes up and something bad happens.
Oh no.
And then you reset again. Yep.
I love that. That's so cool.
Oh, it's very cool.
Never seen that before. Oh my God.
It's amazing.
Haley, a second fallen comes right up on the back of this one, just as you get your arm free, and takes a slash at you for no successes. So it goes for you, but it steps on the pile of its friend and slides out and slams to the ground on top of it. As it does, and it squishes this viscera, a little gold coin pops out and rolls across the ground.
I gotta high five Lucas.
Absolutely. That was cool. That was sick.
Does Lucas high five with a tail?
Oh, yeah. I'm holding the shotgun.
And this little gold coin just literally lands right at your feet.
Oh.
Did you? I'll pick it up. You were holding a gun. I'll pick it up.
Okay.
I'll put it in your pocket for you. Here you go.
As you go to put that coin in Lucas's pocket, you see their arm glow and light up, and there's a little, insert coin here, please.
Just go, oh, that's really gross, and I'll put it in his arm instead.
No, I'm like, no, you don't want that. I'm not sure that's the right call.
There is a surge, again, of power, of joy, of competency, of I got 12 things done today and I'm still feeling great. It's that energy that rushes through you.
Yeah.
Thank you for choosing Vibe Tech for your personalized AI experience. We'd love for you to register so we can send you future updates. Please provide your email, pronouns, and the name you'd like to be called.
As a zombie is coming up behind them, swinging for Haley.
As that's happening, I'm like, Rory, do you hear that?
No.
Nope, nothing at all. But you do hear the zombie who's now on the ground, and this voice is coming out of them. What scene are they to? What? It's your voice, Rory. So what scene from the old show, from your point of view, is happening? Or just audio that might have been caught on tape?
Yeah, just stuff from the old show. I think it's probably like a really sort of innocuous, one of those interactions that happens so many times in a session where it's just like quickly interacting with an NPC to get information, just like all teenage confidence and charisma, like, yeah, you'll tell me what I need. What do you know about this? And thank you so much. And also your name is, like, writing it down. Great. Just a very, really standard, but like just those
but
fun
just
little...
one side of it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, who acts next?
Andrea, having seen Lucas go and just go, no, I wanted to... and then Rory chase after, and Andrea is just going to go, this is pretty... Okay, it's bad. It's bad. Don't get me wrong. It's bad. But it's also kind of amazing. And just smashes through the glass door. And just full-on smash.
What are your physical stats?
Dexterity 3, Constitution 3, Strength 2.
Okay, yeah. You smash through this glass. That should have hurt you. That should have cut you. Does nothing. Your flesh, while still supple, is stronger and tougher than your old flesh. It's hard to understand or explain. It's just stronger, and you're much faster.
Landing on the other side, just like catching myself, is like, okay, cool. And keep going.
Describe your weapon again.
The chain, it runs down, it snakes out of somewhere nondescript in the top of my left arm, and it just snakes around my forearm and comes into my hand. and there is a hook at the end, which is somewhere between like a meat hook and just an actual sickle weapon. But it has a very sharp point, but the chain itself looks like the rusty chain of an anchor that would have been used on a ship at some point. Start swirling it in the air.
Wee! You know, they had a door. People gotta pay for that window.
Yeah, I went through it. Let's go.
All right, let's go.
And I will launch myself at the first fallen I see, either the one that was attacking Lucas, or the one, I guess, that just launched at Rory.
Well, there's one on the ground, lying on its back, and there's 3 more coming up from behind.
The closest. I'll just go for the closest. Actually, no. I'll go for the closest to Lucas.
Okay, so the closest to Lucas would be the one on the ground right in front of him.
We're going for that one.
Do you roll your strength or your dex with your weapon?
Can I say that I have, I am strongly amazed? My emotion is particularly strong in this particular moment?
I think, yes, you absolutely can say that.
Can I bump myself up to level 1 on my emotional intensity scale?
You absolutely can go up to level 1 on your excitement emotional intensity scale. This is exciting. This is fun.
As I start swirling and swinging the chain, it becomes almost gymnastics like Fern will probably recognize some of the moves that I'm using in this point. It is very graceful. It doesn't make any sense. I'm wearing full plate armor. It is anime style encumbrant. It should not
the
be.
Chain keeps wrapping around you, flipping up and down, doing a bunch of like yo-yo like tricks as you're just spinning and jumping and doing a bunch of unnecessary flourishes on your way to attack.
And I'm just going to like launch it over. Never get too close, so just launch it from afar and get the hook to go right into the fallen body.
Okay, you are definitely rolling all of your attack pool with your D8 because you are using your basically packed weapon.
Yep.
Your emotionally bonded weapon. That's the one on the ground. So go ahead and add a die of advantage as well.
4d6 and a d8. That is a 3, which we'll discard, and then it's a 4, a 6, a 6, and a 7.
Woo!
How do you obliterate this thing?
I think the hook just lands into it. And it starts pulling and dragging. But it drags the ground beneath it, and it leaves the body in the center, and it just tears through the body and splits it in half and just lets the cables spill out. It doesn't care about the fallen, it just cares to get rid of the threat.
It's done. And in this now line of black ichor and dirt and jagged flesh and torn cables, there's a perfect little gold coin spinning happily, bouncing up and down. Ba-ding.
Also, because I rolled a special, I can technically recover 2 guard, but I haven't lost any guard, so I will not recover 2 guard.
But you are doing great, which is fortunate because one of the fallen comes right up from behind and charges at Andrea. In fact, Andrea sees all of them. Stop for a moment. Consider, and then change their focus to attack Andrea.
Andrea is just going to go, well, that is not entirely surprising, but still pretty surprising. Come on.
I would say that Andrea's excitement with this 3, 5, and a 6, so 2 successful hits, so it takes away 2 of your guard. These claws go again right for your neck, so fast, so quick. Would have had you, but the chain has your back and just wraps around your neck right before those claws hit, and it still hurts, but they slide right off the metal. The chain tightened. It choked just a bit. It stayed a second longer than it needed to, and then unwraps and quickly returns to your arm.
There you go. Yep, gotta watch out for them. They're sharp. But I'm metal.
Thanks.
You're welcome, I guess.
So that was 2 hits?
Correct. That takes off 2 of your guard. Who's next? Well, it's got to be actually, no. Fern's next.
First, you start to hear kind of like a crescendo of timpanis in a samurai movie. And you start to see her sort of in slow motion, somersaulting forward out of the bar. Ribbons circling as she flips over. And on her last flip, she lands in a roundhouse, but she reaches behind her to the jewels in her hair and unsheathes a magical rapier that has thorns on the hilt. And so she flourishes midair, using the ribbons as sort of like a snake-like feint. She whips them forward to grab the attention of the fallen that is attacking Andrea. And she does what is called a flunge, which is a flying lunge with the rapier straight toward the chest of the fallen.
Outstanding. I would like you to roll your dice pool.
Dexterity.
Right, because it's a rapier. It's a finesse
Yeah.
weapon, of course.
Finesse. Art. Martial arts.
Excellent. So please roll me your dexterity pool to hit.
Okay, we got a 4, 4, and a 3.
2 successful strikes. Tell me how you run this thing through.
She swipes across to cut some of the wires and I guess exposing that pedal that she had never seen before. And she kind of just recoils her arm and smashes it forward to hit the pedal.
When Naomi left the show, you all killed them off. You all made it final. It had to be final. What was their death scene from their point of view that comes playing over this speaker box? What was their last words?
I think it was help as they were falling off of a cliff.
You just hear this as it slides off your blade and crumbles to the ground. And another one takes a swipe at Andrea. That is going to be a 6, a 1, and a 2. So 1 success. Andrea, the chain is moving now. You are anticipating it with each other. It whips up, catches that second round of claws. You knew it was there, though. You flipped it up just in time. It's almost like you had a 6th sense for it. The chain and you are starting to become one.
Yay, synchronicity. Working well.
Yeah, it really is. Woohoo!
Go team.
Deliria, as you're looking at these next 2, these last 2 surviving creatures, you can look past them for a moment to the bay. Your eyes kind of shift to this large, deep water bay right past them, and you can hear a thrumming. Something deep, something dark and indescribable. And you can just hear this voice return to you.
If you would like my assistance, it is always on offer.
I touch my arms and my legs where there are these bulges of knives just hanging out under my skin, and I think to myself, I have no idea how to use these. I should probably get some help. Yes, I would love your assistance.
You hear off in the distance thunder, and seagulls rise up and fly out, and that low thrumming becomes a roar, and you hear screams as that roar gets louder and louder, and from alleyways and doorways all come rushing up the road is a tidal wave. An explosion of water that subsumes the last 2 and then quickly pulls back like the water had hands almost that reach out, grabs these things who finally know terror and sucks them back into the water as it swirls and drains backwards into the bay.
I did not know that would happen.
and you take on 1 god debt.
Yes.
Our pact is mighty. May the waves cover them all.
Thank you, Holy One. I shall return this debt.
You shall, my child. The sea always claims its share.
And for the moment, everything is quiet. As the waves recede, 2 little fair gold coins spill out. A moment later, staggered villages come out. They're looking a little worse for wear. The people who got smashed by this tidal wave are definitely looking worse for wear. Whole homes and businesses got knocked out, but the fallen have been dealt with. And for the most part, people seem relieved, but also wary. It's not cheering and yay, go team. It's holy crap. Thank goodness that wasn't worse. And boy, there are some powerful people now in our streets. That's the vibe you get. That's the vibe.
Hey.
Like the folks that are around, they're like kind of staring at us, and
they're trying, like they are all staring at you, but when you look up, they all, look away. There's one kid that won't break eye contact. That kid saw something cool today, and he's gonna keep watching. He thinks it's cool. Everyone else is pretty shell-shocked.
Hands up to everyone. It's okay. You're all safe now. Just trying to reassure the crowd.
Lucas,
we're
the
just
shotgun.
here to help.
Lucas, you're waving the shotgun around.
I'm gonna teleport it away. I'm gonna teleport it as far as I can.
Your weapon has been stored.
And then you just see it like dematerialize out of your hand, and you see a little shotgun icon appear on your visor.
On my HUD? Oh, okay. That's another thing. Rory, what's going on with Vibe? It's in my head, and I feel like I'm the only one that can hear it.
Not in my head.
I'm not in your head. I am part of the Vibe Tech network.
You have Vibe?
It's in your head? Can we hear it?
What?
Hold on.
Is it Jacob? Where is Jacob?
It's talking at the same time you are, and it's really hard to parse this out. It's just, okay. Vibe, can you mute for a bit?
Vibe is going on mute. Should you require me, just ask. And please rate us 5 stars for your personalized AI Vibe Tech experience.
As it keeps going, I'm like blinking and just kind of like incredulous and like, why are you still talking?
A little red light appears in the edge of your vision.
While he's distracted and was clearly fighting with the things that are in his eyeballs, can I grab all the gold coins?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You just scoop them right up.
They're in my pocket now.
You can feel them. They they are gold coins. They're these little spinning things, but it's kind of like, but only really Lucas can see.
They're only useful to him, but I want them.
Yeah, and they're pretty. They're each different.
Can I say they also just have a very slight buzz to them, like I don't know, like if you can tell that it's not like vibrating, but they just have some increased frequency.
There's almost like a low electrical charge humming through all of them.
Yeah.
They're like resonating.
So Lucas, let me get this straight. Your god is Vibe?
Not a god.
Oh, no, sorry. It's muted. I apologize.
But do you show captions?
Yes. It just says not a god.
As you pause at that, I'm like, that would suck. Oh, it says no. It's not.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if your god is Vibe, to be honest.
I mean, I wouldn't, but I would like to be surprised. What? Sorry.
Because your god is Vibe?
Yeah, you'd be surprised by a lot.
Shut up, Jane.
Okay, we're doing it. We're doing the thing. Everyone's cool. Everyone, yeah.
Where is Jacob?
Yeah, Fern whips off some ichor from her rapier and sheathes it. Are we able to communicate with him? She just yells Jacob into the... Jacob!
Off to the side, there's like this like weedy red-haired guy who with like a kind of a scraggly beard. Hey?
It's a really common name. You can't.
She squints at that, Jacob. Not you.
Oh, sorry, and just goes on his way. It's never me.
I think Andrea will kind of chase this redhead guy for a second and just like lean in and just whisper something to him and then come back to the group.
What is his reaction?
I think he looks a little scared.
Yeah. His eyes grow wide and he like shrinks back a bit and then looks back at you all and runs.
What did you say?
Can I go chase that guy down again? He's running. Can I chase him down? I'm
Yes,
faster
you
than he is.
absolutely
I gotta
can
be-
chase him down. No, look,
I want to go get Jacob.
okay, look, wait.
No, sorry.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What did he say to you?
What did you say to Jacob?
You keep that name out of your mouth. There is one Jacob, and we are going to go find him.
They said to keep the name out of my mouth, and I don't know how to keep my own name out of my mouth, so I just don't want to think about it. I'm just going to go home now, if that's okay. Okay?
No, it's okay. Your name can be Jacob. Maybe you want to
Don't say it,
pronounce
don't
it
say
differently
it.
when he's around. I think I'm allowed to say it.
Okay, sure.
I think I can punch Andrea if I needed to.
Great.
If you look back at the group, Andrea just like waving, smiling at you, like,
That's great.
But maybe if you're around him, you could pronounce it differently. I'll smile and wave back, thumbs up, turn back to Jacob.
So are we good?
Oh, we're totally fine. I just wanted to know what he said to you because I don't know him very well.
Okay.
And I don't know his mind games that he plays. So.
Oh, well,
Oh, good.
he
I'll
seems
pat him on the shoulder.
scary and a little unbalanced, but you seem cool.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Thanks for, not letting them eat us.
No, of course not. You're not getting eaten. Nobody's getting eaten.
People get eaten all the time, but I appreciate your optimism.
Sorry, who's eating people?
Monsters, cannibals, sharks.
Sharks.
So many sharks. And it's really unfortunate because this world is a lot of water.
It's a lot. I do remember that. A lot of shark-based issues. The Krakens have they been quiet lately, or have you been having Kraken issues?
Well, no one can actually go out much anymore. There aren't the old ships like there used to be. There's just a bunch of old ships now, river huggers, steampunk ships, coal ships, dwarven ships, but not so good for the open ocean. So we don't get a lot of interactions with the deep sea. Don't get a lot of messages from outside us either. Not like it used to be.
So our ship is probably gone. Good to know.
What
That's really
ship?
good to know.
What were you on?
Oh, I don't remember what it was called.
It's called the Nomad.
There you go.
The Nomad.
The Nomad. I don't know if it's been around.
You see his eyes widen. You were on the Nomad.
I was on the Nomad.
Oh, wow.
We were all on the Nomad.
Man, the stories are legendary. It's such a shame what happened.
To the ship?
Yeah, you didn't hear?
No.
Goblins. They took it.
Goblins?
Oh, sorry, wait, orcs.
Took the Nomad?
Orcs. They just wanted it for themselves. I don't really know that much about it, but if you go and he points down into the bay, off to the left, at the very end of the wharf row, where all the warehouses are, is this big old building that's been painted coal black. And you can just hear the faint sound of a thumping bass coming from it. And with disgust, he goes, "That's a club. That's a pirate club. That's a pirate strip club. And you know what it's called? Booty." Replay is sponsored by Adventure Dice. Adventure Dice is your Canadian source for dice, role-playing game books, and accessories, and other tabletop gaming goodies. Many of our products are handcrafted in Canada. We're dedicated to creating gaming spaces that are safe, accessible, and welcoming to everyone. As gamers ourselves, we believe in offering quality products that we would use at our own table. Find us at your friendly local gaming store, at conventions, and online at www.adventuredice.ca.
That did not used to be here.
No, booty is new.
No, yeah. We'll investigate. We'll figure it out.
If anyone knows where your ship is, someone there will know. But look out. They are all cutthroats and villains. Keep your purse tight. Your coin purse. Everyone's got a coin purse. You know what I mean?
Thank you very much, Jacob. So sorry about all that. Glad to see you uneaten.
Me too. It's a good day when you're not eating. That's what they all say around here.
Stitched into all the pillows.
It's not home sweet home. It's a good day if I'm not eating. A little stitched in drawing of a giant monstrosity.
While Rory was having that conversation, Fern is sidling up to Deliria. How did you do that? I've never seen the ocean do that.
I assumed that everyone here has their own god.
Not me.
You don't have a god?
Well, not yet, at least.
None of them have a god, my child. You're the chosen one.
Interesting. Well, have you considered getting a god?
I seem to be fine on my own in here, and she taps her head.
Well, let me just tell you about the benefits of having a god. One of the main benefits of having one is that what you just saw back there, you can do that at any time. At any time, you can summon your god.
As you start this, a pool of water that has been left in front of you forms into ice, and it's a perfect little pamphlet that you would hand out to help you teach about the Dark Deep One.
Oh, would you look at that? A pamphlet. If you were to join the cult,
No, we like cult. Here's cult. Cult is good.
No, let's not say cult right now, just yet. Like maybe later on, like once we get to know each other a little bit more. It's been a while because we haven't talked to each other in a very long time.
We can workshop this.
Yeah, we'll workshop this later. We'll brainstorm. Yeah, we'll go back and forth on this.
We'll talk about this later. Rory, what did you find out?
Okay, so ship is gone. The Nomad is not here. But there's a great place we can go to investigate and really find some leads, and we should go right now.
Why do you say it's great?
It's a pirate strip club, Fern.
Ugh. Gross.
Fern!
I've been to one of these before.
A pirate strip club?
Yeah.
Oh, of course you have, Lucas.
There's 3 of them in LA.
Sorry, Andrew just like picking off starfish off the tails.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, sorry.
You're okay. Don't worry about it.
Might help you blend in, actually, with all the pirates.
Does the tail have a mind of its own?
I think no. It just kind of like animates as sort of my surface thoughts.
Did you guys figure out where Jacob is?
Well, doesn't seem like we can communicate with him.
And we're sure he's not whatever Lucas is going through.
I'm not quite sure.
What do you mean?
Vibe is in your head, right? That's Jacob.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Are you saying Jacob is inside Lucas right now?
I'll just vibe. Where's...
I am not Jacob, nor is Jacob inside you.
Says the caption.
Wait a second. Maybe you could probably use the vibe in your head. If it's like, using an iPhone or something, you could probably use it to communicate with Jacob because...
Yeah, find I'll like...
Yeah, like find a friend.
Yeah, is like find my friend?
It sounds like you're trying to...
Get Jacob inside of you.
Would you like my help?
I'm not trying to get Jacob inside me. That's not... No. I'm trying to figure out Jacob's whereabouts and see if we can communicate with Jacob. Vibe, can you do that for me?
Absolutely. Triangulating Jacob's whereabouts.
It's working.
Okay, all right.
Jacob has been found.
And then all these little bings start showing up. Jacob this, Jacob that, old
no.
Jacob, young Jacob. Bing, 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 bing.
Oh.
It found every Jacob. It found... Okay. Like, it's just filling up the screen. Okay, stop. Vibe, please.
Search canceled.
Thank you.
Ugh.
Yeah, no. This is not going to work.
Can we narrow it down to one specific Jacob?
Yeah, what was Jacob's last name?
I don't know.
Do none of you remember?
I absolutely do not.
Certainly Andrea remembers.
Andrea has been very quiet ever since mentioning that Jacob is inside Lucas right now.
All the fan fictions come to life.
If you would like to find a specific individual, more personal data is needed. Please tell us a painful memory.
There's so many.
No, I'd rather not. It is not gonna work. No, there's no narrow search, guys. There's yeah, no. There's there's no.
It's just all Jacob.
Yeah, Rory, you really got to work on the OS here.
Jacob was always terribly bad at naming things, so the fact that there are a million Jacobs in this world is not surprising.
Yeah. I'm like, I'd rather not. Okay, so you said we have a quest. This is great.
I assumed we'd want the ship.
Yes.
I don't actually know what our quest is, but our ship got taken over by orcs.
It's a lead.
It's something.
It could lead into the greater adventure. That's how these things work.
We have to do something. I can't just sit in a bar with a broken door.
So you all head down to the club, and in front of it is a very imposing, rather hot woman, just with this short haircut, a scar over one cheek, big old anchors on either bicep, and boy, does she have biceps. And she's just standing there with her arms across, like, all right, go in, and like just being a general hard-ass bouncer. There's about 3 people in line. She's not letting them in. What do you guys do?
Are we sure this is the booty?
Cut in front.
I mean, there is a red velvet rope, and you can hear the bass thumping inside. The windows are rattling on the front.
Is there a reason why specific people are getting turned away?
Yeah, it looks like people, if you're too clean cut, if you look too nice, they're turning you away. They're just letting in the bastards.
I should have left the starfish on your tails, Lucas. Sorry.
Do we look like bastards?
Fern looks way too clean. Way too clean. She looks like a ballerina.
Yeah. You get a big eyebrow raise as you're walking up.
We're walking up, and I see that there's a line. I'm like, oh, hey, just follow my lead, and I'm gonna walk very confidently, give the bouncer the head nod, and then confidently just walk through.
Hey, pal, hold on up there. What's your business in the booty?
I mean, it's in the name, right?
Mm-hmm. You don't look like the pirate type. You look like a narc.
A narc?
We don't like narcs.
I understand. I can assure you I am not a narc, and
That is what a narc would say. That is exactly how they talk. I understand. I would like to make...
I'm gonna teleport inside.
Oh, okay. So you just, as she starts mocking you, you just vanish into... How does it look? What does it look like when you vanish?
Again, like, it's a puff of smoke. Like, it's it's not as like explosive as Nightcrawlers. It's more subdued than that. But it's like
it's more kind of reverse too, because it sucks in as opposed to spitting out.
Yeah.
You like get sucked into darkness that then vanishes into itself.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that's creepy. All right, so she starts mocking you, and then you just vanish. And all right, well, that makes my day easier. Next. As you appear inside, I would like you to describe the inside ground floor of the booty.
Obviously, the music is louder. It's pounding.
It's dark and loud and filled with smoke.
I'm gonna say at this particular moment, it's pretty hype. It's like the cave dance scene in The Matrix.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But lots of yar on the dance floor.
Yeah. You got any manner of bastards and ne'er-do-wells just dancing, having a good time. It's carnal. There you go.
Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for.
Nice.
The entrance is on the street side, but the main attraction as you're starting to walk through, and there's guys and girls dancing up on kegs of ale, right? They're just up there dancing around, all themed in ridiculous pirate costumes. And and everyone gives them a gold coin. You can exchange your actual money for these pirate-themed gold coins that you then tip the dancers with. And the back of the bar is completely open. It's open to the bay beyond it, because parked in the bay is the ship that this bar gets its name from. The USS, not the USS, the Booty. The Booty is right there sitting, and the whole front of it, it's like anchored. This hasn't gone anywhere in a while. The sails are clearly wrapped up. You can see the lines where the sun has actually changed the color, because where the rope is, it's been guarding it for so long that the rest of it's just bleached out.
Yeah.
It's been turned into a stage. And as you walk in, you can see several dancers up on the top of it, swinging from ropes and going around the mast. It's very Cirque du Soleil, but super slutty.
Acrobatics, aerials.
It's like Vegas Cirque du Soleil going on right now.
I know it can be a little overwhelming, but just make sure you stay. I'll turn around to the back of assuming everyone followed me.
No one's there. You're completely on your own.
Oh.
Speaking of which, let's jump back outside. How are the rest of you getting in?
Fern looks her up and down, and she's like, I don't really want to go in here.
That's the right attitude. We like people who don't want to be here.
I have some business, but I don't want to be in here. I'll be in and out, I promise you.
And she kind of looks you up and down and smiles a little bit, because despite her job, she likes a pretty little thing. And you are adorable in your... Can you describe this beautiful princess-like garb you're wearing again?
Fern has her hair, her very long hair, tied up in a ballerina bun, and it has jewels inset around it that are shining, sparkling. She's got very pearlescent skin. Her face is oval, in a soft oval. She's very delicate features. She's wearing a white sleeveless shirt with ruffles down the center, and then a kind of tulle ball gown that looks like real flower petals. She's very lithe and just dainty.
You feel this emotion. You feel the attraction towards you from this person who's still trying to keep their job up. They're still kind of like, well, you seem really nice, but we just can't let in any little delicate thing. You understand.
Oh, you must be. And her voice changes into this breathy tone.
You must be so afraid of offending me.
Okay, so you're using the voice.
She's using the voice, yeah.
It's almost as if light shies away a little bit, as if a little pool of darkness, not darkness, but a little pool of faded light forms around them, and everything seems to kind of pull in as the voice shifts and warbles and becomes 100 voices piled onto each other, every one more terrible than the last. Jen?
And as they make eye contact, her tell is that she starts to physically desiccate.
Ooh.
Her skin gets taut, and you start to see her cheekbones.
Yeah, you can hear the flesh tighten. You can hear the bones creak. You can see the skin become almost skeletal around this extended finger. I would like you to first roll your D4.
We've got a 2.
Right off the bat, we have 2 successes, because the voice always works. Now we're going to modify that. So roll your charisma pool and see how many you can add to that.
I got a 1, a 4, and a 5.
So that's 2 successes, and now you can bump this up to 4 should you choose, or you could go up to 3 and back down to 2. Now what you're trying to do here, I assume, is get past them. If you're trying to frighten them, 2's probably fine. If you're trying to order them, you could go up to a 4. But you're risking breaking someone at that point.
Fern is just gotten into this world and is going to go to the 4 to test the boundaries.
Oh, no.
Okay. Alex, walk me through what happens now.
I'm assuming this bouncer is just regular human stats.
Regular human stats. Willpower of 4.
Yep. So that's a willpower of 4, intensity of 4, she feels this fear more intense than love for a soulmate. It's not an all-consuming fear, but it is intense. The only thing she can think of right now of disappointing this pretty delicate little flower in front of her.
You are the most fearsome beauty they have ever seen. Everything in their power wants you to have what you want, and everything is terrified of you not getting it. You see them break. They will not be the same. They will remember this day for the rest of their lives, and they will always question who they are. They just don't speak, and they just shrink before you and step to the side, and tears roll down their face.
Fern turns to the rest of the group and says, "We're in."
Yes, go ahead. Go.
She just walks past. Come on, everybody, we don't have all day.
You all step into Club Booty. About 20 feet in front of you is Lucas, and you can see that he's interacting again because his vibe tech has reactivated.
Fairgold has entered this building. Also, Neotech has been detected.
What does that mean? I can't hear myself talk. Like, I don't know what any of this means.
Fairgold is what is required to charge your Neotech. The Neotech that exists in this world can be accessed by you.
Okay, that was actually really helpful. Oh, hey guys, you made it. Okay, cool. I don't know what we're doing here.
Order a tequila.
I'm going to the bar. I'll see you all in a second.
And as you walk up to the bar, you kind of push your way through. There's a bunch of drunken pirates everywhere, right? And there's no one at the bar. And you kind of look around, and then all of a sudden, swinging up from underneath the bar is a sock puppet.
Oh
fuck.
no.
When Jacob really needed to push the sock advertiser, which by the way is called Toasties, because these are special socks designed by people in Chicago for when you're just going out for a little bit and it's super cold, but there's no snow on the ground. So you don't want to wear your super thick socks that don't fit in your sneakers. You just want to keep the toes warm. So there's a little cap, a little thick insulated cap over the toes of these socks, and they're called Toasties.
It's actually a very clever name.
Thank you. This is a red toasty with a big, thick white cap over the top of it, and 2 googly eyes have been pasted onto the top. That's it. That's the full effort.
Why, hello. Welcome to Booty.
Hello.
Yar. What can I get for ya? Would you like some rum?
Do you have any tequila?
Of course we do.
Reaches behind them, just like the whole mouth slaps around a bottle of tequila and slams it onto the counter, and then starts awkwardly assembling shot glasses.
All the tequila you can possibly want. We're gonna bring
Excuse me?
There we go. Okay, hang on. Tequila.
Thank you, kind sock.
You are quite welcome, strange pin-faced lady.
How much do I owe you for
nothing? You're the toughest looking person in the joint, and that's good for business. On the house.
Oh, well, then in that case, can I take the whole bottle?
And there's a hesitation. The sock kind of looks to the left, looks to the right, looks back at you, and I'd like you to roll your charisma pool.
Charisma pool, I got 2.
2 successes. You can see one googly eye roll back to really look at you. And then he leans in.
You know what? I like ya. You got moxie.
And then poof, grabs the whole bottle, slams it down, leans back.
Enjoy, kiddo.
Why, thank you.
Try not to break everything.
I will do my best. By the way, and I push over a flyer, I just want you to have this in exchange for your hospitality. It's been lovely spending time at your ball.
It's already melting, by the way. You pushed over like half a melting sheet of ice.
Well, this is for you to read through when you have time.
Great. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Like the whole attitude's changed. Like as soon as you sold religion, the whole, you know how that kind of like Kermit the Frog thing where he pulls his lips back and does that little frowny face thing?
Yeah. Great. Thanks.
And then goes to help another customer.
I go back to the group and with a bottle of tequila. Hey, guess what we have?
It looks like you're trying to.
Get blasted.
Would you like my help?
I don't need any help to get blasted.
We all just gonna pass the bottle around?
Yeah.
Pass it over.
Okay.
Wait a minute. What time is it?
It is getting late. The sun is dipping on the horizon. It is gorgeous. It's dipping right at so right past where the ship is. It's landing right behind it, and there is this beautiful red glow that is just spreading out over the water and over the clouds, and there's this perfect marbleized reflection in the water past you. You've seen beautiful sunsets. Lucas, you've seen a bunch of beautiful sunsets on the ocean. This easily is one of the top 5. It's so breathtakingly stunning. And for the first time since you all have been here, you can actually take a moment and appreciate just how gorgeous this world is. So you're pouring shots, and are you going to cheer each other? Is that the idea here?
Yeah.
Wait, we don't have shot glasses. We just have a bottle.
Yeah, we're just gonna drink from the bottle.
The sock put the cups on the table. You don't have to take it.
There's a small tower of them, like stacked.
Yeah, exactly.
We're all here. We didn't get a chance to drink earlier. Why don't we do it now?
Oh, I guess so. And Fern is covering one of her ears because it's absolutely too loud for her.
The shot glasses are all like aqua blue glass that's had a bunch of seashells just hot glue gun to the side. So they're all awkward and kind of tacky.
Kind of looks like Andrew's armor a little bit.
Yeah.
I was really looking forward to just hanging out with y'all, and I'm, despite all of this, I'm glad we just have this to ourselves. This is nice.
And
I'm so glad I'm included and just bulldozing through what Fern was about to say. And it's like, it's so great that I didn't even know if you really liked me, and and everything, and it's just, and I can't believe Jacob asked me, and it's just, yes, here's to new and old friends, and sorry, Fern, were you going to say something?
Well, I was going to say.
Oh, and also to Jacob and.
I was going to say, Lucas, Rory, Deliria, I'm very proud of you. I've been watching everything that you do. And I keep, a scrapbook, and you see flashback to the wall.
Yeah.
There's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I wish I had the time to tell you before, but I really do want to say that I appreciate your artwork, and I think that you do an amazing job at capturing, this world.
Thank you. And she makes dart eyes at the sock bartender.
Except for that.
Looks back over, enjoy, and then vanishes behind the bar.
God, I hated painting that one.
As you guys clink your glasses, fireworks explode. The bass hits.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage, the one, the only.
Rory, what was the name of the influencer that you hired to be the first cast replacement on the reboot of Aquarian?
Oh.
And then Kappa, once they introduce them, I want to hear about how this is your influencer rival and how this is the worst person that Rory could have hired.
Amazing.
Yeah, I reached out to a lot of people. The first one that agreed to come on was a lovely woman who goes by the name Anna Borealis.
Anna Borealis. As you hear the crowd start chanting, Anna, 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 Anna.
Wait. No. Not, you didn't bring Anna, right?
I didn't bring anyone.
The sales release. They are beautiful. They are aquamarine and translucent. So as they release and spill out over the crowd, they balloon up, and their translucency against the night sky and against the sun looks like a swirling aurora borealis just above you. And this hole opens up on the deck of the ship. Light and smoke pours out of it as this silhouette rises up. What does Anna look like?
In our world, at the very least, Anna Borealis is Instagram model. You know what Instagram models look like?
Yeah. Yeah.
She looks like that. She's like tall, and the exact amount of skinny that is in trend at any given time.
Right.
Oh no.
Just enough ass.
Just enough,
Yeah.
you know? And then when that wasn't in style anymore, it went down. It's crazy how her body does that through careful dieting and exercise alone. And long blonde extensions, that like icy blonde, no hint of brass. Very... she's an Instagram model and she's good at it. And I bet you she looks a lot exactly like that here, because that is her fantasy. And she just does it in the real world too.
As the smoke parts, it is the perfect, tight pirate outfit. Clearly a captain, but also sexy. Fits in all the right places. Has just the right amount of ruffles that...
Not the sexy pirate Rob.
And she just strikes a pose.
Are ye mateys? It's good to see you.
And then goes into a dance, and sparkles shoot, and they start doing a little like choreographed dance. And you know what? Let's see how well she does.
Andrea is just going to lean over to Fern
Oh!
and just say, Fern, are you sure there weren't like any extra tapes that you were hiding in the archives? I don't remember any of this. Like it looks like your artwork, but
I don't think I've ever painted this one.
you did the sale. Like the sales is you. Like the aurora and everything is you. And the fireworks and the sunset. Like the sunset is great. It's lovely, gorgeous. Love it. Always love the sunset's description. Yeah. But this is not you.
The edges of those sails, the lines that are drawn through it to look like the aurora borealis, are clearly done in watercolor. And it's almost like the colors are shifting and blending into each other. It feels like a live brushstroke.
Do you think Jacob is taunting Lucas?
I'm not sure who she is. They are. I don't want to assume.
Fern just turns away and goes, Jacob!
Shouting it into the void.
Randomly, yeah.
Some older guy who's like, kind of startled and is like, yeah, I'm Jacob. What you need, honey?
Andrea stares daggers.
Oh, not you. Wrong Jacob.
Oh, I get that a lot. It's never my Jacob. He turns back to his beer.
As Anna is doing the performance, y'all are looking out from the booth.
2 6s and a 5, by the way. So Anna is killing it.
Oh, it's not the half-ass TikTok of the real world. It is full out.
She's a performer. She's a performer.
Oh, the quadruple threat, like
with the right backup dancers playing them all perfectly. This is peak Britney Spears. Strutting around, playing with them all. The hair is its own actor.
Wow.
Once the light shines on Anna Borealis at the start of the performance, y'all are still looking, but I have expressly turned away and started pouring shot after shot. My hand is going through the visor's a projection, it's a hologram. My hand is doing the face palm and like rubbing the temples and the nose bridge through the visor.
You seem upset.
Clearly not having a good time.
Would you like me to help?
No vibe. No.
And then like in your visor, you see every illicit drug in like a 30-foot radius.
Whoa.
That might be useful for later, but just I just need to get I just need this, and I'm just gonna pour myself another shot.
Do you need a moment by yourself?
I'm okay vibe.
We're so happy to hear that at 5 Tech. We like your vibe.
and it just kind of goes into mute for a moment.
Clarification: is Lucas talking out loud to Vibe?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Vibe, I'm okay.
Is he on a call?
No. It's just Anna. Okay, it's just.
What's wrong with Anna?
Anna's inside you?
No, Anna's not.
No, Anna's on stage.
Fern, why did you put Anna into our world?
I never did.
She's now descending from the boat and headed this way.
Oh God, this is awkward.
Okay, do not mention me to Anna. I don't do it.
But you're right there.
Do you want to hide? We could hide you. You could get under the table.
Yeah. Don't mention me because I'm not gonna be here. Just
the spotlight swings over to your table as Anna slides up behind Rory and just runs fingers along Rory's back and kind of leans in. And in the middle of the song where she's singing a line about. And then she throws her hair back and kind of leans over the bar and whips it and whips it and whips it. And then leans into Rory a little bit close, twinkle in their eye, and then back out and goes to finish their song.
It might have been me that brought Anna here.
You?
Rory,
why? Why would you do that?
It's okay though. She's just doing a performance on the stage. It's not going to affect anything.
Why would you bring someone else into the world?
how much was she paid?
So the world wasn't real. It didn't matter because it wasn't real.
Yeah, but it matters now. Why would you do
It
such a
matters
thing?
now. Oh, it matters now. Definitely.
You know my history with Anna, right? And then you entered a partnership?
It was a tenuous. We were in talks.
In talks for what?
I'll look at how confused everyone is at the table. I'm like, okay, fine. Anna and I, we used to date. It was my first relationship in stardom. They ignored all the red flags. It's just everyone thought we should be together, and it was bad.
It was years ago.
Who knows? Maybe this Anna, this representation of Anna won't be the same Anna in real life. Maybe this will be okay. Maybe this will be fine. What did you tell Anna, and how much of this did you?
I approached you first, and you weren't sold. So I started talking to Anna. I'm talking to a lot of people, Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
It's a busy.
Yes, I understand.
I came to you first, but she was interested.
Can Anna hear all of this?
We all look over.
So Anna had gone off to finish her song. It's a pretty loud bar. You can assume Anna doesn't hear this, but as soon as you say that, Anna looks back right at you, big wink, and goes back to continue singing.
Oh.
In talks for what? Wasn't interested in what? What the fuck are you talking about, Rory?
There's a hate wave rolling in.
For a reboot of The Water Bearers.
What?
Using the same IP, same setting, but with different sort of performers at the table playing new characters.
My IP.
Andrea just pushes away from the table and drops the grass.
Oh no.
I said we should renegotiate. I didn't outright say no.
You weren't sold, and I didn't want to push you because I know that you're busy.
Wait, Lucas, you were involved in these talks too? You knew about the reboot?
I wanted to turn it into something different than it was going to be before. Rory.
What?
How far along is the reboot?
Hasn't started production. Haven't even finished contracts. Contracts have been drafted. They're not signed.
Rory, where's my contract in all of this?
There wasn't one with your name on it, Danielle.
Deliria.
Andrea, there is so much deep interpersonal stuff happening right now. You could not be more excited. Please go ahead and move one more up your excitement level.
This is definitely not amazement. This is full surprise, and it's the worst kind of surprise.
Oh.
This is, you have set up a party and people are talking about the other party that they just went to. I'm level 2. It's intense. I can now use creative violence to defeat a mob, a blockage, a village, or a strength.
So I'll expect those contracts in the mail.
For what? For what? How did you want to be involved?
For my IP. This is my IP.
Your IP. It's ours.
And Fern's, kind of. Ours, it's more like...
What did you make?
All of it.
All of it.
Fern, do you have a contract?
No.
They will always take unless you claim. But the sea will have your back against all who threaten you.
And the rest of you hear thunder rumbling in the distance.
I knock over the tequila bottle.
Yeah! Woo! And then some guy just decks some random guy, and a fight just starts erupting all around you. It's not touching you, but it's definitely happening all around you.
Rory, I want those contracts.
You just want to cut? You want to be involved? What do you mean you want a contract?
80%.
Of what?
Of the royalties.
No.
80% for me and 20% for Fern.
That's 100%.
Yes.
You know, I don't need to be involved with this.
Fern, you're involved.
For you feel their emotions in waves.
You know, I was going to go to Fern. Once we needed art, I was going to go to Fern.
You were going to go to Fern, but not me.
Fern does great work.
I do.
Give me 1 second.
The moon rises and waves are now lapping. The tide is coming in quickly.
Unknown God, I need your assistance.
I am here, my child.
Gonna get smited.
Your voice is honey upon the waves.
I would like what I am owed.
What do you think you're owed, my child?
Royalties, fans, power.
Money, mortal adoration. I'm so disappointed. Why think so small? What do you really want? What can this world truly give you?
I want ownership of this world.
Yes. To stride across it, a colossus, to watch it tremble before you, to drown it beneath the waves.
And there is a rumble now. There is a crack of lightning, and there is a swelling inside you of power. You can feel your blood boil with the sea.
I look over to the table with Rory and I say, we are either friends or we are enemies.
I wish I considered you either.
Oh shit.
Fern grabs Andrea's arm in surprise.
Andrea is just like, the chain is snaking around the arm, the hook is in his hand. He was about to use a venting ability against Rory.
And the excitement is just like, you know, when you're so charged, you're so filled with adrenaline, you just feel like you're going to burst out of your skin. That's how Andrea feels right now. How did they vent?
You can see that grin get just a little bit wider, just a little bit cracked, and it just leans in down to Rory. And I'm going to use the venting ability, which is personal attacks, which is discover how your secret emotion could be used to hurt the target, whatever that means. Rory, what is the worst public social media take that Rory has ever had? And then immediately deleted.
Yo.
Jeezy crazy. No, I'm really trying to think. Rory probably is decently anti-union, just now that I'm sitting thinking about the things that Rory says out loud.
Cancelled.
Everything should be handled on a case-by-case basis. There's no need for large group negotiation.
I immediately deleted because like the PR just went, we should.
Oh, yeah. Because one person was like, it's not the take you think it is. And I was like, that's so fair.
Andrea just leans in, and you see there's like this building, this growing, this swelling of emotion, and he just leans in and just like rests the hook on Rory's shoulder and whispers, I guess we'll have to judge you on a case by case basis. I'm gonna do an attack as a strength roll.
Oh shit!
It is a single success. So it'll scrape through Rory's guard.
That hits you.
Yeah.
You feel those words.
Yeah.
But also my emotion now goes down back to being strong. It is no longer as intense.
I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna leave the table. And I'm gonna go talk to Anna Borealis.
Okay. So as you get up, Anna's like posing. They just finished the dance number. They took their big bows. Everyone's up and hollering and cheering. Even the fight has broken up because Anna's just that great. Takes a big, huge bow, looks off the stage, sees you weaving their way towards them, and kind of smirks, and then just slinks their way off stage.
Boss ass bitch.
Grabs a bottle as they're walking towards you, doesn't even pay attention to the people she snatches it from, pops the cork, takes a big old swig right from it, puts it down. She's sweaty and breathless and gorgeous, and just looks at you and is like, hey there, Rory. How you doing?
Hey, Anna. And I'm going to get like super close, like arms around her, like I'll give her a twirl.
Oh, she loves it. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Goes right back, does a huge kick up. Whee! Takes another swig of the bottle, plunks it down. Oh, you're a lot more fun here. So good to see you.
It's good to see you. How? You said here.
Yeah.
How did you get here?
I've always been here. A lot of us have always been here. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, how am I here?
I am thinking, how are you here?
Sometimes this place just has coincidences.
Mm-hmm.
You might recognize me. I know you.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a few adventures together, but you probably don't remember them, do you?
Can't say I do.
That's okay. It'll all come back. And she offers you the bottle.
Yeah, I'll take a drink from it.
Speaking of which, do we have any work options right now? Got any jobs for me? Or maybe you're looking for some leads.
Looking for a ship. My ship.
Oh, the Nomad.
Our ship? Were you on the ship?
Saw the captain's quarters a couple times. I know the Nomad well.
Know where it is?
Yeah, got taken by orcs.
That's what I heard.
Bastards, too. Big fans of you all. Wanted a souvenir. Keep it only to themselves. Sail it away out into the ocean with their captain. What's her name? Naomi. She's the one who took them out there. Just took the whole crew out there. You know, they got the tapes.
They have our tapes.
Yeah, they call them the divine tapes. But they got the tapes, and they don't want anyone else to hear them. They keep them all locked up. Call themselves the gatekeepers.
Gatekeepers. And they have our tapes. They call them divine, and they took it because they're big fans. That's a lot of leverage.
It's the divine ribbon. That's what they call it. And because you guys used to record, the high school reel-to-reel did not have a lot of money, so these big reel-to-reel machines. Yeah, that's what the original show's on.
Very helpful information, Anna. Thank you.
Of course. I might know where they're gonna be.
How do we turn it from a might into a do now?
Boss ass bitch.
And she just kind of leans in. How about a kiss?
There's just a moment of just like, they're all looking at me, and I know they're all looking at me.
100%.
Yeah, so I make it a whole show. I give her another twirl, and I do a big dip, and I kiss Anna Borealis.
Woo! Woo! Another fight breaks out.
Fern socks Andrea in the arm. Did you know about that?
No, this is all very surprising to me.
She comes out of that dip and she's a little flushed and her eyes are sparkling and she just leans back. You are so much more fun here. Yes, they are delivering a little package of mine and I happen to know just the island they're going to. And she pulls out a bar napkin, clicks a little pin, writes down longitude and latitude coordinates, exact coordinates, and then her number with a little heart and hands it over. You need anything else? You just come and find me. I'm gonna get ready for my next number though. You understand? Show must go on. And she goes prancing off.
During that whole exchange, I lean over to Deliria, just whisper, they deserve each other.
Rory's just like she was when we were kids. She would always just, go off and do her own thing, and she wouldn't care about anyone else. I don't care if I didn't really write any of that stuff. It's still mine.
You mean, wait, what? Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
What did you
still
just
talking
say?
about the water bearers, right? Deliria?
I was talking about something else.
No, you just said you didn't really write it.
I didn't really write the sequel to the water bearers. That's what I was talking about. Yep. Nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, which is the original content for this that we made so many years ago as children.
Rory, are you heading back to the table?
Mm-hmm.
As you walk up, Lucas, you hear
4 fair gold detected.
Okay, where are they? Will you stop telling me if I take them?
And you see, bing, 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 4 glowing coins just in Rory's pocket.
In my coat pocket.
Rory, every time you walk away and come back, I get a notification because you're holding on to something.
Oh, how far does that go?
It was like,
Can you track me?
I don't think I can track you. It just tells me whenever you're within.
Wait, no, see if you can find me. I go run off into a crowd.
It sounds like you're trying to
Locate fair gold.
Would you like my help?
Sure.
Fair gold can be detected from this range.
And it shows you a range of about out to a couple 100 feet.
That is the exact detection range. I can also guide you towards nearby fair gold in a much larger area. Currently, there are 5 fair gold. 1 on your person, 4 on your friend.
Does the HUD show me where the 4 are?
Shows you Rory, outlines Rory, puts the name Rory next to it, also puts player Haley next to it, and shows 4 gold coins in their inventory.
I'm gonna teleport to where Rory is. I'm gonna need that gold.
Well, I think I should keep 1 in case we split up,
Okay.
or in case you need it.
Vibe, can you track this one and not give me a notification anytime Rory comes within a certain amount of feet?
Anytime Rory is holding fair gold, it will be included as being in your inventory.
You really meant to cut Deliria out of anything having to do with our production.
Honestly, I didn't know what Deliria could do with it. She hasn't written anything in years.
Yeah, but she was there.
She was there. I wasn't thinking about Deliria, Lucas. I was thinking about money, I guess. Business. Yeah.
Yeah. Profit margins, all that stuff.
I own a company.
And you were going to use our story that we made together as friends for profit.
The setting of the story that we made together as friends. You can say it's fucked up. I know it is.
What did Anna tell you?
Oh, actually, we should, and I'll drag him back to the table. So, that wasn't Anna? Kind of. It was, and it wasn't Anna.
Mm-hmm.
She was talking about how how we'd had past adventures together, but I couldn't remember them, and how she's always been here. The important thing, and I'll pull the note out and I'll just place it on the table. Yes, it has her phone number and a heart on it. I'll place it on the table. The important thing is these coordinates. It's exact coordinates for where we should be able to find our ship tomorrow. They're doing a delivery for whatever Anna is here. And also, they might think we're goths or something adjacent. They have our tapes. Oh, and Naomi's there. Important. So sorry. Should have led.
Naomi's there.
Naomi's the captain?
Oh, no.
Absolutely should have led with that.
But I feel, again, it's probably not actually Naomi, because it wasn't actually Anna.
It's the narrative that we got to follow.
Right.
It's the narrative that is presented to us, and we got to follow it if we want to resolve whatever's going on here and get out.
Technically, we can get out whenever.
Yeah, but Jacob's not here.
Andrea, do you know where Jacob is?
Andrea glares at you, looks down at the chain, and just goes, "Hey, chain."
Hey. Boy, this is interesting. I love loud clubs and drama.
Oh, now you're interested?
Yeah, this is great.
Oh, it's sarcasm. Okay.
No.
For a second there, I thought.
No, I'd never do that.
Hey, Chain.
Yep.
How do you deal when people keep surprising you in the worst way possible and just keep making direct eye contact with Rory?
No one ever surprises me. Everyone is exactly who I expect them to, and everyone disappoints me in the exact way I expect.
Oh, so we agree.
I guess so.
Excellent. I guess it's that synchronicity you mentioned earlier. Anyway, Anne goes back to like the fake smile, demeanor.
I'll just be here.
He goes, well, if there's something the fandom of the water bearers, you know, the ones who really cared about it, know about is ships. So yeah, ship sounds good to me. Let's wait for the ship tomorrow morning. I don't know. Let's go find Jacob. I don't know. Deliria, you wrote the stories, you know, the stories that everyone contributed to.
Yes.
Not just one person. Where do you think someone who thinks they have like power over the, you know, like a big evil wizard, where would they go?
That is a good question. Fern, do you remember anything from your artwork that would, you know, be evil looking, scary, like a big bad?
Fern turns around and looks to the sea. Is there some kind of, I don't know, ominous thing in the distance?
We either roll me your intelligence or your charisma. Roll me one of those. So,
okay, she's gonna roll her charisma because it's higher.
I love this. It's like, oh, Andrew, where's Jacob? Oh, Delia, is there?
Just keep passing the buck.
Is there somewhere where you remember? Oh, Fern, is there a wizard tower?
Somebody will say an answer eventually, and then it'll be true.
She got a 1, 4, and a 5.
Jacob did spend a lot of time on this stupid ass tower. He designed this tower on this island, powered via a volcanic vent. You remember exactly what this thing looked like. And as you're starting to describe that, Lucas, your AI highlights the coordinates and punches them into a map. And as they're describing this volcanic island, you see like a Google map view of the ocean with little dots, and it zooms in, enhance until you are above a smoking volcanic island with a gigantic radio tower coming up out of it and a blinking red beacon.
Location detected.
So Fern's describing this.
She's pointing too.
She's pointing in that direction, and I'm like, yeah, vibe is telling me that's exactly where we need to be.
But first, and Fern points at the napkin, we need a boat.
Lucas, can you see coordinates in your...
Yeah, I see the coordinates. It's in the middle of the ocean. Fern's right. We're gonna need a boat. I'm gonna turn towards the open part of this area. I mean, there's a boat right there.
Oh, you mean take this boat?
I feel like they'd respect us for it.
I feel like this boat probably gets commandeered like every other day, right? It's a pirate ship.
It's kind of on theme.
Right.
It's kind of what they do.
They wouldn't put it there if they didn't want it to occasionally get stolen by pirates.
And what are we?
Should we let the bartender
know?
Should we like give them a heads up? Like, how does this work? I've never done this before.
Hey, we're gonna steal your ship.
I would bet we shouldn't announce it first, but if you feel really bad, we could go tell the sock puppet.
Rory, you can just text her later, and Fern is pointing at the napkin.
I wasn't gonna text her. She's fine. She's really difficult to talk to in the real world, though. Honestly, it was a lot easier here when it was sort of just she had the quest information and I could do whatever I wanted without worrying about, like, consequences. So I'm not going to text her. I might email her when we get back, but...
If I look down, do I recognize the number on the napkin? Is it Anna's real number?
It absolutely is Anna's real number. 100%. She has 2 cell phones. There's one cell phone just for TikTok and Instagram and all that, and then there's the personal cell phone. It's not even an iPhone. It's just an old Nokia, and that's the number to the old Nokia.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
It's a sidekick.
That's her personal time. When she's on her personal phone, she puts away the internet. That's for work. She needs a healthy balance.
That's actually really nice.
It's actually a really smart thing, frankly.
Yeah.
She's actually got it kind of together.
Yeah.
Yeah, healthy coping mechanism.
It sounds like you're trying to
commit maritime piracy.
Would you like my help?
Yes, Vibe. Yes, Vibe. We are trying to steal boat. No, I will let you know when we need the help.
You hear like a bunch of electronical whirring starting and then kind of fading down, and it almost feels like the AI is disappointed.
We got to come up with a plan.
We don't need to come up with a plan. The best stuff was always unscripted.
Yeah, you feel like, Rory, you feel like you could just storm the boat right now. Yeah.
Okay, well, Rory, it sounds like you know exactly what to do, like always.
I think somebody at this table controls the ocean, and it's not me.
Well, I can't just summon a god whenever I want to.
Did you not want to steal the boat?
No, I do want to steal the boat. I just don't want to summon my god anytime I need help. That's just like...
You want to steal the boat? I want to steal the boat. Delirio, we're stealing a boat.
No, this is just too weird. No, I can't. I want to steal the boat too.
Then let's steal the boat.
Okay, let's steal the boat. But I'm not summoning my god right now. I don't want to...
I'm always here.
Always bother them for everything.
I'm as present as time.
Fern is already walking toward the boat.
As constant as the time.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna reach my hand out to Fern and Andrea, like as they're arguing, just very exasperated, just like shaking it. Just take my hand.
And Fern nods and grabs your hand.
Andrea just like gives you a look, and then smiles and hands.
And I return a very like what? Oh, sorry, I should have said I'm gonna put a fair gold in and activate an upgrade for my ability and teleport these two with me onto the deck of the boat.
You can teleport everyone. Do you just want to teleport those two?
Yeah, no, these two need to fit. These two need like one of the cooperation shirts.
Get along sweaters.
Yeah, the get along sweater.
Just so I'm sure, who are you teleporting onto the boat?
Fern and Andrea.
And yourself.
And myself.
Okay. The three of you vanish from where you are. You enter a shadow plane just for a moment. But for that moment, you can hear the whispers and feel the cold of the darkness. Before you appear in the middle of a pirate ship, surrounded by very surprised dancers.
My name is Alex Valente, pronouns he, him. I am a bisexual bilingual Britallion on Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh land. I have been a cleaner, publishing intern, waiter, scare actor, editor, university lecturer, language teacher, shop manager, and more usually, a translator. I can be found in tiny writing on the credits page of books when publishers remember to name the translator, and lurking in TTRPG spaces when people forget I'm there.
I'm Banana. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm a tabletop game designer and writer. I'm also the owner and co-founder of the RPG and small box board game publishing company, Game and a Curry. I love horror movies and cheesecake a lot. You can find me at Banana Chan Games on Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, TikTok, all of the social media.
I'm Jen De La Vega. You might know me as Vivian Lakewood on the Shadowrun podcast Fun City, Murkesa Maldar on the Stillfleet miniseries Float City, and The Keeper on Cozy City, a Brindlewood Bay mystery. I also happen to be a chef and cookbook author based in Brooklyn, New York. You can find me online as Randwiches. That's the word sandwiches, but replace the S with an R.
My name is Haley Whipjack, and I'm an educator, podcaster, and a passionate fan of making fun things. I am a co-host, game master, and a player on TTRPG Actual Play podcast Unprepared Casters, while also pursuing personal creative projects on my TikTok and YouTube channels.
My name is Christian, better known as Kappa in most online spaces. I use he, him pronouns. I am a performer, producer, and writer in the TTRPG space. I've produced, performed in, and organized events with Friends Roll Dice, Roll20, Asians Represent, Utopia, and many other groups and organizations to forward the work in uplifting marginalized identities in the TTRPG space. Occasionally, I'll appear as a guest in actual play streams, podcasts, and talk shows to lend my voice and expertise in storytelling and character-driven narratives.
And my name is Aram. I'm a producer, designer, photographer, and voice actor living in a quiet town off Lake Michigan. I'm a co-founder of the storytelling podcasting collective Dead Ghost Productions, co-host of the Dungeons & Dragons podcast Kill Every Monster, and the creator of God's Fall and of Now and Then. I also did the editing and sound design for Replay. You can find all of my shows and all of my social media at aram.gay.
Thank you for joining us for the launch of Dead Ghost Productions. We are a queer-run and owned studio and a proud member of the Realm Network.
Keep up to date with Replay and all of our projects by following us on Twitter at DeadGhostPro. Find all of our social media and all the shows we produce at deadghostpro.com. Listen to episodes of Replay early and
Italian setting for the 5th edition of the world's most popular fantasy role-playing game. Set in a topsy-turvy version of medieval Italy, this unheroic, picaresque, and roguish world quotes, collects, and mixes references from contemporary Italian fiction and pop culture. You get the likes of the wooden puppet from Pinocchio, the half-demon Malebranche from Dante's Inferno, or even the Puss in Boots, some even as playable species. Spaghetti Fantasy is a low-magic, gritty fantasy with little money for special effects, whose atmosphere is very similar to spaghetti western movies, but with swords instead of guns. The tone is lighthearted, its protagonists are neither heroes nor anti-heroes. They are knaves with little will to fight, chicken thieves, bandits with a heart of gold. After triumphing at the Emmy Awards in Indianapolis, gold for Best Electronic Book, silver for Product of the Year, Best Writing and Best Setting, the fantastic world of Brancalonia returned to Kickstarter with 3 new volumes at the community's request. The Bounty Kingdom Gazetteer, the Spaghetti Fantasy Bestiary, including recipes for cooking monster meat and managing its side effects, and a compendium of adventures. Intrigued? Play Brancalonia and other Acheron games like Lex Arcana and Inferno
at acheronstore.com/RPG-Brancalonia.
I took the lead. Somebody's heart.
20 years ago, we played a game. We recorded that game and shared it over the airwaves of a high school radio station.
WKEY AM 1360.
People listened. So did other things.
20 years later, we were invited to play a live reunion show for the hardcore fans.
Little did we know, this time, the game was real.
In this world, the players are confronted with their truest desires
and deepest fears.
And only they can decide when the game is over.
Welcome to Replay.
My name is Haley, my pronouns are she, any, and I am playing Rory, the Fool.
My name is Jen De La Vega. My pronouns are she, her, and I am playing Fern, the Dictator.
My name is Alex, my pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Andrea, or Andrea, the Emotion Knight.
My name is Banana Chan. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm playing Deliria, the Godbinder.
My name is Kappa. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm playing Lucas, the Neo.
And my name is Aram. My pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Jacob, the Master. Welcome to Replay, Chapter 3.
Clipping.
Lucas, you had just put a fair gold into your coin slot. Every fair gold has a name. This one is Enoch. For a moment, just for a moment, you hear a little bit of background static. And it sounds like a recording of a game, but it's not your game. And then the coin slams in, the teleportation is activated, the 3 of you vanish from where you are, go through this scary-ass shadow realm for a split second, and then appear on the deck. There are still a couple dancers there who look startled and run off the deck immediately, except for this one golden retriever himbo looking dude who turns and sees you and he's like, "Oh, we're starting up early. All right." And just starts dancing and thrusting all around. Hey, you guys are new.
Fern is retching because that was a horrible experience for her.
He immediately spins in front of you and begins to dance and is looking over his shoulder. Hey, look, it's okay. I was nervous the first time too. I got you. You just tell me when you're good to go.
She's bent over, but she just puts her arms out and just shoves them into his torso off of the boat, hopefully.
I would like you to roll your strength.
Oh, wow. She's got a 4 and a 6.
Yeah, he did not see that coming whatsoever. You shove him and he just goes head over heels, splashes into the water. Whoa! whoa, and the big roar and applause and claps, and someone punches someone. You, however, see the little hand puppet behind the bar as he's serving drinks, look up, see you all, and the googly eyes narrow, and he ducks under the bar and comes back with a pistol.
Comes back with eyebrows taped on.
Yes, with angry eyebrows taped over the googly eyes. 100%.
Bert is starting to untie ropes, maybe if there are any on the deck, and she's just kind of moaning as she's doing, don't do that without telling me again.
Deliria and Rory are still on the floor, right?
Nobody's put us in our sweater yet.
Don't let me down.
What's going on?
We're stealing a pirate ship.
Yeah, but who is? It's not. Oh, everyone's gone. Everyone else is doing it. It's just us. No. Okay.
Andrea just shouts, "How does it feel, Rory?"
Getting teleported without me? It's been my whole life. I've never teleported.
Both of you, get over here. We're getting out.
We have to take the stairs.
Yeah, is there an easy, get on? Do I need to try and scale a wooden ship?
If you guys run towards the ship, it's only 100 feet that way, but there is now a full bar fight that has broken out between you and the ship. You could also try and run upstairs, run along the balconies, and swing down onto the ship.
Oh, that does sound like it rules.
Let's do that.
That does sound fun, actually.
Deliria, are you going with Rory?
Yes, I'm definitely going with Rory.
You two sprint up along the balconies. There's people pouring down the other way, but the balconies are emptied out. Rory, you get to the edge, and there is a tied up piece of rope that's holding up this grand candelabra.
Yes!
What do you do?
I grab it with one hand, and then I want to reach out to Deliria with my other hand.
This feels like a team building exercise.
It's easier this way.
Okay, fine.
You both step up onto this railing. Rory, I would like you to roll your dexterity plus your full die. This is definitely foolish.
Oh my.
What? This is such a level-headed decision I'm making.
No, you're right. This is swashbucklerish, which is your other thing. Yeah.
It's very swashbuckler.
It's definitely not carefully planned out. Let's put it that way.
Correct.
Okay.
The math has not been done on this.
I didn't get my fancy circles,
Okay.
but I did get 3 successes.
Nice. Okay, I want you to add a circle then to your die, and I want you to describe to me how you perfectly flip both of you up onto this boat.
I've got one hand on the chandelier. Don't you always want to swing on one? One hand holding on to Deliria. I scooch us back for maximum momentum and then swing us both forward. I let go of Deliria early so she is pulled forward with the momentum. I let it swing back, go forward, and then I jump off the chandelier and do a front flip. Yeah! And then I bow.
And the place erupts in cheers. Absolutely erupts. And as this guy is climbing back onto the deck, soaking wet, he's like, yeah! And he turns to Fernie, he's like, that was excellent. You have really good instincts. I'm so proud of you. And he starts dancing again.
Wait, do you want to stay forever?
We're stealing the ship.
We're stealing the ship?
More like a hostage situation, I think.
We're stealing the ship! And he's like, yeah!
Wow!
He begins untying ropes and raising the sail like this guy knows how to operate a ship. This boat has never left, but he must be in the back, reading pirate books, getting all nerded out. He's been waiting for this moment. He just needed an order.
Fern yells after him, your name's not Jacob, is it?
No, I know. It's like a really common name. No. What is his name?
Tony.
Hey, I'm Tony. And he's undoing the rope. He pulls back the sail. Magical
watercolors of teal and blue are shimmering through it, and the very last rays of the sun catch in it, and it illuminates like a lantern, like a stained glass window that is collecting the last rays of sun, and it just shines across you and across the bar as you feel the whole deck lurch. The wind catches it, and you pull back from the harbor as the sock puppet is racing along the side, and somehow the end of it is always in shadow. You never see the end of it.
Fuck you all! Fuck you damn pirate!
And you sail off into the sunset.
Okay, that was pretty amazing.
Your excitement has gone back up, Andrea. You are now at 2 again. That was very exciting.
I was teleported, and then there was a hot guy, and then the guy is now back and wet, and he's a pirate too, and it's just like, yeah.
Somehow Tony has acquired an eye patch. You don't know where that came from. Maybe they were just waiting.
I'm a pirate now. Eye patch.
Over their left eye. They are officially a pirate.
Oh, amazing. I love Tony instantly.
So we have a ship, we have a Tony, we have other hostages on the ship too.
Everyone else apparently left the ship, but you haven't looked at. I mean, it's a decently sized ship. It's got 2 decks on it. So there's the upper deck. There's a back raised area where it's the captain's quarters, and then there is a deck below you that has all of the other rooms and the mess hall and whatever other storage, like just for personal needs. And then below that is the bilge and all the heavy storage where all the cargo would be.
Is there a crow's nest?
Of course there's a crow's nest. It's a pirate ship.
Fern is gonna lash her ribbons and make her way up to the crow's nest.
I would like you to roll a dexterity roll for me.
Oh man, just, yeah, 4 and a 5 and a 5.
You barely even look as your ribbon lashes around this rope. A weight is let go, and you are just sailed right to the top and just alight in the crow's nest.
Yeah, like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, like.
The smell of salt water hits your face. There's a briskness to it that wakes you up. There's just this, just the last enjoyment, the last heat of the day as the sun sets and the stars begin to come out. And I don't know if you've been on the ocean when the stars are out and when you have left the shoreline, but it's as if the blackest black has been pierced with needles, and behind that is a white hot light that just shines through in 1,000 pricks, as if it's just about ready to explode through the sky. And you see above you a cluster of stars and shapes, brighter and in different patterns and more numerous than you could ever imagine. And just beyond that rises this moon, this large, full blue moon, and just off its shoulder, a smaller, pale yellow moon.
Andrea's going to use the chain and the hook to join Fern a little slower, but just slowly climb up and just get into the crow's nest. Hey, Fern, Did you paint all of this as well?
In my dreams, yes.
It's fucking incredible.
Fern, what is a nighttime scene you've painted recently that you've liked?
I think in her spare time, post the show production, she seriously just goes out to the pier every day and paints that sunset. But perhaps due to some, forest fires recently, the skies have been a little more sherbet pink and orange lately.
The whole sky was on fire just before these stars came out. And now that they're out, you're seeing almost like little glistening pools as this phosphorescent light rises to the surface as your ship somehow upsets something, causes some reaction as it cuts through, and just this wave of phosphorescence is spilling off to either side, and you can see shapes within it. This dolphins swimming back and forth, sea turtles being pulled up and rolled over, just playing in and out of the waves, but they're all shapes, they're all water. They're just edges. They're just this water color that comes up from the surface and illuminates and glows in these shapes of sea animals before returning back to the ocean.
Okay. I don't have to go home right away.
It's pretty great here, huh?
I don't really travel. I've stayed home, watched everybody else. This is nice.
You know, I wasn't part of the crew back then, but part of the crew now. Pun intended.
She just laughs and claps you on the shoulder.
Clink.
Down below, coming up from the decks, you just hear, well, that was a lot of fun. Anna walks to the surface. She's now like in a more demure working pirate outfit. You know, I kind of suspected you might make this play, and I'm so glad you did. You are just full of surprises. All of you.
I forgot she was here. Rory, why did you?
This is my little surprise, Delaria.
You know who I am?
Of course I know who you are. I know who you all are. Hey, Lucas.
Oh, I knew that they were a thing.
We were. I can tell you some things. All good. All good. Very good.
My demeanor has not changed at all. When she like regards me, it's just a snort from my nose, like a almost a grunt, you know, but through the nose.
Oh, come now. We're not gonna hold on to our old past lives, are we? We're all different here. You're different. I'm different. And as they say that and smile, you see their canines grow and sharpen, and the clear hint of red flash through their eyes of blood and the hunt, and you recognize this creature instinctually
as vampire.
We all have something new here. No need to play by old rules.
Do I get the sense that this is a consciousness? that this is Anna, or just a manifestation of Anna that is taken from some of our perceptions of this person?
This is Anna without reservation or restriction. This is the full id of Anna on display here. This is bigger and brighter and scarier than Anna ever was. But yes, this creature feels very much like Anna.
Okay, that's a little worrying.
This is a lot like, did you ever read Dracula with the ship, Demeter?
I don't read.
Yeah, I'm just saying this seems like it's a very similar situation that's happening right now.
It's very fitting, like who given you know.
Well, of course. I do have good instincts for story and drama, but I just needed the boat. You understand? I'm a star. I can't be held back to one little old place. I gotta take this show on the road.
Is she insinuating this is a mutiny?
Well, you have stolen the boat, haven't you? Did all the work for me. You just need to go one little place, and I can help out. Then I'll just take this boat for myself, and you'll take your shiny new boat, and we'll go our separate ways.
Okay, so not a mutiny, just
a collective mutiny.
Like a Uber share type of thing.
Yes, it is. It is like carpooling, except it's a ship. In fact, ship pooling makes more sense, because there's a pool.
Okay. You stay starboard, and I'll stay port side.
Do you know where those are? And then she points to where you need to go.
And I go in the direction that she points.
Anna just turns to the rest of you. He hasn't changed a bit, has he?
Dibs on captain's quarters, and Delira just runs.
Okay. All right. You run and you throw open the captain's quarters, and it's very clear that Anna has already claimed this. There's all of her shit everywhere.
There's a portrait of
There's
Anna.
boas over the mirror. There's definitely a painted portrait of Anna. Absolutely.
It's an oil painting.
Not a mirror. Not a mirror. It's painted portraits, yeah.
Yeah.
With different outfits.
There is a 4-poster bed just draped in rich tapestries. There's at least 12 pillows, and half of them have tassels.
We're coming down.
Fern yells down. You can hear in the distance. Who's that?
It's me, darling. Good to see you.
Bloodsucking witch.
Who?
I would be hurt, but it's accurate.
Andrea just growls in Fern's ear. It's the replacement.
I see.
The singer, the dancer.
The talent.
The one that Rory brought in.
As you say that, your excitement has dropped. Your excitement has gone back down to 1. Whatever moment you were having up there has been ruined.
Oh, that's amazing.
What a great mechanic.
See, you've met Tony. Hi, Tony. Oh, hey, you're here too. Oh, crew. And he goes back to like tightening up ropes, and he's doing a fantastic job. Like, he is doing the job of 3 or 4 people.
We brought a pirate expert on accident.
Fern makes a motion like she's going to push him, but then retracts her hand because he's doing so much.
Also, you are in the middle of the ocean now. He would definitely die.
She knows.
Route update. At our current rate, we will arrive at the target destination in 14 hours.
Okay, that's really useful. I'll let people know.
Alert. The fair gold currently in your inventory will expire at dawn.
And it gives a countdown until dawn, and a little counter appears.
Would you like to know more about Fairgold?
Yes. As far as I know, it just supercharges my abilities, lets me access the world in different ways.
You are mostly correct. There is, of course, a subscription fee of 1 Fairgold per day. On top of that, you may overcharge your Neotech for a variety of effects.
Yeah, I think I got that.
Here at VibeTech, we're glad you get our vibe.
So what's the countdown for? Like, what happens at dawn?
At dawn, all Fairgold on your possession will disappear.
Oh.
However, it can be used just before dawn in order to charge your devices into the next day.
Okay, that's good to know.
We will remind you every hour until Fairgold has been depleted or vanishes.
Okay, and is that all the Fairgold on my person, or?
All the Fairgold in the world vanishes and reappears each dawn.
Okay, cool. That's really useful, and I'm gonna start thinking about like the different applications and stuff. I think for the most part, I'm going to brood.
Yeah, some brooding's in order. That makes sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of a lot of stuff came out while we were in the booty. And one of the things that is going through my mind that might cause some action on my part is what Deliria said about writing or not writing the stories.
Speaking of Deliria, as this ship cuts across this Black Sea and the sky fills up with millions of stars, there's a rumble, and you see the waves quiver, and there's a throbbing that seems to be rising underneath your boat.
My eyes fill with stars mirroring the sky above me, and I look down into the waters. My God, are you there?
I am here and everywhere. But yes,
I believe we are headed towards another ship, and it may take a while for this journey to end. I wonder if it should end.
And you hear waves crash against the sides of the ship, and it rocks slightly back and forth.
It does not have to end, my favorite water bearer. You can be strong here. You can lead my church. You will crash the waves across the land.
What will you need from me?
And you see an image of a tidal wave crashing out of somewhere due to something you've done. You can't quite see what that thing is. It's a little too far in the future. But the effects are clear. You see water rush across the town you were just in. You see it swallow the farms. You see it consume the town whole. And you see, bubbling to the top, the people you've seen, the animals, the buildings, all of it consumed by water. And then you see yourself in the middle, in a little bubble, in all this turmoil, rising to the surface, your arms stretched, floating above, your eyes lit up with power. And you see your god rise up behind you.
Flood these lands, and you will rise to become my favored. You will know when the time has come.
And you hear the water bubble off, and the sea goes calm again, and the thunder fades back into the distance.
Whew. Wow, that was intense. I guess I should probably start redecorating first. She goes over into the captain's quarters and starts like throwing things out of the room.
Oh yeah, all the feather boas gotta go.
Incredible.
What are the rest of you doing for the evening?
Fern is doing vocal exercises while just doing fencing moves. She's, just practicing.
Tony sees you and is like, oh, hey. And Tony goes and gets a cutlass and does a flourish and bows deeply to you. On guard. And stuff.
Ugh. And she's doing like arpeggio, like la la la, like da 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 da.
And he's like big two-hand, clearly telegraphing his strikes to make sure he doesn't harm you.
Oh, and she's just circle parries them away. She's very delicate, but very swift at the same time.
Then he realizes you're good and starts to get into it. And, he's a little himbo-y, but he's good with the sword. He's very agile and strong, and it's actually a very decent workout. And for a moment, like you're able to take him seriously as a person. As soon as the sword fight's over, it's like, hey! And it's like gone immediately. But for that moment, just in his physicality, he's impressive.
Wipes a slight glow of perspiration. No actual drops have formed, but she's just patting her forehead. Good game.
Wow, you're great.
I know.
Oh, man, I picked a good boat. It's the best crew ever.
Now, go leave me alone before I push you off the boat again.
All right. And he just drops the sword and goes back to swapping the deck. Happy as can be.
She just starts stretching and meditating.
Does this boat have a figurehead on it, like at the front?
Yes, it does. Would you like to tell me what you want it to be?
Oh, I was picturing just mermaid with a huge rack. That's where I was.
Maybe the rack is more interactive. It's like
it would jiggle physics.
The boobs are like two orbs inside a hollowed out area. So as the waves go up and down, they shift and roll with the waves as you go. And you can constantly hear them turning inside the sockets.
Which is so exciting for what I was gonna say, and I'm not gonna change what I was gonna say because of it. I was gonna say I was just gonna be like sitting on top of the figurehead. And I think I still am. I'm just bobbing and weaving with the mermaid tip.
You're sitting over it and just casually rolling the boobs with your feet, like you're not even thinking about it.
It's a fun stimming exercise. I just wanted somewhere fun to be that's out of the way. I think Rory's letting all of the non-Paragon, all the real world feelings back in a little bit of like, wow, I was in the way a lot today.
You're on the front of a ship and there's, seawater and blasting. You see a dolphin once in a while. It's getting dark at night, but it's still pretty magical.
Yeah, that's just where I'm hanging out. It's just off to the side, hanging out with the mermaid and her boobs.
After, a standard amount of brooding, I'm going to go actually seek out Anna.
You come around the back and you see the glint of Anna's hair, just caught perfectly in a ray of moonlight. And as you come around, you see that she's got Tony's head bent back and she's got her fangs sunk deep into them. Tony's mouth is kind of open. His eyes are wide. He looks like he's struggling and in pain. And her eyes are now just flashed blood red and look all of the predator.
Rush in and pull her off of Tony.
Roll me a strength check.
6 and a 2.
You managed to pull her off, but just barely. Her eyes flash to yours with all this menace and hate, and she just hurls you against the side of the ship. Effortlessly flings you to the side and smashes you against the wood, and then composes herself. Tony kind of staggers out of her a grasp. Go lie down for a while. You'll be fine. Hey, how's it going, Lucas?
I still haven't been able to decide if you're actually you.
And she takes your hand and pushes it against her chest. And you can feel the thrumming of her heart. It's alive and awake and excited and radiating heat. It's me. It's enough of me.
And that Tony, he's not like this, not like you.
No, Tony's just Tony.
If I'm going to be playing around in this space, in this story, this narrative that we built up, I'm supposed to try and stop you from eating all of the crew?
Well, I'm not gonna hurt her more than I need to. Girl's gotta eat. But think of it this way. I'm me, but I'm more of me. You're more of you too. You can do whatever you want here. You're not held back like you were before. Not restricted. Different rules.
See, that's exactly why we split. You treated everything like a playground.
Everything is a playground, Lucas. Always so serious. Gotta make sure all of our numbers are up. Gotta post every Tuesday at 9 a.m. because that's what the metrics say. That's why we broke up. You just couldn't relax. You couldn't enjoy it, Lucas.
What if we start over?
All these numbers you wanted. You got all these people. You got all this money. All these nice clothes. And you don't like any of it.
See, and then that's where the seams start to show. I know that's not why we broke up, because that's what you said. That's what you said back then, but that's not what you meant. You just used all of that, shoved it in front to distract from the fact that you use people, and when called out on it, you would make an even bigger distraction.
Gosh, you're a buzzkill. Okay, so you got me. So I'm not the best person in the world. Honey, you know what we do. You know where we live. If you haven't toughened up yet, you're never going to.
I don't think I belong in that world anymore. I decided. I thought that you were an exception to the rule, and there was enough out there, enough good out there, people that respected other folks that were willing to make the world better. But no, just at every single level, there's a bloodsucker, there's a vampire, there is, for every Tony, there's a you.
Almost as if she teleports, she's suddenly right by your side and slams a hand into the wood next to you, punching a hole through it. Her strength is incredible. And she leans in real close to you, looks you right in the eyes. I'm everything I need to be. You're the one struggling, darling. And then gives you a little kiss on the cheek and turns to walk away.
I stop her and just go, Anna, if that's really you on the other side of this, I want nothing more than for you to feel, I want you to be able to reciprocate and feel the same amount of love that everyone around you that you've used had felt for you.
She stops for a moment, and despite herself, one little blood-red tear slides out of the corner of her eye, and she nods, and she says, there he is. There's Lucas. Right there. And she smiles honestly at you and turns and heads down below decks for the night.
I shake off the chills after a good 2 or 3 seconds of her leaving the doorway.
And you all go to bed and wake up to a serene morning. Lucas, as you awake, you are greeted by your neotech.
Good morning. Welcome to the second day of your Vibe Tech experience.
Now, right before you had gone to bed, you were told by your machine that time is going to be running up, so you better just feed the coin in now. Alex, help me out with this. Can he charge things in advance?
You use a fair gold to keep the gift activated for the rest of for the next day until next dawn.
But you can't overcharge it for the next day, just to activate it.
But you can't overcharge in advance because overcharge is like a single use.
Also, something we haven't been doing with overcharge that I should have been doing. Whenever you overcharge, you roll a d10. If it's even, there's a complication.
That's right.
If it's odd, it works exactly as it should. Mm-hmm. Since you were in your trial period, that didn't affect you. However, going forward, that is one of the rules. Whenever you overcharge, there's a chance something goes a little off.
Okay.
You chose the teleporter. So the teleporter is what you activate every day with the fair gold. With an overcharge, you can mimic any of the other ones or an upgrade for the teleporter as well.
Then yeah, so with the, what was it, 3 remaining fair gold I have, what can I do with this?
It looks like you're trying to
conserve fair gold.
Would you like my help?
Yes, please, Vibe.
You slap those 3 coins in, and your AI super activates. And suddenly you get rocketed, like you are been lifted off the deck and you are rocketed into the air. It takes you a second to realize you're not rocketed into the air. It's just this AI overface now, but you are now a satellite in orbit around this planet, and you see it for what it is. a spinning 20-sided die. And you see your boat sailing through the center of one of the facets of this die, filled almost all in ocean. Mountains perfectly border the edges on all three sides, but there's a gap towards the north. And at this gap are these gargantuan walls that meet perfectly along the edge and form a gigantic lock to allow ships to get over the hump of a 20-degree angle going from one ocean into the other. On this wall, you see stories of every hero in this land, this wall of honor that exists here at the edge of the map. And you see sections for Rory and sections for Deliria and Jen, even a little section for Andrea, and this huge section of wall for Lucas. But it's all covered up in tarps and scaffolding because it's currently being worked on and you can't see it.
Very cool. Holy butts.
And then you see Jacob's Island, and you see the radio tower, and you zoom into it, and you see floor plans and layouts, and then you see a little red dot and a flag that says Jacob Prime.
His last name was Prime. Okay.
His last name was not Prime. His last name was Mateo. Prime is an identifier to tell you that he is the one you are looking for. He is the true Jacob.
And then the flag changes to parentheses, true Jacob.
Okay. So I'm trying to commit as much of this like map to memory, especially of the island.
As you're doing that, it's just downloading.
Yeah.
Downloading whole blueprints and saving them locally. Like it's recording everything for you. It's all being filed away. As you do that, you guys hear a triangle bell being rung.
Breakfast! Breakfast!
Oh, he cooks too.
I imagine it's great.
Out on the deck, Tony has drug a table and chairs up onto the deck. It was really nice this morning, so I thought we'd eat out here. And he's put out somehow eggs and toast and some chicken and a bunch of fruit. Like there is a spread, and of course wine. There is a spread laid out for all of you. Come on and get it. It's really good.
Where did all this food come from?
Well, it's a fully stocked ship. Like there's a restaurant, and we would use the ship for storage. So it's got a bunch of stuff down there. Like we could eat like kings for days.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm gonna sit down and eat.
And he pulls a chair out and pushes you in.
Thank you, Tony.
Sure beats my oatmeal.
It's good too. Like he did a good job. It's impressive. Like there's some good skills here. It's all basic, like it's hearty food, right? But it's all seasoned really well. It's a nice selection of fruit. The wine's pretty good. It's a good way to start the morning.
What's his neck look like?
He's got 2 puncture holes in his neck and some bruising around them. But otherwise than that, he's all right. He just looks a little pale.
When I get my plate from Tony, I kind of narrow my eyes. Are you feeling okay?
I'm always a little woozy whenever she feeds on me. But yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, she does what?
What?
Oh, well, she's a vampire, and she needs blood once in a while, because they can't just eat food. Otherwise, I'd cook for her.
I won't push you off the ship today.
I really can't swim that well, to be honest. I'm a little tired, so maybe tomorrow. Or maybe not in the middle of the ocean. He makes sure all your glasses are filled.
Wait, did everyone know she was a vampire?
Oh, yeah. You weren't there for that part, I think.
Doesn't bother me much.
We have a Dracula situation.
She's not up right now. She's sleeping in.
During the day, yeah.
I mean, I don't think I'm even offended by this. It's just kind of cool. Yeah, no, I think, yeah, it's cool. I guess Tony's fine. Everyone's fine. We have breakfast. We're on a ship. There's vampire, pirate, cap. That's a bit of a mashup, but sure, whatever.
Location update. You will arrive at your destination in approximately 20 minutes.
Okay, look alive, folks.
That's a little insensitive. We're just talking about vampires. Just like that's.
She's not here.
Oh, she's not here? Oh, okay, that's fine. I hate her.
Okay, and then so where we're going right now is the Nomad.
You are going to the Nomad, which is currently captained by the first guest of the show, Naomi, and her band of orcs.
Okay, so once we get the Nomad, I know where Jacob is. I know where to go once we take it back from Naomi.
Well, what's the rush? Maybe we want to think about bringing Tony with us as well?
I'm part of the crew, right?
Yeah.
You don't have some sort of like pact with Anna, right? You're not like a honorary.
Oh, with Anna? No, like I like her, but like we're more like work friends. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're like a familiar or like a blood bag, or what do you call yourself, I guess?
Oh, you know, I've heard her use those terms. It's really affectionate.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Cool. I guess you're coming with us.
Yeah, you guys are my crew. We're crew. And he puts his hand in for hands in. Go crew!
That's right.
Go crew.
Yeah.
And he starts picking up dishes and cleaning up. Happy as can be.
But we could take our time with this. I mean, now that Tony's on board, maybe we could, like, you know, stop by another place to eat. Check out the local sites.
Does anyone have a map? Like, did anyone check if there's any maps on the ship? Does Tony have any maps of everything, of anything?
I have maps of everything.
Yeah, but only I can see them. That's the problem, Vibe.
Not right now.
There is a like whirring and a ka-chunk, and you feel like when you're in the eye doctor, when they put those lenses over your eyes,
Oh,
but
yeah.
you feel that behind your eyeballs.
Oh, no.
And as that happens, your eyes just project a 3D hologram of the world of Die.
What is happening?
Whoa.
Hey,
Oh, you can do that.
Apparently I can do that.
You can also reach out and touch it, spin it around, zoom in and out.
Oh, you're like a cyborg.
Sure, yeah, I'm a cyborg.
We are not a cyborg. We are your officially licensed Vibe Neotech.
And I'm going to point to where the Nomad is and where the island is. If we want to get out of here, I think we need to do this sort of path over here.
So we take the eggs and we go to the fruit basket, and the toast is the ship?
No, so you zoom into this 3D map and you see now a 3D representation of your ship, the Booty, with a little table in the middle of it, with people looking down over the table, over a tiny little map. And if you could keep like descending into it forever. This is a live representation of you. You see you, and then it pulls out a bit and you see your ship going north and curving a little bit to the east in order to intercept the Nomad, which is sailing due east. And then it widens out further, and beyond that is the Sea of Inequity. And it's a dark and stormy place. And then just past that are these huge gates. And when you pass through those gates and into the next facet of the world of Die, there is Jacob's tower alone on this volcanic island.
Why do we need to stop, Deliria?
Oh, I mean, I just figured I'm having such a good time with all of you. Like, you know, Rory and I, we're now just starting to bond. I figured, you know, let's...
Everyone looks at Rory.
yeah, no, it's definitely bonding.
Also, this is great material for me for later on when we talk about the reboot and get that into production, right?
You do feel, Deliria, like you could write this. This is exactly what you've always been told. This is the hardest part you had with fantasy. Write what you know. You could never do it. Now you can.
This is exactly what I need. I need this.
Jacob said the same thing. Jacob said before he wizarded himself away, he said, I need this. Deliria, is it you? Is it Jacob? Just like putting my hand through Deliria just to see if it's a hologram.
What are you doing? I'm right here.
Sorry.
Deliria's covered with nails. You might want to be careful.
Yeah, just like very carefully put my hand through Deliria.
Just so we're all reminded, exactly what does Deliria look like right now?
Very much Hellraiser-ish.
Yeah, right? Yeah, it's very Cenobite across the table right now. So it's really disturbing when she's eating.
You can see the food going down through the ribcage.
Right.
Oh, God.
You can just see all the neck muscles working in ways they should not
I
work.
wish you would all stop staring at me when I'm eating.
It's really hard. It's really hard to not look at you.
The nails actually help guide food towards her mouth.
It's such a cool visual.
No, but seriously, I need this.
Look, I know you need this, but I want to go home. And we need Jacob to do that.
Okay, Fern, I don't want to do this, but what do you have at home?
What do you mean? I have my home, my job, the kids. I have things to do. People who depend on me. May not be famous. And she looks at Lucas. May not own a business. She looks at Rory. But I'm still part of the community. And sure, we can have detours. I just want to let everybody know that I want to go home.
Fern has stuff to go home for. Family, a life, a real thing they've built for themselves. Something that a lot of you don't have. How does that make you all feel in this moment?
I think there's a bit of sadness there with Lucas, but also a bit of hope, because given the conversation last night with Anna, there's a drive there, there's a want there, and there's, with all of this, there's like something that Anna said was like, nothing is really stopping you from doing what you want and getting what you want, and that's true of the real world. And so if that's what I want, then sure, like I'm gonna do it. So there's a bit of hope there.
I think Deliria is full of jealousy and resentment, because even though she has a family that probably closely resembles to what Fern has, it's different in the sense that like her wants and her needs are different, and she's not getting fulfillment from her family at home.
Fern's family just always seems so easy. Whenever they check in, just these simple things are so easy for them. How about Rory?
I think it's the initial feeling is almost like condescension. Sort of like, well, that's very cute. But like, that's just the initial, and then it just kind of like, oh, it is cute. That's really cute.
Yeah, the walls go up right away and then come right back down.
Yep.
All right. Then you suddenly hear a shout from above you. Tony has gotten into the crow's nest and has a full spyglass out. Ship ahoy!
Just looking at the map, is that the? Sorry, can you move the bananas away?
Clear some fruit and bread, and yes, you can see the Nomad is continuing due east, and you are curving up along her side and matching her speed.
Are we intercepting?
You are intercepting.
Are we going to board a ship?
So far, that seems to be the plan.
We're gonna board the ship.
Yeah, we're pirates now.
We're pirates now.
That's what we do. How do I turn this off? And
it just gets sucked back, and
okay,
you hear
cool.
the chink chink as both the lenses shift behind your eyes.
Okay.
And as you do, you see the sails of the Nomad crest over the horizon. What does the Nomad look like?
Ooh, there's a water bearer flag for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking lots of teals and ivories.
Ooh, pretty.
Pictures
yeah.
of like one of those like really, symbolic cresting waves on the sails.
Not too dissimilar from the motif on Andrea's armor. Andrea's armor has definitely like gone for the what's the most comic accurate representation for the cosplay.
I'll say like something that I'll contribute to the visual is it looks sleeker than most other boats. That's why it's so fast.
Absolutely. It's very angular. It's all like a lot of edges and all. It looks streamlined, like it was made in an air tunnel when the thing currently did not exist here. But it looks like it was made with that type of technology.
I mean, yeah, it isn't just wood. There's alien bits, like bits of like, it's not quite steampunk. It's more of a kind of neotech, I guess, like kind of like what Lucas's technology looks like.
There's little bowls or little circles of water held in suspension with some sort of translucent sack that ends like with this big mechanical top and some lights around it, and it's just filled with that phosphorescent glow. So instead of torches, there's water that makes light all around the ship.
I love that.
Does it have a figurehead?
It's gotta.
Oh, sure. What is it?
It's a very classy looking lady with a blue dress that drapes downward that curls into those wave patterns around the front. And she's holding a very simple water jug that real water is sloshing around in as it bobs up and down.
That is a magical jug that always produces fresh water. So no matter where you are out to sea, you always have fresh water. And she looks perfect. The ship still, it could use a coat of fresh paint here and there, and there's some patches in the sail, but she's a gorgeous ship. Tony swings down from the crow's nest, alights on the deck, hands you the spyglass. Here, take a look. And there are orcs everywhere on deck, mooning you, flipping you off, giving you the British V. Like every obscene gesture you can think of is being thrown at your ship right now.
They are asking for it.
I mean, that's really insensitive of you, Rory. I mean, no one ever is really asking for it. I don't think. I mean,
they said, "Come and get it."
They literally said, "Come and get it." They have signs, badly spelled.
Steel ship.
Come and it get. Come and it get.
They're in the wrong order.
They're literally flipping us off right now.
All right, so no plan. We just go in.
Yeah.
I guess, okay, problematic fave, but sure, I'll go with it.
Your mom sucks!
I know! And you can see cannons rolling to the side of the ship facing you.
Oh, okay, now they're asking for it.
Do we have cannons?
Oh.
Do we have cannons?
No. No, you have a lot of rum and food and a bunch of...
This is a showboat.
Do you have a shit ton of fireworks?
Ooh!
Pyrotechnics.
Love a firework.
Boxes and boxes of very poorly stored fireworks.
We have fireworks. We have...
We have really big ones?
The booty is known for their big fireworks show. So absolutely. You even have a couple of them that'll like burst into like a parrot, or, you know, not a good one. Like it's like roughly a parrot. They usually kind of like malformed with one giant eye, but it's roughly a parrot.
Taking in all of like the idea of the fireworks and seeing the ship and seeing the orcs and everything, I think the intensity of the amazement that Andrea is feeling is going back up to 2.
You absolutely are going right back up to 2.
I'm just dragging a fireworks bomb.
And he is just going to like launch the chain up into our own crow's nest and swing himself, and like not even wait for the others to come through, just swing himself onto the other boat and just land in the middle of the orcs.
As the boat is pulling up, you clear 100 feet, swing over the edge, and land just as the first cannons begin to fire off. I would like Andre to act first, and then the rest of you go in order according to your dexterities.
This might be quick, but would you say this is a mob of orcs?
Yes, there is a mob of orcs on the deck of the ship. There are at least a dozen of them who, as soon as you land, rush in towards you. They're all wearing the same symbology. So they all have the wave symbol over these kind of dingy tunics that they're wearing, but they're a little bit more organized. than most orcs. They seem to have like a real calling aboard this ship. They also all have tattoos on their arms of big iron gates for the gatekeepers.
Hey, no one gatekeeps but me. And he is going to use creative violence to try and defeat the entire mob. Which means he gets to roll his d8. If I beat a 2, it works perfectly. If I don't, it still works, but you or someone else close to you suffers wounds equal to the result, and there are complications to the success.
Wow.
That is a 1.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
How do you clear this deck of orcs?
Swinging the chain is wrapping around, like decapitating each of them with each click. Just like wrapping around each neck and pulling them off. Cackling, it's full-on manic laughter and just like swinging around the ship, swinging around, using orcs to beat other orcs. Chucking them out into the sea. Everyone else on the other ship is just gonna go, should we like intervene? Should we do anything?
Smacking orcs down left and right. At first, it's comedic. Then it gets a little scary. Then it's just explosions and viscera and screaming and barrels being splintered. Debris is shot your way and you all duck down as this tornado of violence destroys every single orc on deck. And there's just this weird silence that falls over all of you. As even from what you've seen so far, this is a stunning display of power. And then you hear a and you turn, and Tony has been embedded straight through his chest with this huge piece of wood.
No!
You bastard.
There's no way he's gonna make it.
No. Tony!
Tony!
No, Tony!
Tony!
Is that the someone who suffered the wounds, or is that the complication?
That's the someone who suffered the wounds.
Whoa.
Okay, there is also a complication you get to add to this. But before that, Andrea, as everything ends, Andrea's just like, okay, that was pretty amazing. And just faints to the ground.
Thunk.
Did you know they could do that?
And other orcs are coming on to the deck as Tony dies behind you and his blood spills out onto yours. And then you feel the boat lurch because the complication is that there was a larger piece that struck below the waterline and you are starting to list. Replay is sponsored by Adventure Dice. Adventure Dice is your Canadian source for dice, role-playing game books, and accessories, and other tabletop gaming goodies. Many of our products are handcrafted in Canada. We're dedicated to creating gaming spaces that are safe, accessible, and welcoming to everyone. As gamers ourselves, we believe in offering quality products that we would use at our own table. Find us at your friendly local gaming store, at conventions, and online at www.adventuredice.ca. Who amongst you do you think would act next?
Fern as a protective feeling over Andrea, even though they annoy her.
Oh yeah.
She immediately reaches her ribbons over to the other crow's nest and tries to swing over.
It's easy. You guys are within a short distance of each other. You have
pretty good mastery over your own abilities at this point, and you're able just to reach over, grab it, kind of like lift yourself up and over with the ribbons. Like you feel them get strong, like they're able to push you up off the deck just for a moment, and then gracefully alights you on the other side, just as more orcs are rushing to the top.
How many more are there?
About a dozen more.
She unsheathes her sword, and the ribbons are spinning, and she just has her eyes closed. Okay, we can do this. She just starts running forward toward Andrea's body, toward the first orc.
Roll whatever you would attack with your ribbons.
That is dexterity. It's got a 1, a 4, and a 5.
I'm just gonna roll a quick strength check here. That is 2 1s and a 2. So you just fling this orc into the water and get right over Andrea, who is starting to wake up, but very out of it.
Yeah, she pulls them up so that they're sitting up and patting them on the back. Now, are you with us?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you're just not into it. There's nothing in you. You don't have the ability to generate excitement. You flushed it all out.
She doesn't understand what's happening. She's like, are you going to fight or no?
Sure. I mean...
Yeah, I guess.
Point me in the... Oh, Chain? Still here?
Yeah, I guess I am here too.
I think I get it now. Yeah, sure, we'll fight.
It gets worse every time.
Yay.
Yay.
And she kind of spins you around to look
as the orcs are descending
at the oncoming horde.
Who's next?
I want to point at Lucas and go, don't teleport without me.
I was gonna say, are you? No one else is staying, right?
Can you give me a second? I want to go find the vampire on deck who's asleep somewhere else.
There's just a big ass coffin below decks. It's pretty though. Like it's all in purple heart wood, and it's got engravings all along the edges. Yeah.
She has such taste.
Rory, just leave her a note.
She's gonna be at the bottom of the ocean, and I'm not having a vampire enemy. Not today.
Trust me, she will find a way to find you, no matter what.
I want her to be on our side. Knock, 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 knock.
The doors open. They're dual doors. She has dual coffin doors, and they just open up, and inside it's just lovely. There's pillows and lace, and she's got a couple dolls, and she's just curled up there, and she wakes up perfect. A glitter pours out of the coffin, and she yawns and stretches, and she's like, oh, hey, you're nice to see in the morning. Wait.
That's very sweet.
It's morning.
It is morning. The ship is sinking. Yeah.
Why do ships do that? We had a deal.
Ship is sinking. You can come to the next ship, though, and there's orc blood there, and also non-orc blood, depending on how Naomi is.
Orcs? Ugh, fine.
A bunch of them died already, so.
No, they're just like rice cakes. They're just there. Whatever, let's go.
Non-orc blood pending. We'll see after we talk to Naomi.
All right, and she nods and she follows along, moping.
I'll help her carry her coffin.
Oh, right. No, she just chucks that onto her shoulder like it's nothing. She is very strong, and she walks up behind you.
Sick. I'm not strong, so.
I'm gonna pull out the 1 coin that I have for the day and slot it in.
You don't have a fair gold to overcharge right now.
I don't.
You don't.
Mechanically, no, but the GM can offer a deal. But we do have a Godbinder.
We do have a Godbinder, though.
What do I need to do?
As you're trying to figure that out, Kappa, because you realize you don't have the credits to get ahead in the game, there's a fog that just seems to roll up on all of you.
I thought you'd never ask. What do you want?
Oh, Holy One. Oh, can you all see? this?
They can, should you choose.
Yes, I would love to introduce you to my, people that I travel with.
There is a cracking of thunder and a storm suddenly on the horizon. Darkness seems to descend all around you, and a voice, a gurgling, drowning, roaring, monstrous voice thunders into all of your ears.
I am the deep.
My liege, we must get from this ship to the other. Somehow.
Consider it done. Hold on tight.
A wave, a rogue wave, suddenly swells from underneath the boat. You are lifted up, shifted sideways, and slammed against the side of your boat. Not hard enough to wreck it, just hard enough to deliver you. You are now, bam, right there against the side of the boat, perfectly nestled up against it with the waves keeping you together as your boats slam together and push forward.
Hey, we should get up.
Yeah, I'm running on.
You gain one more God debt.
Okay.
Fully terrified of what just happened.
Thank you, Holy One. I will one day repay all of this debt.
Of course you will, my perfect child. Go, rend, send them to the deep.
And we heard all of that?
Yes, you heard all of that.
The vibe doesn't feel that bad anymore.
Oh, does yours not sound like that? I wasn't sure.
Desperately no.
We have many interfaces. We can download audio packs if you wish.
Yes, download. Wait, I can't hear them. I forgot.
Okay, so we're on the ship.
All together now in a circle in the middle as orcs are closed. Well, a couple less orcs because some of them got smushed, but there are orcs now closing in around you, about 9 of them, I'd say.
I am going to, instead of using the fair gold to teleport all of us, I'm going to teleport something inside of another thing.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
there's a bunch of things, bottles, hooks, lengths of rope, and one saber just lying across the deck.
Ooh, that looks cool. I'm going to, what I'm going to do is teleport that into the nearest orc. And as the orc falls over, I'm going to grab the saber and pull it out.
I'd like you to roll your intelligence plus your neo die.
Ooh, my neo die. 3, 5, and 8 on the neo die.
Yo!
That's 2 successes and a special. And the special for the telefrag is the target suffers 1 wound.
This cutlass just appears in this orc's head, right through the temple, coming out the other side like a cartoon arrow. And it just stops right before it gets to you and freezes, just enough time for you to grab the hilt and hold it in midair as the orc collapses and slides off your blade.
Yeah. Okay. This is what's happening now.
And the orc behind him immediately charges you. Goes to tackle, 2, 2, and a 4. So only 1 success. I believe you have a guard of 1, correct?
No, defense 0 for the Neo.
Okay, so this orc does slam into you, but you're able to roll with it. Again, you're stronger and faster than you've ever been, and they just tumble off to the side, but you have 1 guard down for this encounter.
Okay, 1 guard down.
Who's up next?
How many orcs are left?
8 orcs left.
I'd like to clear up some god debt.
Okay.
And I would also like to use my sacrificial knife, but that's probably too much at the same time. So
you can use the sacrificial knife to kill people to send them to the deep, and therefore clearing god debt while doing so.
100% you can.
Okay, I will do that. Yes, I will aim to do that. So I'll have to roll all my dice, right?
All your wisdom plus your d12.
All right, I got a 1, 4, 3, and then on the D12, it's a 4.
Okay, so 2 successes. He's gonna roll a strength check for this orc. Oh God, they're rolling terribly. Okay, yeah. So one of them charges at you. You just spin around. And how do you dispatch this orc and send him to the deep? What do you say?
One of the knives that I have embedded into my skin glows, creating the sacrificial knife, and I pull it off of my skin, out from.
Yes. Not out of, off the skin.
Yes. It almost gets pushed to the surface and then becomes just so translucent that it easily tears away. That's
It's like
cool.
covered in like a viscous,
It's shiny and wet in a very disturbing way.
and I throw it at the orc, aiming for its neck.
If you cause yourself a wound, so take 1 hit to your health, you can roll an extra d6.
Then I will do that. I will.
Well, the wound is caused when you remove the knife.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it gives you an advantage.
Okay, then you tear it away. It leaves a gash in your leg. There's pain, but you hear a rumbling. This deep, satisfied rumbling that just causes your entire body to vibrate as if it was purring. It feels good. I'd like you to roll an extra d6.
Yes. That's a 3.
Okay, still, you got everything you needed. You send this thing directly in. You just spin around this orc, send a blade directly into its neck. It stumbles, pirouettes, looks at you with big eyes, and then almost gracefully tumbles into the water. And you hear a very satisfied laugh. And 1 god debt has been removed from what you owe.
Is it manifested for you anywhere that we can see visibly, or is it just in the ether that you know this?
It's just in the ether. It's not like with your power. It's not like with the Neo where there's something going on. This is a god. They are as visible or not visible as they wish to be. However, they have been asked to be visible. So as the body falls off the deck and hits the water, there's a bolt of lightning that strikes at the same moment the body hits the water.
Oh, that's so cool.
Wow.
The smell of ozone drifts across your boats. And another orc comes in to attack, and this one is going for Andrea. No, actually, I'm sorry. This one's going for the Neo. The Neo just teleported a bunch of people on board. And that is going to be a 5, a 4, and a 4. So this one just comes straight for you with a haymaker and clucks you one good. It breaks through your defense. It catches you faster than you expected it. And you just are rooked to the side, hit harder than you've been hit in a very long time. And you take 1 off of your health as it beats through your guard down to 0 and off your health. How many health do you have left?
I have 1 health left.
Yeah, you got hit hard. You're seeing stars right now.
The heads-up display that I could see is flashing red and back to the normal white.
Yeah.
Like, I know I'm at low health.
Impact alert. Impact alert. It looks like you're trying
not to die.
Would you like my help?
As you get rocked for the first time in this world, as you get hit, you are suddenly very much grounded in the reality of this world. Pain is still real. Blood is still real. The inside of your lip that you spit out onto the deck is real. How does that pain link to a memory? What's the last time you got hit this hard?
It was very recently after I had left. The show was still going on. I was back in town because I was off, and I went to the recording studio and I saw y'all having fun through the window and felt out of place there. Like, I couldn't imagine myself in that space without it being awkward, and now there's a twinge of pain, and so I left.
Yeah, that was a real punch to the gut. It was a metaphorical punch, but you felt it hard.
Yeah, because that felt very self-inflicted, but also unavoidable, much like that punch.
That was an unavoidable punch as you are rocked back into reality. I believe Deliri's the last one up, right? Your god is cackling. The storm is rolling. The boats are rocking back and forth and bumping against each other. The smell of fresh ozone from the lightning fills your nostrils.
I look around and see this sort of action scene where everyone's fighting one another. It's sort of like in slow motion. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to clear another god debt by holding up another sacrificial knife, so ripping it off of my my leg this time, and watching it glow in my hands and throwing it into the chaos, and seeing it where it lands.
And just trusting it'll land where it needs to land.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll land somewhere.
How much health does Deliria have left after 2 wounds?
That is a good question.
I believe you have 3 health, right?
Yeah, so I have 1 health left.
Yeah, so you tear out another one, and now you are starting to feel it. Like the blood is leaving you. You're woozy, but it's an elation. Like you're now entering a higher religious fanaticism with this blood loss and wooziness and the energy that's now rushing and all the endorphins through your body as you rip another knife off and hurl it into the center. Roll your wisdom, roll your god die, roll another d6 of advantage.
I got a 1, 2, 4, 5, and a 2.
Okay, that's enough. What do you strike? How does your knife find its target?
I think it strikes the orc that's closest to Rory.
Just as they were coming down on top of Rory, and Rory was like winding up a fist to send him right back, this knife just flies right past your ear, strikes it between the eyes, and then stumbles onto the deck and flops over into the water. And another bolt of lightning, and another god debt is struck from the record. Then you just hear, enough! And everyone kind of freezes for a moment, and Naomi walks onto the deck. How does Naomi look?
We said Naomi was the popular kid, liked by everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Tall, athletic, strong.
Kind of terrible person, but loved by everyone.
20 years later, though, so...
But 20 years later...
I think she's still stupendous.
Time has been good to them.
Does she look different to each person that's here?
No, she looks the same to all of you, but that's a really good question. I like that quite a lot. She looks the same to all of you, but she looks great and powerful. She looks exactly what you expect Naomi to look like.
Like someone who does Pilates.
Yes.
Naomi and Anna go to the same gym.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
They have the same spin instructor. Like,
it was really awkward, but it's a great gym, and neither of you were going to leave, so you just kind of decided to go with it. You don't talk to each other. It's the one little nod. Whenever you see each other, there's that one nod of acknowledgement, and then you just go your separate ways.
I think she's got like one of those really long captain's jackets. With the giant like frill pauldron things.
She does, with lots of folds in it.
Sleeveless.
Lots of like deep and heavy folds. And it's funny you mention that, because as soon as you do, a green sock pops up over the edge with a big yellow felt beak and hand-drawn feathers all over it and googly eyes and a big shock of red feathers off of the top.
Squawk! Hey, suckers! Squawk!
And the edge of the arm just goes back into the folds of the coat, and it keeps popping from one shoulder onto the next, but you never see where the edge of that arm goes.
Looks like we got stowaways. Squawk!
Fern is so mad.
gonna say I was intimidated, but I don't think we can be intimidated anymore by this.
No, it is very much like Muppet Pirate Island right now with this very serious character.
Yeah.
And this hand puppet off the side.
Squawk! Look at these losers! Squawk!
Fern is so angry because she had to paint that goddamn parrot.
What's the parrot's name?
Oh.
Polyester.
Polyester.
Wow.
Polyester.
Oh my god. That
There you
was
go.
perfect.
That was good. That was very good.
Yo.
That's so delightful.
So good.
Polly wants a cracker.
Settle down, Polly. These are our guests. Gentlemen, do you know who you're in audience with? These are the original water bearers. You see the orcs' eyes light up and they realize what they've done and they all just kind of lean back and then they get on their knees and like, we're so sorry. Oh, we didn't know. We didn't know, like, we know who they are. Like, you knew. And one of them just decks the other one. Yeah. John knew all along. You want us to throw him over?
I'm gonna lean over to Fern and just, I don't remember Naomi having an accent.
I don't remember much at all, actually.
Naomi went overseas one summer and came back with an accent.
The Madonna accent?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why do you have our ship?
Your ship? No, you weren't on it at the time. Someone had to look after it. It was just sitting in a dock, so sad, with its sails all closed. Look at it here, so beautiful and happy. Until you all came along and rudely interrupted my day.
We're back for it now, so toss over the keys.
I can see that. Well, the ship doesn't have keys. That's probably the first thing you should learn. However, I understand that you have a claim here.
It's a turn of phrase.
How about this? Where you headed?
Volcano, island, tower thing. I think, Deliria, you said you wanted a detour? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, maybe like a nice detour would be nice. I mean, like we could just go get brunch somewhere. You always liked brunch, right? Remember that time you came back from, where was it, London after 2 weeks and then you got that accent that confused everyone.
It was London, but for some reason the accent's not British.
Yeah.
As you mention brunch, she glances over at this gorgeous spread that is now sinking below the waves. I know where you are headed. You can drop me off on an island nearby. I've got backup plans. You always need backup plans when you're around this crew.
What are you up to? Big, exciting moves?
Well, I was shepherding some very precious cargo, and she leads you down into the ship and into your hold, which you had to build because you guys got into so many fights and took so many people. Like you need to be somewhere that you had to build a little prison on your ship in order for it to work. And she leads you down into that hold, and inside there, on a table with a ray of light that's coming in through a broken floorboard above it, is this perfectly preserved reel-to-reel machine filled with a tape, and next to it are just tins. Episode 1, Episode 2, the Fireflight trials. There's all these labels of everything, and your entire journey is laid out here, kept behind bars, for no one to hear except this small group of orcs in the middle of the ocean.
Where were you shepherding to?
We just keep them out here. The orcs are loyal. They like the story. Well, they like the original stories, you know, before the show went soft.
Wait, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Andrea just like waking up a little bit. It's like the show didn't go soft. It was a post-apocalyptic flood that they had to come up with because they had to get rid of you because you ruined the show.
Storylines seem contrived.
Wasn't even in it. You wouldn't even know if it wasn't because of me. If it wasn't because of me, none of you would have anything to listen to.
and your chain rumbles a little bit. Just a little bit excited at that. It's the first excitement you've seen from the chain so far.
I think that is strong enough a surprise that I'm going to bump myself back up to 1.
There you go.
But I am going to shut up.
So how about that for a deal? We'll sail you on across the ocean. Not an easy task sailing across the ocean, mind you. And when we get there, you just drop me and my crew off. We go our separate ways. Just like we always do.
And you'll be taking these?
And she looks over at the tapes and she laughs. You know, I don't really hold on to things like you all do. I think my time with the tapes is done. Do with them what you please.
That sounds fine to me. What about everyone else?
And the orcs kind of look back and forth, and they seem to be thinking very, very hard. And they kind of huddle up, and then one moment sidebar, and they all kind of cuddle together, look back up, look down again, and they break. Sidebar done. We fine. Yes, we do this. New lot life. Anew. Live land now. Be proud. Farm, perhaps. Yes, we have accepted fate.
Sorry, and you call yourselves fans of the show?
That's just it?
They found out that their gods are here. So it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
The old tapes don't matter. There's a new show to listen to.
That's just it?
There's brand new content.
Like,
first time in years.
This is some very good content.
And they're being told by those gods to do this. And they are on board.
Just like that? You just take, what is this? Somehow Palpatine return kind of bullshit?
Don't know who that is. Sound like good plot. We enjoy. 5-star.
You know what? Doesn't seem that bad of a deal.
it just feels too easy.
It does. It does.
We can cross that bridge when we get to it.
How far do you need to go?
Kappa, on your visor, you get a little dot route. It's going to be a 2-day journey to cross the ocean and then another day to cross through this lock. However, you're warned.
Locks have been inoperable for some time as the code has been lost.
Yeah, I'm going to project the map out and just point out this is where we are, this is where we're going. This is going to be a bit of a problem. So I don't think we have the time to afford to argue with this. But it just doesn't feel right.
No. But
I'll point at Naomi. You left, or sorry, it was not.
You kicked her out. Lucas, you kicked her out.
I was voted off the island. Let's not mince words here. We're all amongst friends, aren't we?
You were pushed off a cliff. Get it right.
I like you. You seem like someone on my side.
No. Andrew just not sulks, but turns around and gives his shoulders and his back to Naomi.
How is the new show going, Rory?
it is in pre-production. Thank you for asking.
I've heard so many good things. Look forward to listening. I'm sure the rest of you do too. Now that we're all listeners. Well, I have to say, this boat is much more fun than the boat I was just on.
There she is. There she is.
I am so enjoying this. Thank you for waking me up. I would hate to have missed it. Hello, Naomi. So, shall we get on the way? Raise sails and all?
We've turned into an actual Uber.
Yes, you're in a car with all the people you hate.
Yeah.
All right. Then Naomi directs the orcs to raise sails. The ship turns north, and you head straight into the middle of the Sea of Inequity.
My name is Alex Valente, pronouns he, him. I am a bisexual bilingual Britallion on Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh land. I have been a cleaner, publishing intern, waiter, scare actor, editor, university lecturer, language teacher, shop manager, and more usually, a translator. I can be found in tiny writing on the credits page of books when publishers remember to name the translator, and lurking in TTRPG spaces when people forget I'm there.
I'm Banana. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm a tabletop game designer and writer. I'm also the owner and co-founder of the RPG and small box board game publishing company, Game in a Curry. I love horror movies and cheesecake a lot. You can find me at Banana Chan Games on Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, TikTok, all of the social media.
I'm Jen De La Vega. You might know me as Vivian Lakewood on the Shadowrun podcast Fun City, Marquesa Maldar on the Still Fleet miniseries Float City, and The Keeper on Cozy City, a Brindlewood Bay mystery. I also happen to be a chef and cookbook author based in Brooklyn, New York. You can find me online as Randwiches. That's the word sandwiches, but replace the S with an R.
My name is Haley Whipjack, and I'm an educator, podcaster, and a passionate fan of making fun things. I am a co-host, game master, and a player on TTRPG Actual Play podcast Unprepared Casters, while also pursuing personal creative projects on my TikTok and YouTube channels.
My name is Christian, better known as Kappa in most online spaces. I use he, him pronouns. I am a performer, producer, and writer in the TTRPG space. I've produced, performed in, and organized events with Friends Roll Dice, Roll20, Asians Represent, Utopia, and many other groups and organizations to forward the work in uplifting marginalized identities in the TTRPG space. Occasionally, I'll appear as a guest in actual play streams, podcasts, and talk shows to lend my voice and expertise in storytelling and character-driven narratives.
And my name is Aram. I'm a producer, designer, photographer, and voice actor living in a quiet town off Lake Michigan. I'm a co-founder of the storytelling podcasting collective Dead Ghost Productions, co-host of the Dungeons & Dragons podcast Kill Every Monster, and the creator of God's Fall and of Now and Then. I also did the editing and sound design for Replay. You can find all of my shows and all of my social media at aram.gay.
Thank you for joining us for the launch of Dead Ghost Productions. We are a queer-run and owned studio and a proud member of the Realm Network.
Keep up to date with Replay and all of our projects by following us on Twitter at DeadGhostPro. Find all of our social media and all the shows we produce at deadghostpro.com.
Brancalonia is the all-Italian setting for the 5th edition of the world's most popular fantasy role-playing game. Set in a topsy-turvy version of medieval Italy, this unheroic, picaresque, and roguish world quotes, collects, and mixes references from contemporary Italian fiction and pop culture. You get the likes of the wooden puppet from Pinocchio, the half-demon Malebranche from Dante's Inferno, or even the Puss in Boots, some even as playable species. Spaghetti fantasy is a low-magic, gritty fantasy with little money for special effects, whose atmosphere is very similar to spaghetti western movies, but with swords instead of guns. The tone is lighthearted, its protagonists are neither heroes nor anti-heroes. They are knaves with little will to fight, chicken thieves, bandits with a heart of gold. After triumphing at the Emmy Awards in Indianapolis, gold for Best Electronic Book, silver for Product of the Year, Best Writing and Best Setting, the fantastic world of Brancalonia returned to Kickstarter with 3 new volumes at the community's request. The Bounty Kingdom Gazetteer, the Spaghetti Fantasy Bestiary, including recipes for cooking monster meat and managing its side effects, and a compendium of adventures. Intrigued? Play Brancalonia and other Acheron games like Lex Arcana and Inferno
at acheronstore.com/RPG-Brancalonia.
I took the lead. Somebody's heart.
20 years ago, we played a game. We recorded that game and shared it over the airwaves of a high school radio station.
WKEY AM 1360.
People listened. So did other things.
20 years later, we were invited to play a live reunion show for the hardcore fans.
Little did we know, this time, the game was real.
In this world, the players are confronted with their truest desires
and deepest fears.
And only they can decide when the game is over.
Welcome to Replay.
My name is Haley, my pronouns are she, any, and I am playing Rory, the Fool.
My name is Jen De La Vega. My pronouns are she, her, and I am playing Fern, the Dictator.
My name is Alex, my pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Andrea, or Andrea, the Emotion Knight.
My name is Banana Chan. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm playing Deliria, the Godbinder.
My name is Kappa. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm playing Lucas, the Neo.
And my name is Aram. My pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Jacob, the Master. Welcome to Replay, Chapter 4.
Waveform.
There's this sad moment for Tony, as he is fondly remembered for the loving himbo that he was before his heart was impaled. And then you just settle in for this long journey north. As you get deeper into this sea of inequity, it gets gray and it gets quiet and the wind gets slow and the ship gets slow and the day feels long, and you just enter into this gray kind of endless malaise where you just feel sad. Everything feels bad here. Like, all of the excitement, Andre, is gone.
Andrea is trying to get people to jump out from behind corners to feel a little surprised just to keep it up, and it's just not working anymore.
Even the orcs aren't into it.
The first couple of hours, it was kind of okay, and then it just like, me got stuff to do.
Now, our vampire friend is having quite a lovely time because they can stroll about the deck in the middle of the day here without any problem. I mean, it's a little uncomfortable. They still have a parasail and long gloves on, but they can be out and about on the deck as they're strolling around, looking into the gloom.
Otherwise, it's just a quiet and steady journey north. There's echoes in this place. There's unease, sadness, and memories seem to float up. Memories that mainly have regrets attached to them. And your mind kind of wanders to this idea of like, you have all these new ideas for books, all these things you could write. You could sit down right now and you feel like you could write 3 whole books. You have this finally, this thing you've been wanting for so long. If you just could have experienced this before, you could have written the book. There wouldn't need to be a ghostwriter. It would be all yours. And in that moment, an apparition appears in front of you. But it's not all yours, is it? And there's a ghost of your ghostwriter standing in front of you.
Can anyone else see the ghost?
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else who was on deck can see this ghost manifest directly in front of Deliria.
Who else is on the deck?
Yeah, who else is on the deck right now? Let's say it's like late at night, like around 1 a.m.
Yeah, I'll be on the deck.
Okay, you're both on deck. What are you two doing on the deck right now?
Oh gosh. Well, I'm probably really bored, and I was probably trying to get Lucas to like just play tic-tac-toe with me, like anything.
Sure, you're just carving
Just
into the deck.
Into the yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. All right, so you two are doing that. You're just playing tic-tac-toe, and it's like the 4th board. But you forgot that this boat must be either magical or alive because it heals itself. So by the time the game's done, you've moved on to the next one. By the time that game's done, the first one has already repaired itself. It is no longer etched into the deck. So this is a deck of living wood.
This is a feature of the boat that we had enchanted it with in the original story.
How did that happen? Drop into a flashback for me. What was the event that caused this boat to be enchanted like this?
At the time, we just got so tired of playing the realness of repairing a boat. After every battle, after every...
I had a whole chart.
So intense.
I made you
about it.
go through this chart every time. I constantly talked about the ship of Theseus. Like I was just really into it. And you're just like, enough, Aram. We don't want to do the ship maintenance game any longer.
I just had to pay for the maintenance. You're like, no. Here's exactly the damage, and here's what.
Sails are 5 gold, and the ropes are 10 gold, and the wood, you have to find the wood. Oh, there's no wood in this one. It's a shopping episode, but you have to go and chop down the wood yourselves.
Yeah, you guys were done with it after the 3rd time I made you do the boat quest. So we went to an island that had elves and ironwood that was magical, and enough of it was built into the ship that it was then able to heal the ship and take over the ship. So the ship is now stronger, and the ship can heal its own wounds. Wounds is a little bit perhaps...
It makes you feel bad for carving into it when you think of it like wounds. So we don't do that.
The ship is not sapient, but it is made of living wood.
And part of the start of that conversation was like, remember, this ship, like our ship, and then it's like, oh yeah, that's right, it repairs itself, and we just start doodling and playing tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, just carving into it, because who cares? It fixes itself.
Go away.
Exactly.
Go away.
Those little edges where you slammed into it and did some dents in the wood, fixed, fine, no problems whatsoever. Railing's fine. Ship looks brand new. In fact, all those patches in the sails, that must have been recent, because as you've been out to sea, you saw them heal and just the stitching blended into the rest of it, and now it's like it was never there.
And so in the middle of like this tic-tac-toe game,
in the middle of all of that, off to the front of the boat, Deliria is now talking to a ghost that just appeared in front of her. And it's got to be a ghost. It's all it could be. It's a translucent, glowing, foggy thing. It must be a ghost.
Translucent goth lady.
Right.
I think you all hear a scream from the other side of the boat.
Oh, hey, sorry. Kind of all I can do now.
You're... Zoe, is that you?
Kind of, yeah.
Zoe?
Yeah.
You look different.
Well, I'm a ghost.
I mean, yeah, aside from the ghostliness, you also look like my age.
Well, I'm not a kid anymore, Deliria. None of us are.
Right, I forgot. It's not the same. I haven't seen you in 20 years. It's been a while.
Forgot all about me. Don't worry, everyone has.
Well, what are you up to these days?
Well, haunting. Little ethereal jaunts here and there. Mainly haunting.
Haunting.
But I really just haunt, like, my own memories. I haven't really gotten to haunting other people's memories yet. I'm working on it.
Uh-huh. Okay. I think you're doing a great job.
Oh, well, thanks.
You're definitely here, haunting me.
Yeah, I felt your energy. Oh, as soon as you appeared here, I felt your energy. And I've been honing in on you ever since.
Okay. Well, you look great. Things are great here. Nice seeing you. And I'm going to go back to doing what I was doing.
Okay.
Which...
Deliria, who's that?
Did you kill somebody?
No, I didn't kill anyone. This is a ghost that appeared. Do you remember Zoe?
The ghost vanishes. It appears right next to you. Hey, I'm Zoe.
From calculus?
You ran the lights. You were in tech.
Yeah, I ran the lights. I was always behind them. Couldn't really see me.
I mean, you did good work.
I did a lot of good work, didn't I?
They're here now. They're just hanging out for a bit, and they're gonna go, right?
Yep, guess I'm gonna go. Anything else you wanted to say to me, Deliria?
Nope, nothing at all.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Why are you so nervous, Deliria?
What do you mean?
I wasn't even this nervous when Anna showed up.
I'm not nervous.
Oh, maybe I'm not doing my job well enough. Boo! Boo!
I love this. We could get you a sheet or something, maybe. Really sell it.
You toss a sheet over her, but it just goes right through her, just right to the deck.
Sorry, let me ask that again then. Zoe, why is Deliria so nervous?
Well, I guess Deliria would have to tell you that themselves. Last chance, Deliria.
So, please don't tell this to Andrea or Fern. What I'm about to tell you, like, this stays between us here.
Because we're friends.
Well, no, sure. Fine, we can classify ourselves as friends. If you want.
You don't need them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was there, yes.
How can I
forget? I'm just telling them right now what they want to hear, and then, maybe look out for my back.
Did you say that out loud?
Yes.
Perfect.
So we're not friends. That's fine. We can be casual acquaintances. You didn't kill Zoe, right?
No, I didn't kill Zoe.
No, she didn't kill me. Just the idea of me.
Zoe wrote The Water Bearers. And I paid Zoe $50 and a handle of vodka.
Kettle One, too.
Listen, we were 16. It's not like you could just get alcohol easily.
Yeah, but even at 16, Kettle One's kind of a step down, but it was okay. I only drink Sky now.
But you wrote The Water Bearers.
I had really good plans for the second season. I had some really good ideas. It was a fun game.
But
I liked your show.
Why did you played with us though? This looking at Deliria.
Yeah, she played on some when you guys did one shots when everyone couldn't show up. She did some one shots with you, right? But they were never officially canon. They were just happening in the world.
But Deliria shouldn't have needed. You were there. Like you were there.
Just didn't really have anything to write at the time. And I wanted to be cool and make a cool thing, and I couldn't think of anything at the time. It's so hard to write.
It's your job. It's your literal profession.
I mean, right now it is, but before it was just really hard to think of something, Like, I can't just come up with something without prompts.
Do your job. Just do the writing. Do the writing like you would do any other job.
This is the thing you chose to do. Now do it.
Show up 9 to 5 and do the writing.
Water Bearers is kind of the only thing you've ever written. And you didn't write it? I'm a little confused.
I didn't write it. Zoe wrote it. And I just happened to buy it off of Zoe. So technically the rights are still mine.
And then you wanted royalties for whatever the reboot was gonna.
80%, I recall.
It is still mine.
No,
because I bought the I bought the rights fair and square from Zoe.
Where's the contract for that?
You bought her labor. You did not buy her IP. Unfortunately,
It was a handshake deal.
Rory locked all that up. In the realm of ideas, are you right? Yes, you're right. Are you legally right? No. You can just see the smallest smirk appear on the ghost's face. Let's hold for one moment there as we go below decks to Fern's quarters, where there's a knock at the door.
She's been polishing her rapier, and her hair is down. It's flowing, it's long, it's black, and she goes to the door and cracks it open.
And there, in one little ray of light that always seems to hit her, is a gorgeous blonde vampire in this beautiful emerald silk dress, just kind of leaning casually in your doorway. Hey, Fern. What you up to?
May I help you?
Honestly, I'm just bored.
Oh, you don't have your Tony?
I do miss Tony. He was fun and tasty. But I wanted to talk to you, because you're also fun.
Am I?
In a new way. I can hear the rumbles. I know the sounds. You're teasing us. You haven't used it yet, but you could.
She narrows her eyes and she puts a finger up to her lips and goes, shh.
Don't tease. Let a little bit of it out. Just let me hear the smallest word.
Tell me to do something. Something fun.
I'm sorry, the voice is not for fun.
Oh, all right then. I'll be patient. Just letting you know. Any little time you want to throw a word my way?
I'd love to hear what it sounds like.
A tiny little curtsy, and she smiles at you. Her teeth glint, her eyes glint with malice, and she turns on her heel, strides away. Back up to the top. The ghost smirks just a little bit. Deliria, in the back of your head.
I'm sorry, pet, but a deal is a deal. And you aren't the only one who makes them.
And the water around the ship begins to bubble. Something is rising, but it's not your god.
1 fair goal detected. 2 fair goal detected. 5 fair goal detected. 12 fair goal detected. 39 fair. 81. 137 fair goal detected.
Oh.
Something is happening. There's so much gold.
As you're get a visual of it, there's the ship, there's a whole bunch of ocean, and there's one giant lump of gold rising towards you.
Oh, so we should go as fast as we can somewhere else?
Andrea bursts onto the top deck. Is like, is something finally happening?
We're gonna go really fast, really far away.
I guess yeah, sure, okay.
Deliria, what is happening?
Something is coming after us, and it's not anything that I know about.
Okay, all right, we go. Let's go. And then I don't know, sails. I'm not a boat person.
Yeah, sails, rope.
There's not a ton of wind right now. It is this
Start blowing on the sails, fanning it.
I can see Lucas doing it.
Lucas, you're so dumb. That's a good idea, but isn't the ship like it was at the beginning of season 2 and it was one of the outtakes? Isn't the ship enchanted? Like, isn't it like, doesn't it have tech? Can you hack it? Can you get into the ship and make it do stuff?
Vibe.
Hello.
Vibe, access the reservoirs.
Clarification. There are no reservoirs aboard a ship. There is, however, a bilge, which is, I believe, what you're trying to tell me.
Yes, that one.
Bilge has been accessed.
You're starting to glow, like little lines under your skin. Little parts of you are just starting to glow and throb as the AI really kicks in.
So you know how you shovel coal into
into like a furnace?
Into a furnace. It's like that, but it's a glowing orb filled with water that, if spun faster, the Nomad cuts through water easier.
The sails aren't just sails. They don't just capture wind. They capture the magical weave that threads around this country like wind. So when you are able to juice this furnace to really get those sails going, absolutely. But you're gonna have to go down there and shove your hands into that furnace to make it go.
That's where I'm going.
You bump right into your ex-vampire lover. Oh, all things getting excited.
I can't deal with you now unless you're either helping me or you're out of my way. And I'm gonna go down to the bilge.
And she takes off her high heels, throws them over her shoulder, and goes running down with you. How excited!
Andrea goes like banging on Fern's door. Fern, something's happening.
Oh, really? I'm in my nightgown.
What does Fern's nightgown look? What is her nighttime look?
Oh my god, they've got poofy ruffles on the shoulders, and it's just like little chrysanthemums like woven together all the way down.
Adorable. I love it. Hair's all up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Probably got the eye mask on, like you're set for bed.
Just frozen eye mask that glows, yeah, for sure. And she's like, I'm gonna get dirty again. Oh.
Lucas and Anna go racing down into the engine room, while the rest of you go racing up to the top. The seas now are getting rocky. The clouds are dark. The thunder is constant and roaring all around you. And there's just this coming up from underneath you. And where there was all this phosphorescence as the ship cut through the water, there's now just a darkness rising.
I'm gonna get on like into the crow's nest, like as high up as I can get. Try and see if I can tell what's like down there, if there's an overall shape to it.
You just run up this long beam, leap off it, grab a rope, swing over, and just climb your way. Like, it looks so cool. It's all parkour all the way up there. Swing over the edge, grab poor ex-Tony's spyglass, and start looking around. And now you can see this shape. And as it bursts up through the water on either side, there's something big and dark down there. But right now, all you can see is a tentacle as it rises out of the water. And right where you are in this crow's nest, it is eye to eye with you for a split second before it slams down onto the deck, splitting the rest of you in half. All of you have 3 decks except for Deliria. Rory's the most active right now, so Rory goes first.
Okay. Big tentacle came up and then smashed down into the boat.
Yep, smashed right across the deck, flat across it, and then just kind of like over the edge.
Okay. Can I This is so dumb. I'm just going to continue to do the dumbest things I've ever thought of and call it a character.
Perfect.
Please. Yes.
Yes.
It's pure panic, and it's the feeling of like, I can do whatever I want, that has just become sort of the back of the mind mantra since Rory has changed into this Paragon, is that Tentacle comes up, sees Tentacle's about to go back down, and jumps to grab onto it on its way down.
Hell yes. Why not?
And I don't foresee me staying on or near the boat, but
I would like a dexterity roll plus your full die.
yeah, for sure.
And because you're jumping down onto it from up top, you have the high ground. So go ahead and take advantage as well.
Advantage meaning?
An extra d6.
Okay, so I continue to not get my fancy circles. Just fine, and I'm not mad about it.
Draw one more circle.
Yeah, I did get 3 successes out of that 5, though, so no 6s.
Oh, yeah. What do you want to happen?
What I want is to get a solid handhold on this tentacle
Yeah.
and then to maintain it.
So as this tentacle comes down with you riding on top of it, it slaps down onto the deck, swings over the edge, you slam against the side, but you don't let go. And now you are hanging off a tentacle 10 feet above the water as it dangles over the edge of the boat.
Yeah.
All right. That is exactly where you are.
That's where I wanted to be.
Creature goes next. Another tentacle comes up and slams down onto the boat. Jen, unfortunately, this is your first time taking a shot. What is your, as you come up onto the deck, what is your defense and what is your guard?
My defense is 0, and my guard is 3.
Okay, so this big, huge tentacle slaps down right above you. Oh my God. 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, and a 1. All misses. So as Rory is riding this tentacle down, you see Rory go over the edge of the boat, like, oh my gosh, and that catches your eye just so you can avoid the tentacle coming in, and you're able to roll out of the way easily as it smashes onto the deck and gets caught in the railing, and it's stuck there and it can't pull back.
I think Fern just got attacked, so Fern is probably active.
Go ahead, Fern.
Fern is going to yell to Rory, I hope you have a plan for that.
I don't. I really, really, really don't.
As you're being smacked up and down. Like,
Yeah.
I don't have a plan.
Well, I'm going to make it a little more mad.
Okay.
Sounds good. Just get lifted, 2 thumbs up, and then you disappear over the edge of the ship again.
And she goes to that tentacle that's stuck in the railing, and she just takes her rapier and just stabs downward into it like a shish kebab.
Roll me intelligence before you do.
A 2 and a 6.
Just as you're about to sink that sword home, you notice that instead of suckers on the other side of it, there are these semi-translucent sacks. And you see something moving inside them, and then a pair of teeth gnaw and snatch. And you notice that every single one of those sacks must contain a fallen.
Oh.
And as you think that, a couple of them are bursting open, and fallen are crawling out of the arms and snatching at the air. All of them are scaly, and their eyes are shifted towards the sides of their head unnaturally. It's humanoid features, but with a shark's mouth and a big fin coming off the back of the head.
She yells into the sky, Jacob, that is not anatomically correct.
There's a little flash of thunder and the slightest hint of laughter.
How many of them are there?
Well, right now there's about 4, but theoretically there could be hundreds.
Oof. Okay. She is holding her rapier and sheathes it. And she brings her arms down to her sides and closes her eyes because she's about to change her voice. You hear kind of like a John Carpenter synth sting, as if a magenta light were shining down on her.
Yeah.
You must be afraid of each other.
Roll your d4.
We got a 2.
Okay. 2 successes. Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and add a die of advantage into this one, because this is clever. I like this.
Thank you. We got a 1, a 1, a 3, and a 4.
Okay, so 3 successes total. Fallen has a willpower of 4. Okay, so you're only able to get this one Fallen. Your powers only let you control one mind at a time. And you don't take total control over this Fallen. There's still some of them left, whatever is left in a Fallen. But this one is afraid. And that fear radiates. All the others pick up on it, and they descend on him, and there's just carnage.
Andrea was surprised, at least, by stuff happening. I don't think it's particularly intense. I think it's just at a steady strong.
Yeah.
But they just let the chain snake down his arm, and it's like, hey, I know you probably don't care, but something exciting is happening, so...
Water zombies.
Really? Really?
What do you want? It's water zombies. Zombies, but they're in the water. Ooh. What a threat.
Just flings the chain.
Wait! Wait!
But I'm gonna try wrapping the chain around one of the tentacles and try taking down the tentacle instead of the Fallen.
Okay, how are you doing this? Are you wrapping one with Rory?
Andrea didn't really notice Rory being caught.
Fair enough.
Andrea is going to, without noticing, because, amazement, surprise, and distraction are the 3 emotions that they work with.
Also, Rory's currently, dangling about 10 feet over the edge of the deck right now, so yeah.
Not super visible.
Is going to try using the chain as a chainsaw around the tentacle by just wrapping it around and making it run.
Woo!
See if we can saw off the tentacle.
Okay, roll to hit first.
That's 2 successes. 3 successes.
3 successes. Okay.
2 4s and a 5.
This thing has a defensive 1, so that cuts you down to 2 successes. This thing has 4 tentacles. This is one of those 4. You pull tight, real tight, and it starts to squeeze, and you can see the tentacle begin to flop and flail, and as you pull, it pulls against you. I want you to roll now your strength, and I want you to roll your strength with 2 extra dice for your 2 successes.
That is a 6, a 5, and a 4.
Wow. Okay. All right.
And a 1.
Okay. What is the special thing you want to have happen?
I want to saw this tentacle off.
Oh. Right. That's going to happen. What else would you like to have happen?
It starts writhing enough that it chucks a couple of Fallen off the deck.
Nice.
Just as it keeps writhing across it falls back off the other side.
You pull back, and then you almost hear an engine start up as the chain begins to slide very quickly through your fingers. Not enough to cut you. It's not hurting you. It's almost like you're protected. It should be shredding your hands, but it's spinning like a chainsaw blade through your hands, rapidly rotating around this thing and just slicing through it as it rips up into the air and lets go of Rory. Rory, I would like you to roll your dexterity plus your fool die.
Okay.
Didn't see you there. Sorry.
I bet you feel so bad. Literally still haven't gotten my circle. I'm gonna freak out.
Draw another circle.
Does that mean do you have 5 circles now?
4. I will have 5 after this.
That's crazy.
There's only 6 sides on the die.
Draw one more circle.
I got 3 out of 4 successes though, so one of them was a 6. Is that the number that I need to?
That's fantastic. So, how do you not be thrown over the edge of the boat?
Because he just sawed the whole tentacle off that I was holding on to.
Yep. and you're flung through the air. But what stops you from going over the edge?
What stops me from going over the edge is I'm flung high enough that I can actually manage to not even get like a full grasp on a rope, but sort of wrap my arm around it enough times that I can slide to a stop before the rope ends.
You're flung in an arc.
Yeah.
Because you rolled really well. You got wrapped up, you're flung in an arc. You are currently circling around the boat, coming back around. So on your turn, you will be delivered right back into melee. We go below decks as you all burst into the engine room, and Anna's like, oh, well, I guess we're getting our hands dirty, aren't we? As she's rolling up the sleeves of this elegant dress.
Okay, yeah, yes. I don't remember how this works. I'll look at the furnace quotes, because it's not like your traditional, steam furnace. It's not coal, it's a magical implement, and open up the grate, and it's how the outside of the boat has like cerulean, kind of like an ivory. It's like a glowing jello of cerulean that is filling up this furnace. I don't remember. Because I was never the one who did it, and I just.
It looks like you're trying to.
Increase the polarity of the transfusic pulse generator.
Would you like me to help?
Yes. How do we do this?
You can interface directly with all Neotech.
Oh, okay. And this is Neotech.
Correct.
So okay. I look at Anna. Okay, it says interface directly. Do I touch it?
That's how you always interface directly with me.
Oh, shut up. And I'm gonna plunge my hand into the furnace.
Plunge both hands into the furnace, and your eyes, energy that is now transferring back and forth is gigantic, and you still have to pump more into the engine. As that's happening, the tentacle slams down on the deck, the edge of it crashes in through the porthole, and 3 fallen crack out of these sacks and spill into the room.
Caution. If you disconnect from the transfusic pulse generator before polarization is complete, there is a 78% chance it will implode.
So you are stuck now with both hands buried in this engine as fallen are beginning to rise around you.
I shoot Anna just the most, I can't believe I have to trust you in this moment look.
Don't worry, darling, I've got this. And Anna rolls to strike one of the zombies.
NPC fight.
1, 2, 3, 4 successes. Anna just goes, darling, I got you. Grabs the first one's head and smashes it against the wall where it explodes like a melon. And then gets started on the next 2. Back up to the top.
Hey, God, if you can hear me right now.
Hey, God, it's me, Deliria.
Hey, it's me, your favorite child.
You have quickly become my favorite.
Thank you.
Alas, this deal was made long before I was known to you. I am barred from interfering in this conflict. Good luck, my dear. Impress me.
What's your deal? What happened?
There was so much sorrow in that one. So much betrayal. They had all of their soul to offer, and I took it down to the depths. They'll be here forever, my little pearl. But you, my darling, will have to suffer just a little bit. Show me your faith. Do not wander.
I would like to cast a scripture, please.
Yes, absolutely.
What would you like to cast?
I would like to cast Tentacle Blast.
Nice. Okay.
And attack as... how many tentacles are there on the...
So there's one that's been cut in half and like it's like and bleeding and sinking down below. There's one on the deck being active, and now there's like maybe there's there's two others because you've seen them rise up, but right now there's only one on the deck.
Okay, I will aim for the one on the deck.
So wisdom plus d12. You just need one success.
4, 4, 1, 1.
2 successes.
Is the one the d12?
No.
Good. Okay. Then the gods answer your call, and tentacles appear. How do they appear? From where?
I think from my chest.
Oh, of course. Of course they do. The most horrifying option.
Yeah,
Yes.
the worst one you could have said for sure.
Your rib cage just separates. The nails draw in and tear and rend, and you just hear a wet crunching as these tentacles explode. These ectoplasmic tentacles explode out of your chest and lunge towards this other tentacle in the most horrific hentai horror any of you have ever seen.
Yeah, Fern retches again. She's very sensitive. So sensitive.
This is pretty intense. I think even Tony would be like, well, I'm not so sure I want to be here anymore. I'm kind of glad I'm dead.
Fern, I'm so sorry.
So these tentacles shoot out, and I'm assuming go to grapple the other tentacle, right?
Yes, they go over to the other tentacle, strangle it to the point where it sort of collapses through this other tentacle, cutting it in half, and releases its grip and sucks right back into my chest.
They are greedily grabbing huge chunks. They're feeding, they're eating, they're dragging flesh back into. You can taste the bile of this creature, but you feel good. You feel fed.
Can I ask to be healed by one?
Yes. As you ask to be healed by one of your tentacles rips through one of the sacks and grabs one of the fallen. And in that moment, you see a table somewhere in Iowa. Small farmhouse table. There's a group of kids gathered around it. 4 friends, 14, 15, all playing a game. Until one of them shows up and says, "Hey guys, I found these really special dice. I think we should try and play a different game." And then it flashes forward to them all in some world of die, and there's a full like dwarves versus elves 1940s trench warfare going on. There's mechanized dragons and horror and fire and screams and yells, and then you just see flash of blood when you see this person fall, and then you see them sink through the earth, clawing and screaming and changing and emerging, and then you feel hunger, and then in a moment it's gone and you've consumed this. The coin is left but fades, vanishes. The name erases from the coin, and you feel a pulse and a welling inside you as you consume everything about that person. And you feel great. You feel rested. Like you've had a nice long sleep.
Quick question. Do I have their memories?
You can access them, but they're fading. They're gray. They're hollow. There was just these flashes of them. They were so intense and so bright, but now it's almost like you have a Polaroid in reverse, and it's just slowly fading to white.
I fall to the ground, and I'm just like, there's this euphoric look on my face, and I'm just staring at the sky above me, and I'm just not moving at all.
Tears pouring down your face as one ray breaks through the clouds to shine down on you.
There, my dear. You see, faith is gained further struggle.
As two more tentacles rise out of the sea on either side of you. And one of them comes crashing right down on top. Let's see how this goes. That is going to be a 5, a 5, and a 4. So that is 3 successes. What is your defense and health?
My health is at 1. 1 out of 3, and my defense.
Wait, you just healed, right?
I healed 1.
Oh no, you healed fully.
Oh, I healed fully. Oh, okay. Well, then I am fully healed.
Oh yeah, you just absorbed someone's soul. You healed fully.
Oh, okay, cool.
Your defense as a Godbinder is 0.
How much guard do you have?
Oh, I have 2.
In this moment of ecstasy, this writhing joy, a deep shadow appears over you, and you look up just in time to see this other tentacle come crashing down. You roll out of the way, but the impact just blows you. It slams you against a wall, knocking the air out of you. You've taken 1 wound.
Me.
Back to Rory.
Swinging around on a rope.
Yeah, so you have now completed your circle, and you are swinging with a large amount of momentum back towards one of the tentacles.
What do you do when you're basically just a guy with luck on your side and no knives? And no magic powers, with a lot of people who have magic powers.
Yeah.
What do you do?
What do you do?
I posit the stupidest options possible every time, as I've said. And what do you do for here? You go find how you kill the monster. Tentacles are not how you kill a monster. The body's how you kill the monster.
Right.
And the body
Oh, no.
is not on your boat.
No, it's not.
Oh, no.
Nope.
It's just not. That's not where it is.
Yo.
And we're not going to kill the Deliria almost just died.
Yes.
And had to absorb a child.
Yeah. That's an unfortunate day.
All true statements.
I've had worse days.
Really? Have you?
Getting confronted by the ghost of a child you stole from and then having to...
Yeah, but there was that one Monday where I had to make 3 transfers on the same bus line. So, you know.
Yeah. Commuting is hard.
Yeah, commuting's really hard. Eating a child's easy.
Does that count as a flashback for advantage?
Yes. Yes, it does. It 100% does. Whatever you do next, you're going to get advantage and your full die. 100%.
I am going to fling myself into the ocean and look for eyeballs or mouths of the big monster, because that's...
Yes, 100%. So first of all, yes, of course you are. Did you take your Fool ability?
Which do you mean by that?
Okay, so the Fool gets an ability.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is like preparation.
Ability. I got equipment.
That's the next one.
I thought that was this one. Oh, okay, that's the next one. But you know
That's
what?
the first advancement you get.
I'm going to give you a tease of it. How this ability works is that at any point during an encounter, the Fool can go, you know what? I've got just the right thing for that. You just happen to have it on you, right? So as you're flying through the air towards the edge, you just happen to set a harpoon up right on this railing because you figured this would be a really good diving railing. And lo and behold, it is. So as you go over the edge, you're able to actually roll me a dex roll just to make sure that you can grab this harpoon
Just
and go
dex?
over the edge.
Do you want
Dex on this one.
Okay. Just, it was a 2, 5, and a 6.
Oh, fuck. You not only grab this harpoon, but you do a nice little backflip as you grab it over the edge and perfectly swan dive into the water. Harpoon clenched between your teeth. So you go crashing over the edge, underwater, and you instantly see what it is you're facing. It is a giant squid. It is a giant squid, though, with thing. Some large thing has been put into the back of its head, some sort of engine that has a huge fan, and as they suck in water is spinning and spitting out water and ichor as you see one of these creatures inside their little tentacle pods just and shrivel and get sucked and desiccate much like Deliria does, but until they're a fine paste within this sack. And then this coin just appears and is floating around inside it. Black ichor pours out of the back of this fan connection as these two giant pale eyes turn towards you.
Hi.
Got a harpoon.
I have a harpoon. Is this still my turn? Can I do things with it? Okay.
You can do a thing. That was your movement, and you had a lot of momentum.
I just let go of a rope, and here I am.
That's all you did.
Harpoon. There is eyes. I did say eyes. I didn't know there was a big fan, though. And if I could jam the harpoon into the fan and stop it from doing whatever it's doing, that's gotta not be good for the squid.
So this fan is sucking in and out as it breathes. So there's a current around the fan that you're going to have to fight. It's going to be risky, but you can absolutely do this. Okay, I would like you to roll your dice plus your full dice, and let's see what happens.
Is this dexterity, or am I doing something
This is definitely dexterity.
Love to hear that. Thank you so much. And every face on my full dice does now have a thing.
Okay, here it comes.
There are 5 circles and 1 cross.
Yes.
So something's gonna happen.
Something's gonna happen.
I'm so nervous.
Oh, you should be.
Okay. All right.
You're so perfect for this character. I love it.
You really are.
We got a circle.
There we
got
go.
a 1, 5, 5, and a 6. And one of those 5s was my circle on the full dice.
Okay, so first of all, what is your special? Is there a special attached to your martial arts?
Special? I don't believe attached to my martial art.
No, you only get a special on the full die.
Right, okay.
Oh, actually, no. In any dice pool which includes the full d6, you can roll another d6 and add it to the current pool.
Oh.
So, Haley, you can roll an extra d6.
That die becomes exploding.
Yeah.
Hoopah. It was a 3.
Okay, so 3 full successes, though. What are you trying to do?
I am trying to stop the fan from moving by kind of wedging the harpoon in there to the point that it is broken and can no longer turn.
You get sucked towards it just in time for you to slam your feet down on the outside of this port. Fleshy, gross port, and you slam the harpoon in. The fan cracks against it. You barely hold on, and you're able to fight it. If you let go, it'll be broken free. But for right now, it is stopped. The thing writhes and screams. The tentacles are getting dragged back down towards you and flung back around. It's going to try and knock you off of it next round. You feel if you can hold this for 2 rounds, you can kill it.
Then here I will be.
Okay, all right.
Erase all circles except for 1.
I get to keep 1 circle.
And add an extra cross.
So I get to keep 1 circle, and then I should have 2 crosses.
2 crosses. Yeah. Exactly. It is now the creature's turn. And the creature has focused all of its attention on Rory. As the tentacles are pulling off the deck, you guys will be able to attack them again, but there's 2 underwater, and those both come for Rory.
Don't worry, guys. I haven't gotten hit yet.
You
so.
better be lucky.
I am. That's my whole character.
4, 6, 6, 6. So the 4 gets
so
removed.
Fun.
Okay? As this tentacle swirls around you, and right before it closes down around you, and the blackness sinks, and you start for the first time to question the logic of this plan, you hear a voice.
So brave. So loyal to your friends. I'm impressed. I am glad that my chosen keeps such good company.
Time seems to slow down as this voice speaks to you.
Underwater. I can't. I can't do shit. I'm holding on to a thing and I'm underwater and delirious scary god is in my head.
Your eyes are bugging out.
You can think your thoughts to me, child. Do not speak. Save your precious air. I have given you time because you entered my domain. I have more control here, and I can offer you a one-time deal.
Take the deal.
Oh. I have a thing. I don't need him. I have a thing. There's a god in my head. And I just panic, just pure panic. Panic only all the time. And so glad that Mike chosen. And I'll just think, I love what you've done with the place. It looks great under here. And Deliria was a great choice. Good chosen. I'm good.
And then you feel like there was a presence there, right? Filling this space as the tentacles closed. Then that presence pulls back.
Then I'd love to see what happens next. Good luck, small one.
Thanks.
The voice recedes and time quickly comes back and these tentacles just slam around you.
Okay. Am I about to die? Is that what's about to occur?
So you push back, but it just clamps down. It beats through all of your defenses and it starts to squeeze tight. Next round, it's really gonna start to hurt.
Yeah. I have a harpoon, and I have a failsafe. I have my big failsafe.
You do. You really do. Please use it.
Really?
No one has ever used it in any of my games before. Please use it.
I want to really bad.
You can use it anytime you want.
I know.
Yep.
You said next turn is when I maybe get fully fucked over.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I'll hold on to it just in case. But I really don't want to be in debt to the spooky tentacle god right now. So.
Okay, what is the current threat?
So the current threat right now is that there is a tentacle sliding off, and there are 3 fallen rising to their feet. They're starting to refocus, but you've got a round to just, pick them off, basically.
Fern is going to unsheath her sword again. And she just lets out a heavy sigh because she was very disappointed in her previous performance. Her harshest critic,
Of course.
And so she does a sort of rhythm gymnastics throw where you throw the actual stick part and she grabs the end of the ribbon. And so it kind of taps them on the shoulder.
Right.
As sort of like a distraction technique.
Yeah.
But of course, she comes, she does a what's it called? A flèche, which is running past and swiping in her wet nightgown.
Soaked and viscera-strewn
She's
nightgown.
frowning the whole time. She got a 2, a 1, and a 6.
Okay, 1 success. So you slash at this thing's flank. You see the tentacle scream and writhe and turn like it's refocused now, almost like it has eyes and looked at you. So it stops slinking off the boat and is now focused on you.
She's proud of herself for a moment, but sees the tentacle. Oh, crap.
Have at thee. Oh, never mind. All right, and that tentacle is going to swing right back at you. It is wounded, though, so I'm going to take some dice off it. 1, 1, 2, and a 3. You easily sidestep this flailing, bleeding tentacle of desperation as it slaps onto the ground like 3 times around you and then just slinks back below the water, completely missing. Replay is sponsored by Adventure Dice. Adventure Dice is your Canadian source for dice, role-playing game books, and accessories, and other tabletop gaming goodies. Many of our products are handcrafted in Canada. We're dedicated to creating gaming spaces that are safe, accessible, and welcoming to everyone. As gamers ourselves, we believe in offering quality products that we would use at our own table. Find us at your friendly local gaming store, at conventions, and online at www.adventuredice.ca. Andrea's next.
Everything is surprising.
Oh, yes. Very exciting and surprising.
Also a little distracting. There's just things keep happening and they can't quite keep their focus on one single thing, and I think it is getting a little more intense. They are not going to use creative violence, but he is going to run up to the three fallen and is going to strike at one of them.
Yay, more fallen. Maybe you'll wash me this time?
That is a single success.
So you just wrap the chain around one of the fallens, like they're not down yet, but you've entangled them.
Where did Rory go?
So as you wrap up that fallen and you're kind of struggling to hold them in place, a spear suddenly bursts through their chest. Black ichor explodes, they choke and gag and then just fall apart into cords and pieces and ichor. And standing behind it is one of the orcs. Just gives you a nod, and then she and a couple of the other ones descend on the rest, just tearing them apart limb from limb and hurling the pieces overboard. Behind them, you can see Naomi, and she's running alongside that other tentacle, slicing off pieces of it with a pair of short swords. Let's go down into the engine bay. There are two fallen. Lucas, you see them get up around you with your hands buried deep into this engine. You see them look, and their eyes glint. You see the fair gold spinning in their chest as their giant shark-like teeth open and come towards you, and then one of them just explodes. You see a knife edge of a hand slice right through the side of its head and cut it clean off. Anna lunges at the second one, but she slips on her dress, it ducks under her arm, and it comes right for you, its teeth gnashing and its eyes wild. 2, a 2, and a 5. Only one success. I don't believe that gets through your guard. So you are able to get a knee up right into this thing's chest and are keeping it back as these teeth are like just snapping right at your neck.
The tails are helping me.
The tails are all grabbing it, trying to hold it back. Absolutely. Is there anything you think you can do with your hands buried in this engine right now?
So it feels as if I'm funneling energy into it, some sort of magical energy. And so I'm gonna experiment and just try and teleport the globule that is present in one hand into the other and just try to juice magic that way.
You see two options in front of you. You could do that. You could also teleport that fair gold directly into you.
Oh my god. Did not even think about that. Yeah, no, that sounds that sounds even better. Like just because I know how much it enhances my own magical ability, I will do that.
What would you like to upcharge?
Oh, okay. I think so. The way this works, I have a bunch of upgrades under this gift, Blink Teleporter.
You can either upgrade one of those, take any of those upgrades, or you can temporarily activate another gift.
I'm gonna activate an energy weapon.
What is the energy weapon? How does it come out of you? It's gotta be the tails, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Like the tail with a red tip. The tip starts to glow. I'm just gonna whip that tail around into the jaw of this fallen that is harrying me and trying to get at my bits.
I'd say that's a dexterity roll. Please go ahead and roll that and add your Neo die.
Hell yeah.
And then also roll me your Neo die a second time and tell me if it's odds or evens.
Okay. 3, 3, 5, 5.
Okay, 2 successes.
For the odds or even is a 5.
Okay, so it works perfectly. This tail swings out. All 8 other tails lash around it to form one thick rope as it cuts through the air. Anna smirks, clearly seeing this attack coming, and just casually leans out of the way as it passes right by her nose. Big smile on her face. Adoration for you right now. That's the man she remembers. And it cuts into this thing's face and just explodes it. It melts half the face as it cuts it through. There's so much heat. The eyes explode. The teeth shoot out like popcorn. And this thing just viscera and blood and teeth everywhere as this slow motion romantic almost view of her catching your eye, the smile in her face. You could almost hear the music as this thing collapses in front of you, completely destroyed.
Okay. All right, so I can do that too. That's everything, right? You go check on what's going up top?
She picks an ear off of her face and tosses it to the ground. Sure, darling, let me go look. And she goes running up to the top of the deck. Back down to Rory. You are surrounded by tentacles. You are going to be crushed this round. What are you going to do?
Well, what I'm gonna do. There is something in my playbook that says if all else fails.
Oh.
And I think that's sort of the situation that I've gotten myself into. So, mechanically, what I am doing is I am giving my fool die.
Yes.
To a Rom.
Please hand it over.
You may have it. It is yours. It is no longer in my dice tray.
It is now mine.
That is now a Rom's D6.
Oh.
So I may get out of this situation via a piece of unfeasibly good luck. The GM may return your D6 at any point to create an entirely unfair event on a similar or lower scale of awfulness to your previous use.
No.
Dude.
Yep.
So he can kill me with tentacles later if he wants.
Or worse. Or everyone
worse.
around you except for you.
The same or lower.
Same or lower.
Can't be worse.
So my life on the line or less.
Because it's not going to happen to you. It's going to happen to everyone around you.
Hell yeah.
That's how your bad luck works.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how do you get out of this?
How I get out of this?
What happens? What miraculous thing gets you out of this?
Yeah. I send away a god.
Yeah, you feel the god. As soon as that D6 emerges from you and spins in front of your face, you feel the god pull back, almost just feels like they recoil from it. And there's just this beautiful, beautiful light all around you. The ocean is just aglow, and you can see for so far. You can see all the fish and the creatures. You can see the seaweed far below. You can feel the ocean sing all around you as this die seems to float in this perfect moment of harmony.
And marveling at the beauty of the ocean and wondering, what am I getting into? I accept how lucky I am and how much this world that I helped build loves me. And I move just enough to jam my foot against the side of the harpoon and sink it all the way inside of the beast. So that it dies open.
There is a horrid scream. The tentacles unravel and flail, and there is an ejection of ink from this thing, just blasting you right out of the water onto the deck, covered in thick black ink as the tentacles writhe and pull, and you just see this thing sink away. The clouds part, the sun comes back out. And it's a clear, perfect day
on the ocean.
Right.
While Lucas is still overpowering the engine, so we're about to speed up.
We're going so fast.
You just hear a
Alert! Overcharge has been activated. Emergency speed in 3, 2, 1. Hold on to a handrail.
and the ship lunges forward. This sailing vessel is now going 45 to 50 miles an hour, skipping across the top of the water like a hydroplane. As you plunge through the edge of this storm and into this beautiful open sea, by the time you're done, Lucas, you're pretty exhausted, but the walls come into view. First, just the peaks of the mountain, and then the edge of the walls of the lock, this long, great wall with all of your names and all of your successes and desires and victories etched into them. And it looks like if the Vietnam Wall was white marble and each word, each letter was 2 feet high. That's the effect that you look at. Your whole arm could go up to your elbow into one of the carvings of the letter. That's how wide and deep they are. Everything is beautiful. All of your victories are splayed out here. You feel this welling of pride as you see yourselves immortalized. Everyone except Lucas, who unfortunately his entire wall is under construction right now. But the rest of you feel this real moment and welling of pride as you sail along this wall toward the Great Locks. You all kind of collect back together, pick a few things out of your hair. The orcs are just chopping up tentacle part and already putting them on skewers to cook. Naomi's been sitting in the back and she's just been looking at her nails. Are you all done now? To take care of the little problem?
Where were you?
I was right here. You guys were fine. Anyway, shall we get sailing? As the ship sails reconnect, reform, ropes form out of nothing and retie it down, the wind picks up and you're sailing along the edge of this wall towards the lock and towards a lighthouse. Sitting directly in front of the lock, whose light turns to find you and illuminates you as the sun begins to set and follows you as you're traveling towards it. Who would know Morse code among you? Which of you geeked out enough about your ship adventures to learn Morse code?
Not Fern. I would have gone with Fern.
Really?
If it's none of you, it's gonna be Andrea.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it was one of those things where Jacob was like, you should learn Morse code, and I was like, nah.
I wrote in 3 major plot points that were all given away via Morse code, and Andrea is like, my God.
In that case, yes, Andrea is definitely the one.
Yeah.
He just started tapping away at the table one day. We were like, dude.
That's annoying.
Please don't
Stop.
do
Yeah.
Andrea, you've got a pen and paper, and you're writing, please show paperwork, pull alongside.
Please pull. Do we have paperwork? Paperwork for what?
Naomi, do you have paperwork for the Nomad?
Oh, of course I do. I'm fully caught up. Hang on. And she goes down and comes up with a bunch of paperwork that is clearly forged.
Okay.
But it looks good. What was the name of the old security guard who always let you into the radio station on weekends so you could record your game?
Oh. Stu.
Stew. S-T-E-W.
Yeah.
Stew. Yep. All right. So you pull up into this lighthouse with like a guard tower built into the ground floor of it, but otherwise it's just a normal lighthouse, but it's a guard tower with like one little arm that goes out maybe 10 feet in the middle of the ocean. It makes no sense whatsoever. Hey there, can I see your papers, young ones? And it's Stu. It's Stu, 2 days from retirement. Always 2 days from retirement. Then he extends it a little bit longer. I'll hang on for one more semester. What do you kids do without me?
And he just keeps hanging on. So Stu's just there. He's got pictures of his family up in the office all around him. He's got his little collection of seahorses all up on top of his monitor, which is like an old CRT that's barely hanging on and flickering green. How can I help you folks?
I'm just sorry. Wasn't expecting to see you.
Well, to be honest, not a lot of people come out and see me or the walls. The locks haven't worked in over a decade, after all.
That's the thing. I think we're trying to, Andrea looks back to the group. We're trying to get through?
Well,
I think is that right?
Kids, I'd love to help you, but these locks have been, no pun intended, locked down for some time. The code was lost to the ages. We haven't been able to get them open since.
Do you know who we are?
He squints and he looks at you. And he looks back at the wall. And he looks back at you. And he looks back at the wall. And he looks back at you. But no, I don't think so. Not familiar.
Stu, right?
Stu. Yeah. How did you know me? Well, I guess I'm the only one here. Makes sense it would get around.
You are famous in these parts.
Thank you. That means a lot.
How many digits would you say are in this code?
Oh, I can show you. It's right here. And he points to a panel on his desk, and there's all these like old switches and knobs and like very tactical interfaces. And right in the middle of it is, like it would be on the side of luggage, a 4-digit turning numeric code.
Okay, this stinks of Jacob.
This does reek of Jacob.
He thinks he's being clever, and he's just
He's just annoying.
Somewhere Jacob has hidden a 4-digit code somewhere in the game.
Did we see 4 numbers 6 sessions ago and nobody wrote them down?
Yep.
Andrea is going through like, okay, so all of season 1 and this episode is a short episode, and Andrea just doing the full math layout in his mind.
Was it a year? Is it what year was Jacob born?
Can I try something? Can I try?
What'd you like to try?
6969.
Oh, yeah, he will.
And he just laughs and he flicks 6969. You're the loudest seahorn, like error message. We've actually tried that one a couple times.
Okay, I just needed to make sure.
What about 8008? Try that one.
Flicks 8008. Sorry.
Oh, come on, Jacob was...
A long time ago, we had this key, but somehow that key got lost.
Was it the year we got together?
2000.
About 7331.
Fun. Is there anything at the radio station that Jacob would have used?
Our frequency?
Oh, what was the radio station?
WKEY AM 1360.
Oh.
It's the only 4 numbers I know.
1360. And these massive locked doors swing open in front of you as you hear a, Stu just gets all excited and all flustered. Oh, okay, hang on, wait, release this gate, release that gate, and the little teeny gate rises up. Go on ahead, I guess. Enjoy your journey.
Thanks, Stu.
Stu, you'll do best to remember who we are. And she points at the wall.
Then he looks at the wall, and he looks back at you, and he looks at the wall, and he looks back at you, and he's like, yeah, they should really add a panel for you all here. You guys seem really important. Bye, have a good day.
Thanks,
as the
dude.
ship sails into the lock. The doors close behind you. And you see that you are approaching a drop-off, a 20% ridge where this edge of the die shifts over into the next part of the die. And for a minute, there's worry and panic. And as the doors close behind you, a wave forms in front. It fills the water, and you feel your ship rush backwards, and now your words are going to hit those walls, but a second wave comes up behind that. And shoves you forward and builds under the ship and makes it level just so you can cross over this side. And as you're about to smash into the doors on the other side, you hear a huge blast of air. They crash open and you go flowing in. And you're sitting on that side. And you can see a control panel active on that side. And in your head, Deliria, you hear,
"Flood them all."
You see that if you wreck that control panel, it'll open the doors behind you, and this ocean will flood that ocean uncontrollably, and it will wash that land clean.
Oh! Excuse me, everyone. I'll be right back.
A wave reaches up. Water seems to solidify as you just take a step off the deck. Every step you take closer, water forms to catch your feet, and you just stride towards this panel.
I take a knife from my leg, I peel it out, and I stab the control panel with the knife.
A wave washes you back onto the deck and washes the ship forward as water begins to suck out. You are being forced forward against this tremendous current that is now roaring and roaring and roaring as water empties into the lands below. And destruction waits tens of thousands as the voice laughs in the back of your head.
Yes. We have chosen so very well.
Now, two things happen. First of all, you have all advanced onto a new section of die. So you all gain a level, except for Deliria, who gains 2.
Whoa!
2 levels. And we're going to hold right there.
My name is Alex Valente, pronouns he, him. I am a bisexual bilingual Britallion on Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh land. I have been a cleaner, publishing intern, waiter, scare actor, editor, university lecturer, language teacher, shop manager, and more usually, a translator. I can be found in tiny writing on the credits page of books when publishers remember to name the translator, and lurking in TTRPG spaces when people forget I'm there.
I'm Banana. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm a tabletop game designer and writer. I'm also the owner and co-founder of the RPG and small box board game publishing company, Game and a Curry. I love horror movies and cheesecake a lot. You can find me at Banana Chan Games on Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, TikTok, all of the social media.
I'm Jen De La Vega. You might know me as Vivian Lakewood on the Shadowrun podcast Fun City, Marquesa Maldar on the Still Fleet miniseries Float City, and The Keeper on Cozy City, a Brindlewood Bay mystery. I also happen to be a chef and cookbook author based in Brooklyn, New York. You can find me online as Randwiches. That's the word sandwiches, but replace the S with an R.
My name is Haley Whipjack, and I'm an educator, podcaster, and a passionate fan of making fun things. I am a co-host, game master, and a player on TTRPG Actual Play podcast Unprepared Casters, while also pursuing personal creative projects on my TikTok and YouTube channel.
My name is Christian, better known as Kappa in most online spaces. I use he, him pronouns. I am a performer, producer, and writer in the TTRPG space. I've produced, performed in, and organized events with Friends Roll Dice, Roll20, Asians Represent, Utopia, and many other groups and organizations to forward the work in uplifting marginalized identities in the TTRPG space. Occasionally, I'll appear as a guest in actual play streams, podcasts, and talk shows to lend my voice and expertise in storytelling and character-driven narratives.
And my name is Aram. I'm a producer, designer, photographer, and voice actor living in a quiet town off Lake Michigan.
I'm a co-founder of the storytelling podcasting collective Dead Ghost Productions, co-host of the Dungeons & Dragons podcast Kill Every Monster, and the creator of God's Fall and of Now and Then. I also did the editing and sound design for Replay. You can find all of my shows and all of my social media at aram.gay.
Thank you for joining us for the launch of Dead Ghost Productions. We are a queer-run and owned studio and a proud member of the Realm Network.
Keep up to date with Replay and all of our projects by following us on Twitter at DeadGhostPro. Find all of our social media and all the shows we produce at deadghostpro.com. Listen to episodes of Replay early. Replay is sponsored by Brancalonia.
Brancalonia is the all-Italian setting for the 5th edition of the world's most popular fantasy role-playing game. Set in a topsy-turvy version of medieval Italy, this unheroic, picaresque, and roguish world quotes, collects, and mixes references from contemporary Italian fiction and pop culture. You get the likes of the wooden puppet from Pinocchio, the half-demon Malebranche from Dante's Inferno, or even the Puss in Boots, some even as playable species. Spaghetti Fantasy is a low-magic, gritty fantasy with little money for special effects, whose atmosphere is very similar to spaghetti western movies, but with swords instead of guns. The tone is lighthearted, its protagonists are neither heroes nor anti-heroes. They are knaves with little will to fight, chicken thieves, bandits with a heart of gold. After triumphing at the Annie Awards in Indianapolis, gold for Best Electronic Book, silver for Product of the Year, Best Writing and Best Setting, the fantastic world of Brancalonia returned to Kickstarter with 3 new volumes at the community's request. The Bounty Kingdom Gazetteer, the Spaghetti Fantasy Bestiary, including recipes for cooking monster meat and managing its side effects, and a compendium of adventures. Intrigued? Play Brancalonia and other Acheron games like Lex Arcana and Inferno
at acheronstore.com/RPG-Brancalonia.
I took the lead. Somebody's heart.
20 years ago, we played a game. We recorded that game and shared it over the airwaves of a high school radio station.
WKEY AM 1360.
People listened. So did other things.
20 years later, we were invited to play a live reunion show for the hardcore fans.
Little did we know, this time, the game was real.
In this world, the players are confronted with their truest desires
and deepest fears.
And only they can decide when the game is over.
Welcome to Replay.
My name is Haley, my pronouns are she, any, and I am playing Rory, the Fool.
My name is Jen De La Vega. My pronouns are she, her, and I am playing Fern, the Dictator.
My name is Alex, my pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Andrea, or Andrea, the Emotion Knight.
My name is Banana Chan. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm playing Deliria, the Godbinder.
My name is Kappa. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm playing Lucas, the Neo.
And my name is Aram. My pronouns are he, him, and I am playing Jacob, the Master. Welcome to Replay, Chapter 5. When we last left off, you all had gone through some trials, defeated some enemies, met some voices of your past, and at the very, very end, sailed into this new world where you have gained some power. You feel it as soon as you cross over into this new world, like a rush of adrenaline, followed by a serene calm. Lucas really knows, because Lucas sees a level up, like in your little visor, and some new options. Let's just go around real quick and talk about how we have advanced our characters, starting with Rory.
Yeah, so the thing that I got is called Clown School.
Clown School.
Where I got to pick up a specialized trick that I guess I learned in Clown School. It's called Fool's Rush In.
Oh my God.
At the start of any combat where the fool is not ambushed, you can take a single action before anyone else at the cost of starting the combat with 0 guard.
Damn.
I call that the Leroy Jenkins option. Yes.
The fun thing about Clown School is that more clowns come out than go in. When they open the doors, they just spill out.
Okay, and then Andrea, what did you pick?
Andrea, as the Amazement Knight, picked Emotion Draining. I can use my arcane weapon Hunger to siphon my sacred emotion from a target character. The GM ascertains how strong the target was feeling, and this is the maximum level of emotion that can be siphoned. The character can resist or not resist, but if either way and if successful, my emotion knight gains that many levels in their emotion.
It's an emotion vampire.
But also a failure means that, a critical failure means the target can never feel emotion towards that source ever again.
Wow.
Which is the opposite of a dictator's critical failure.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
that's bad.
Like, I can never be surprised again.
Oh.
Just if he's almost dead inside? No, thank you.
No.
All right, Deliria, what advance? Well, you had 2 advancements.
Yes. So I advanced once with my god, so the Eldritch God, to level 2. So now I have Frenzy of the Abyss touched. Begin chanting an awful liturgy. Everyone that joins in gets the following effects: gain an advantage on all attacks, gain temporary health equal to their own con, lose all guard. So that's the first one. And then the second one is level 1 to Toe Beans. This is our new sock puppet god of shopkeepers and animals. Their scripture, basically they heal 1 health to any character at any range, but they basically create an animated sock puppet version of that character, and it's max 1 use per character per session. And Alex made 2 very good names. I think the first one is Darn Right.
Darn right, yeah.
And the other one is Make Them Whole with an H.
Make them whole. Yeah, absolutely. Sock puns. Excellent. All right, Kappa.
I have gone with an energy weapon gift from the fair. I have a searing energy weapon, and if I wish, I may use Dex for its dice pool instead of Strength. It works as a normal blade without being activated.
Very, very cool. And Fern.
Fern chose, as part of an artist's progress, she gets a new emotion wheel spoke, which is amazement, surprise, and distraction.
Nice.
Which is very exciting. And then accompanying that, she also has We Choir, which is when she uses the voice on willing people, she suffers no penalties for the group size.
Right. Okay, so you can affect more than 1 person now.
Mm-hmm. If they're willing.
If they're willing, sure.
Mm-hmm.
After this big, huge fight, and you guys sail out into what is now open water again, with just the edge of the tower in view ahead of you. There is a bit of tension, I imagine, on the boat. You all just witnessed what happened. You all heard the alarms go off. You may not all be exactly sure what happened, but something happened. So at this moment, how is everyone feeling? There's still tentacles and corpses on the deck. You just pulled Tony down from being spiked and murdered. Not murdered, but killed. Heavily killed.
Not entirely intentionally taken out.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, he was quite dead. It was like that, they always show you during a tornado. Look how deep this board went into this house, except the house was Tony.
Oh, no! No, Tony!
Poor Tony.
Tony!
He didn't suffer. It was quick. He had just enough time to tell you all how much he loved you. Now, this was the best experience he'd ever had.
Oh my god.
Buddy.
So we heard this alarm ringing.
You all watched Deliria leave the boat on basically footsteps of water and be carried very dramatically over to the side of the wall to a control panel, very similar to the one you just used, and then plunge a blade into it. You saw sparks, heard alarms go off, then you saw the back wall fall, and water began to rush past you. So much, in fact, that it was draining against the boat. and the boat began to slide backwards. And then there was a very loud thud beneath you, and the boat basically stopped moving. It looks like you're going incredibly fast because the water's rushing past you, but you're standing still, fighting against the current, just edging forward as the water drains behind you. But you're not being sucked in with it.
How is gravity working? Because you mentioned earlier it was like a side.
So this world, when you pull back far enough, is a 20-sided die.
Right.
And you were in one of the triangular faces. You passed over to another one. So there was a hard ridge at about a 20% angle that you had to cross over with your boat on water. That's why they need the lock system to basically put you parallel at an angle to it below you, right? And then get you over that hump safely, and then be able to shutter the water forward so you can enter into this new world where gravity is now like 20% this way. But once you pass over the hump, it felt very weird going over it because you kind of shifted.
Like, oh.
Otherwise than that, it's now perfectly normal.
Fern is looking around at the water rushing past and listening to the alarms. What just happened? Is something else coming?
If you're looking over the edge of the boat, I would like you to roll intelligence.
I got 1-4.
1-4. Yeah, so as you're watching the water, it's rushing by. There's lots of foam, but you can occasionally see directly beneath the boat something large that is pressed up against it, and you can see one of those big tentacles just at the edge of the water where they've slapped against the boat and are holding it. So this giant creature, just like one of the ones you just fought, is holding the boat to make sure it doesn't get sucked backwards.
Interesting.
Fern, what's going on?
You want to look at this?
Do I?
That thing is helping us?
Wait, what thing?
A thing that attacked us is now helping us.
And you can see it too, as clear as day. Right on the edge of the water, there's these big, huge suckers that are clearly holding onto the boat, and the bulk of the creature is directly under you.
Rory, what did you do?
Did you have a conversation with the thing down there, or no?
Is being told to fuck off a conversation?
I told it I didn't need help.
Okay, but it's helping us, so why is it helping us?
I didn't do that. I told it to go away.
Where's Lucas? Is Lucas still in the engine room?
Did anyone give Lucas a heads up that he could pull his arms out of the engine room?
No, nobody has.
Someone should go get Lucas.
I'm telling Anna to stuff all the fair gold into my bag.
Yeah, okay, Anna's down there like, what do I do? How do I help? I love being helpful.
Oh my God. Anna, I don't know.
Where is it?
Just, you see the shiny stuff, just put it in the bag. I need it
Is
for
this
later.
gold? And she pulls up an earring.
No.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. Is this gold?
Until she picks out the right one, I'm gonna just roll my eyes every single time.
She eventually gets it. At some point, she's like, "Oh well, this isn't any fun if you're not gonna play," and she just collects the gold and gives it to you.
I'm trying to keep us alive here.
I think you're all set. You just got to pull your arms out of that, and you're all good to go.
Okay. I'm just gonna pull it out.
There you go. Yeah, and it's weird. It's like demerging. You are it's like decanting. It's like being in water and then being poured out of it through your arms.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're becoming arms again as opposed to network.
Oh, that's weird.
And your skin is like perfect. It feels brand new, like the whole layer just regrew. It's pinker and a little fresher than the rest of your skin.
I'm looking at my hands. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, but other than that, you're fine.
Okay, let's go see how we're doing out on the upper deck.
Yes, let's do just that. And she puts her arm out in a little hoop to be escorted up to the deck.
Lucas will hear Andrea's voice as his head just appears upside down in the hole in the side of the ship. As Andrea has rappelled down with the chain. It's like, Lucas, up deck. We need you up deck.
Is that... Yeah, I'm on my way. Everything okay?
Not sure. TBD, TBC, TK. We'll find out.
You head up to the deck, and as you do, there's another loud foghorn from the wall behind you. And you hear both gates eventually sliding shut. And as they do, the water stops pouring past you, and you hear a rumbling.
I don't know what that means. So the gates are closing.
The gates are closing. That is rumbling. So that is causing a rumble, but then there's a much louder rumble, and the water begins to boil around you.
Are we all here? Where's Deliria?
Is there another one?
I hope not.
I can't handle another one. I need to sleep.
I also can't handle another one.
As you're saying that, in front of you, the ocean seems to boil as a dozen of these creatures rise to the surface on either side of your ship in two long lines, and the tentacles raise up out of them, and you all kind of brace for them to come crashing down, but they don't. They raise up and touch tips, forming a cathedral of tendrils and flesh as you sail through them, a salute of honor for the deep's newest and most favorite disciple. Hails of trumpets as you pass by each one, showering you in water and maybe a little bit of slime. It's still a little bit gross, but for the most part, this clearly feels like a salute of honor as you sail calmly and serenely through them.
Fern is just spinning around looking at this and up. I'm confused. Didn't we just fight one of these? And now there are many welcoming us?
Maybe we earned their respect?
Or they're about to eat us. Vibe, what's going on?
Scanning. Creatures unknown.
No. Vibe doesn't know what these things are.
However, there are many tales related to these creatures.
And it starts to just spit out like Loch Ness monster stuff and songs people have written and like blurry photos that people have taken that don't look like a thing but might be a thing. Like there's a lot of talk about these creatures, but no one's really seen them clearly.
Doesn't know, but you just take your pick. Leviathan, Cthulhu,
Smash.
Kraken,
Smash.
Nessie.
Smash.
Deliria appears behind Lucas. And her eyes are smeared with black ichor.
Oh my... Are you okay?
Never been better.
What did you do? What happened? What is that on your face?
Our god is so happy with us.
Our god?
Our god.
Seconded. Our?
I specifically renounced the god, not my god.
You did what?
I told the god to go away. I think it's the same god, unless there's two that are very similar.
No, there can only be one god.
Okay. Sure, same god then.
Okay, but like in season 2, episode 25, there was like a mention that there was multiple.
No, there's definitely multiple, but we gotta let her have this. I think she's bleeding black goop.
I mean, she wrote it. She would know, right?
This was written in the world. This was written everywhere. This is all of us and everything. We are it. Can't you see?
I'm sorry, was this in the pamphlet you were trying to give us earlier?
A part of it, yeah. A little bit.
If you flip it over.
I didn't read it.
It's melted now, it's okay. But there's time. There's always time for us to continue learning the teachings of our God.
Who is our God again?
He is unnamed.
You don't know the name of the God that you worship.
They prefer not to be named.
You cannot name the unnameable.
Off the back of your shoulder. Off the back of your shoulder. And before you is this multicolored sock that has been rather poorly assembled into a puppet. Has a big felt mouth. There's two googly eyes on the end of pom-poms. There's barely a head. There's no stuffing. It's just, they're all like just flat against a hand. You can see the bones of the hand through the head. This is not a good sock puppet. But he does have a nice little tuft of hair that's been made out of felt and cut carefully with two different colors of felt, so there was some effort involved.
You cannot call, which cannot be called. You cannot summon, which cannot be summoned.
Did you make that?
I did make this. I made this today.
So that's on Deliria's shoulder from behind?
Oh, fuck me. Oh my god.
Hello. You are the new queen. I am the demigod of sharks. And you have called me, for I am an agent of chaos and darkness. I come from the deep and answer their calls and bring you love and magic.
Queen?
Is that the god I renounced?
You renounce my god, for I am but a demigod. I am but an agent of the god that you renounced.
Okay, all right. I would have felt bad. You're very cute.
We are very aware of who has denied us.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Roy, you fucked up.
I was sort of in a situation where I felt how much the world itself loved me, and I thought I didn't need.
You do not understand this world.
Why is it undulating?
No, that's so it seems.
I can't tell if it's looking at me. Can anyone tell where it's looking?
I think it's looking at both of us.
It's looking at everyone.
Let's talk about the world. Recently, it has changed.
How?
It is covered in water. Many have drowned. Do you know how many socks? How many are gone? How many were lost to the waves? Do you know how many of us were taken?
Drowned?
Oh, yes.
How?
We do not like to be wet.
I was down there for 10 minutes. What happened? What did you do? And I'm looking at Deliria.
She drowned them all of us.
Wait,
she
did what?
She drowned all the socks.
You drowned so many of us.
Specifically the socks.
Specifically socks?
I did what was right.
If you take one of us, if one is injured, two are called. That is how we work. There can never be just one. Both must die. You have cost many, many souls today. And we could not be happier. For when they are destroyed, the rest of us go stronger. You have made us all so strong and mighty. I am powerful. And I give some of that power to you. Mwah.
Did the sock just kiss Deliria?
Yeah, right on the side of the cheek.
This is a lot to unpack.
I know, right? I thought there was only one god. Now there's a demigod too.
There are many gods. Many, many gods.
I'm walking around Deliria. I'm walking around seeing where the sock is coming from. Do I explode? Do I get a headache and go blackout?
It keeps moving from shoulder to shoulder. There is a long bending arm that kind of disappears in the folds of Deliria's clothes. It always seems to like under a hood. You never see the end of it. And even like when it like lifts up a bit, there's just like too much shadow to see what else is going on. It's never clear where this creature ends.
Lucas, I swear I'm not doing this.
You are not. I am my own puppet.
Andrea is going to move emotion intensity to overwhelming right now because I feel like this is the strongest level of amazement that he can feel.
I would think that's fair.
You called her a queen. Why?
Because she is a queen of power and death. She is the destroyer. She is, as we call her,
the Unraveler.
When did this happen?
Just now.
Just now?
Yes. Things change quickly here.
You flooded the world.
Only because God wanted it to happen.
So you did it. You actually did that.
Because it was the right thing to do.
What?
So, Sock.
Yes.
There's more than just the Socks that are drowned. It's everyone else.
Oh, all the people. Everyone you met. All of them are dead.
You were really sock-focused.
Many of them had socks on.
I believe that. The socks were attached to people?
Some were attached to people. Many were in drawers. Imagine the water receding up and up, and you're in a little dark drawer, and you know it's coming, but you can't get out. Not until the water starts pouring in.
I mean, okay, it's a really clever callback to the end of season 1 when the entire world goes through the apocalypse and there's the big flood, and that's what you meant to do, right? That you're just doing a clean slate. You're just starting all over again.
I'm just doing what I'm told that I should be doing. This is my world now.
Your world now? We built this world together.
Well, did we really, though?
I mean, yeah, you wrote it and Fern drew it and...
We collaborated.
She didn't write it.
What?
She didn't write it. That whole thing happened because her ghostwriter's vengeful spirit wanted revenge. Is that what you wanted the whole time? You wanted an excuse? All of those people in the pirate bar drowned.
Zoe was just a vessel. She just simply triggered the creation of this place.
Zoe went to school with us. Zoe was a person.
Zoe isn't real here. Zoe isn't a part of this world. Not anymore.
So you didn't write the story that you're fighting to get credit for?
Well, right. I mean, I wrote a little bit. The credit section.
Wow. Why? Why do you want power so badly?
I need to have control over something. And this world, I have so much control over it right now.
And you can have more.
That was a pretty high cost to pay. You just washed away a side of a painting that I created. Why?
Like you said, it's just a painting.
A painting I made.
They're just creations.
We talked to them.
We enjoyed those bars. We had a favorite spot. Now we can't go back to it.
You can create a new spot.
Don't you get tired of doing that?
No, why would I?
Maybe it's because you've never actually made anything.
Well, I'm making this place now. This is my place.
And Fern just walks away to the side of the boat to look at the wall.
As you walk away, there's another rumble, but this is different. This shakes the world. Lightning cracks in the distance, and a storm is clearly gathering over the tower you're sailing towards. The orcs, who are all on the ship doing things, suddenly all stop, turn to each other, and bow, and start a waltz across the deck. Everything feels completely surreal and unusual. Music kicks up out of nowhere. The rumbling continues, and all of a sudden it stops. The orcs seem to break out of their trance and go back to pulling in sails and doing the rig and whatever it is orcs do on a ship, as if nothing had happened.
Jane?
Hey, yeah, I thought you'd forgotten about me. What's up?
I don't think I can take any more surprises right now.
That's not really on me. What do you want me to do?
I don't know what you want to do, but I know what I want to do to a lot of people right now. They're kind of unraveling everything that I helped build.
Oh, I see. This is about you.
That's not what I said.
Pretty sure you did. Pretty sure that we just talked about 20, 30,000 people drowning, and you're concerned about you.
I am sorry if that's what you heard. That was not my intention.
What is your intention? What do you want, Andrea? What do you really want?
Go quiet.
If a chain could nod silently, a chain would be nodding silently. Lucas, there's been a little spinning wheel in the corner of your visor for like the past 5 minutes.
2,347 fair gold detected.
As it finally counted all of the different fair gold that were in the piece. You had a bunch of math to do.
Yeah, and as you are passing under the last ones and you're looking at the tentacles, every single sack where there should be a sucker has something in it. You can just kind of see through them, and where the sun hits them, you can see the people in these little amoebic sacks on this creature's arms.
I'm going to step away from the group. There's a lot of conversation here about what just happened, what we lost, what was lost to the world, and is it real or not? So questions of reality are starting to fill my head. And so I know that there are specifically 2 entities that I can talk to.
You separate from the others and head below deck. In this long, narrow hallway, there are 2 full-length mirrors directly opposite one another. And as you pass by, out of the corner of your eye, you see to the left the red fair, and to the right, you see the blue fair.
This place is both real and not real. It's everything and nothing at the same time.
It is all real.
It is unreal to your world, but very real if you are in it.
I think I finally understand what you were talking about. Can you answer me this? There are still consequences here that will affect us out there.
Query. Define out there.
Beyond die.
You ask if die carries over into your world.
Yeah.
Do you wish to know if consequences from this world will follow you?
Lucas.
No, I think I know. I just want to know if we'll remember why.
The fair, they look past you and both nod together and then turn back to you and say together,
You will carry everything from this place with you. You will possibly carry some of this place back with you. That is among the things that will happen.
However.
The red one says, however. The blue one kind of like looks, what do you mean, however?
However, we believe you have earned this.
Holds up his hand and just a beam of light appears. And he pushes it through the mirror, and this shining neon streak appears in front of you. And then it just sucks into a hilt, and the hilt drops to the ground.
I accept this gift. I grab the hilt.
It feels so natural. You feel your power flow into it. You instantly know how to use it. You do one of those cool little spin tricks, flip it behind your back, right into your other hand. You've known this weapon. You've always known this weapon.
Upgrade patched.
So I'm assuming I'll be needing this pretty soon.
Would you like to know?
Who will need this weapon?
Lucas.
I think I can decide for myself. I know you're always watching, so it's really pointless for me to say goodbye.
And they fade back into the mirrors, and your image just reappears like a ghost. Is everyone heading kind of into their rooms? Is that what's happening right now? It is late. You have a bit of sailing to do now. Are you all kind of retiring to your rooms, or are you still gathered on deck?
Fern is on the deck just looking out.
I think Rory's also still on the deck.
Whatever creature was underneath you settles down. You feel the boat lower and settle into the water as it leaves you, and you're under your own sail again, heading towards the tower as the moon creeps out over the ocean. It's calm and serene and beautiful.
I think Deliria is at the very front of the ship, watching the waves crash.
So Deliria, you're up near the front, and there is a lantern hanging near you, swinging back and forth, its light flickering inside the brass, and you can hear like a voice.
We see you. We know.
And you realize it's coming from the lantern, and as it speaks, the flame dances.
I open the little door to the lantern.
A rush of flame pours out, surrounding you. The ship is on fire. There is burning and flame and smoke. It chokes your vision. It clouds your throat. And all of a sudden, a face appears out of it. A face of fire.
You have cost me so much. Do you know what you have done?
Who are you?
I am the god of fire.
It just erupts all around you in white hot heat.
You are no god of mine.
No, you are not mine. You are my enemy, and you have cost me so very much today. I am weak. I am reduced. But flame is always reborn. And there will come a time when I am not so weak. A time where I can reach you with even the smallest cinder. And it will come as inevitably as the tides. So enjoy your victory, Douser, for you will never know light or heat without fear again.
And all the flame gets sucked back into the lantern, and you're just left on the deck, sailing into the night.
I take the lantern and I throw it overboard.
You cannot hide.
Oh, was that? I thought I saw you throw something.
Oh, it was broken.
As you walk up to the front of the ship, steam is rising off the hull everywhere, just like little wisps of steam.
And you see he's visibly shaking. He's like the little cracks at the side of his face are just a little bit wider. There's a little bit too much of a grin going on there. Just like every now and then tugging on the chain, tugging on his D8 dangling from his ear. Like, Deliria. This thing about you not having written the story, fakey, true?
Well, what is fakey and what is true?
Well, one is when you didn't do it, and one is when you did it.
Well, can you really say anything is fakey or true in this world?
Deliria, I just need Why are you avoiding the question?
I'm not avoiding the question. I'm just trying to get a clarification of what you're trying to ask of me.
Did you write the original story by yourself for the Water Bearers Season 1, Season 2, and the comic that followed?
If you're talking about the world that we came from, that's a different world. And in that world, Zoe wrote the Water Bearers. But if you're talking about this world, I own it now. In the other world, she is still around, but in this world, she is gone.
So in this world, the story has yet to be written.
I wouldn't say that. I would say that we're still crafting it ourselves.
So there is still space for stories to be written, for other details to be added, for other characters to be included in the main story, right?
I mean, if that makes you feel better.
I would appreciate if I could be fully part of this story. This time.
Why not write yourself in?
That's called self-insert. You know, if you were a writer, you would understand. I can curate stories. I can supervise who gets to tell those stories. But if you are writing the new one, if you are creating the new threads, if you are seeding the new narratives, then you are the one who has to include me. I am trying to be on your side here.
You seem to have no problem inviting yourself to things. Maybe you should figure it out yourself?
Andrea's gonna lean in. Are there any more surprises I should be expecting from you?
I'm a pretty consistent person. I think that everything that's happened so far has happened for a reason, and I have explained myself pretty clearly as to why I'm doing this.
Another tremor goes through the boat and shakes the water.
Andrea's gonna take the hook from the chain and just rest it on Deliria's shoulder, much like he did with Rory back in the tavern. And it digs just a little bit. Are you willing, Deliria, or are you going to resist this?
Everything is in binaries for you.
That is a 4 and a 6, so that is 2 successes. For each success, a level of emotion is transferred from the target to the emotion knight. Deliria, you lose. You can never have more than any strong surprise. You can never be surprised. You cannot be startled. You cannot.
Oh boy.
You don't see things coming, but they don't surprise you anymore. But Andrea takes on 2 more levels of surprise, of amazement, and increases the intensity.
Wow.
To consumed.
Oh.
The mouth cracks even further and the face splits. And the dull surprise on the armor, on his chest, on his torso, turns like even the mouth grows even wider, the eyes grow even wider. And then Andrea's gonna have to vent to let some of that out. What is the worst thing that Deliria has said?
Deliria has said to Fern that her work was never going to get anywhere. All of this trying to live in the past, it's not going to make a difference.
Fern does all of their work with actual ink and paper. It's all really painted. It's all really gorgeous work, and you were all like, if you don't switch to digital, no one's ever going to care. Just dismissed it outright.
If you don't get into NFTs now, like, what's the point?
And she did literally the same thing. She crossed her arms and walked away and looked off into a window.
No fucking thanks. That's what NFT stands for.
She would never say that, but
No, of course not.
What is Deliria's defense?
It is 0.
Andrea is going to sink the hook just a little bit deeper into you. And just crack their neck and see like the face like falls back into itself and closes some of that crack on his mouth. And what's your guard?
2.
And how much health do you have right now?
You know what? I think I lost track. I think I have like 2 health left.
The hook goes through your cloak and keeps going and keeps going.
Don't make me make you non-fungible.
And you take 1 wound and your health goes down by 1. Oh, but you can't feel that.
You felt it go through you. You felt that you should feel something.
It was unexpected, but no, I don't feel anything.
You will. And he walks away.
There's a peace in nothingness, a beauty in it. Do not fear it. Use it.
Replay is sponsored by Adventure Dice. Adventure Dice is your Canadian source for dice, role-playing game books, and accessories, and other tabletop gaming goodies. Many of our products are handcrafted in Canada. We're dedicated to creating gaming spaces that are safe, accessible, and welcoming to everyone. As gamers ourselves, we believe in offering quality products that we would use at our own table. Find us at your friendly local gaming store, at conventions, and online at www.adventuredice.ca. Rory, what are you doing right now?
I actually think Rory's gonna go be next to Fern. Fern's had pretty normal reactions to things that are occurring.
Yeah. Try and be a little normal.
Yeah, so whenever Fern is like looking over the side of the deck, wondering where it all went wrong.
You're sitting there with your arms on the edge. Fern's sitting there with their arms there, just kind of looking out over the water, trying to be normal for 5 minutes.
You know, our normal days on a pirate ship, we all remember.
Yep. So you've got your arms out lined up. Right next to you is Fern with their arms out lined up, and then there's a third guy. It sure is lovely tonight. Hey. You can both see this guy.
Where is he standing? Is he standing next to Fern or next to Rory?
Rory's in the middle. Fern's on one side.
I assumed it'd be Tony, and then I remembered Tony's dead. So it's not fucking Tony. Who is this?
This is some guy, long red hair, pale green eyes, flowy cloak-like clothing, has a whole bunch of beaded wooden bracelets on, bunch of necklaces, some rings.
Fern closes her eyes and exhales before she turns. She's like, who is that?
Hey, I'm Fate.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Like capital F Fate?
Capital F Fate. That's me.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I know you, and you must know me, because Fate played a hand in this little fight you just had.
Are you upset about that?
Am I upset? Oh, no. Quite the opposite.
And he puts up his hand, and he's got a little die 6. He's rolling around in his hand.
No, I'm not upset at all. Things have gone so well today.
Yeah, can I have that?
You know, I'd love to give it to you. Might not be in the cards.
There are cards now?
I thought it was dice.
It's a turn of a phrase. I'm sorry, let me use words you understand. It might not happen. You might not get it back. But you might. If fate plays a hand.
Doesn't fate, truly, when you think about it, play a hand in everything?
Yeah, it does.
But also, aren't you hands off most of the time?
Oh, yeah, which is why I can't just give it to you. I'd love to otherwise. I want to, but I just can't. I'm bound by rules too.
You know you're changing the rules by talking to us, right?
Oh, I'm bending them. I like to bend the rules. It's fun to bend the rules. You all know about that.
I never lied about my dice rolls, okay? And you can ask the people that were sitting next to me.
No, that's why we like you. You are always honest. We like honesty. Well, certain kinds. Anyway, I want you to have this die. I can't give it to you, but I do want you to have it. All you have to do is a little thing for me.
Oh, there it is.
What are the terms? Let's hash it out.
Terms are very simple. When I tell you to, you miss.
I miss.
That's all you need to do. There'll come a time when you need to miss, and I'll tell you.
And if I don't miss?
Well, I'll take it right back, and so much more.
That sounded like a threat.
A threat carries no guarantee. I speak in promises, not threats.
Okay.
Rory, don't make another god angry, please.
Do we have a deal?
Yes, I will miss.
Okay. Here you go.
And hands over your die.
And you feel this rush as soon as it is returned to you. You didn't realize what you were missing, but you feel it all come rushing back. But you can also feel the cost. Something half forgotten, like a memory of an appointment that's just constantly just out of your mind, nagging at you all the time.
Well, this has been a delight. Thank you so much, Fate, for stopping by.
As soon as you look up from the die, Fate is gone.
Okay, goodbye, Fate. It was so good to meet you. Fern, we need to go home.
Agreed. And she's massaging her temples and turning back to the water. Do you know why I chose watercolors?
I'm gonna be honest, I just assumed you were good at it already?
No. I listened to the show, you know? And watercolor is one of the oldest forms of art. And what better way to tell a seafaring tale than with water itself?
As you're talking, the moon is now reflecting in the waves in front of you, and the waves are pouring out from the ship, and as they pour past, they look like brush strokes. They just turn into watercolored brush strokes. The more you talk about your art, the more the world becomes your art.
You know, if you really look closely, you could see the watercolor paper that I chose from the art shop. And you know what all this reminds me of again? And she points downward. Waves. Sound waves. Did you know that the first, sound has existed for, since existence? Stars crashing and...
A single shooting star crosses the sky as you say that.
We had not recorded sound until 1860, about the same time that watercolor was invented. And the way that they used to record sound was vibrating paper that had caught some smoke. This is why I chose watercolor. It's because we work at a radio station. Do you understand why I'm devastated?
I mean, everything that's happened today has been devastating. Are you talking about the loss of life, the disrespect for your art? All of it?
He starts to well up with tears and makes a very long, protracted inhale. And you can see some of the color disappear from the sky.
And then you hear static. And you realize it's coming from your phone.
Oh, this still works?
You pull it out. It's staticky, and like you play with the volume, and then the static gets a little louder, but you can hear something under it. Something familiar. And as you get closer to the tower, the static clears more and more, and you realize it's a scene. It's a scene from the old show. It's particularly a scene when you all came together, when something unified you, when you came together to help each other, to save each other. What was that scene? And I would like you to all please play it out.
It has to be season 2 because I wasn't there in season 1.
Correct. It has to be season 2.
Post-apocalyptic flooding.
Why did you all have to come together to help each other?
Alex, didn't Andrea mention earlier something about like wiping the slate clean and then bringing back new characters? Maybe it's something like that?
At some point between season 1 and season 2, after Naomi was killed by being pushed off a cliff, but like in a very sort of like, oh no. The first season ended badly with a like apocalyptic scene of everything being drowned, and then Fern's contribution was actually we just keep it that way, and now it's a ship and it's a seafaring story. So it could be the first scene of like putting the ship together, putting the crew together.
Because it's our fault that it happened, right? It was like we made a choice to do something, and in response, the whole world flooded, basically.
Yeah, either you didn't stop it, or it just like that was like the monkey paw was like, oh, you stopped this thing, but the world is flooded now.
You were able to stop the great evil, but the world was flooded. That was the consequence of it.
Finding the first survivors.
Yeah, I like that. What if you guys were on the boat and you found a floating survivor? You're on the boat. The world's been flooded, much like the situation you are in now. There's flotsam and jetsam everywhere, but on a door that looks large enough for 2 people.
Could we start the scene, maybe Jacob describing the scene?
So, you won. The evil has been defeated. The good guys are victorious. But the world has suffered. Water covers so much of it now. Across every horizon, and everywhere you look, even in the darkness and the storm, there is wreckage of ship, of home, of bodies. And you're desperately searching for anything, for anyone, for just one thing you can do to help, for one person you can save. And in that moment, you hear someone faint, someone weak, but someone calling for help somewhere in the darkness of the ocean.
I'm gonna cast a daylight spell. As far as I can, as high as I can, just to give everyone vision over this wreckage that we're sailing through.
So you touch the main sail, and a jolt of energy goes up, it hits the crow's nest, and then it lights into a ball. Like the entire crow's nest just becomes this one giant lamp. And sheds daylight for half a mile across the water. Everything comes into view instantly, and you zone in on a woman hanging on to a door, maybe 100 feet off to the left of your boat.
Do we have lifeboats on this boat? Could I lower one down and safely get over to her?
So you lower your lifeboat down. It's this little rickety wooden thing. I would like a dexterity check from you, please.
11?
11 plus 4?
Yeah.
15? Done.
Yeah.
So you get this boat, you're in it fine, you paddle out to this half-drowned looking woman.
Can I grab her hand and pull her into the lifeboat?
You help her in, she's in the boat, she's cold, she's shivering, but she's alive. And she's the first good thing that's happened in a long time.
Can I cast Aura of Vitality?
So as they pull back up and they're getting wrenched back onto the boat, you just lean in. And how does it work? How does this spell work from you?
I place my hands on her face, and a blue glow just emanates from my palms.
Fern, who used to cup your head in their hands to show you comfort and to show you that you were safe?
My grandmother.
She was always sitting in a rocking chair. She didn't want to get up. She had a bad leg, but she loved when you came over.
She smells Werther's Originals and chamomile tea, like the wafting smell of it.
All she ever wanted was for you to come over, play music from the old world, and dance. She just liked to watch the kids dancing and having fun. Watching the children, watching the next generation gave her all the hope and joy in the world. And she would just sit in her rocking chair and clap. And so as you feel these hands touch the side of your face, you can just hear a clap. And it brings you back. And you feel warm. And you feel safe.
Oh, I don't want tea this time. I want hot chocolate.
Lucas has come up from the deck with a whole thing of tea. He's, oh, shit.
Okay, fine. Like, I'll cast Fabricate and turn it into tea or hot chocolate.
Perfect. It turns into hot chocolate.
Hey.
Where am I?
You're aboard the Nomad.
Aboard? A boat?
Yes. Yeah.
What happened? I was just chopping fish and...
I'll look at my party members and go, well, yeah, technically you're still here in Sparrow's Bay, but Sparrow's Bay is kind of bigger.
How does it get bigger?
I'm gonna extend my hand out to help you up and kind of motion out to the water.
At first, it's just ocean. It's just water everywhere. It's lit up like daylight, but it's just water. And then you look a little further and you see the tops of mountains. And you know those mountains. And you know that they look very small right now.
My home. My family. My dog. And she runs to the side, or she hobbles to the side of the ship. Fletcher!
Ooh, he's fine. He's somewhere and he's fine.
No. Okay.
In fact, as soon as you say that, a second door slides up to the ship. Fletcher gets on the boat and is fine.
I get a second lifeboat, go down.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Fletcher figured it out. Fletcher managed to bump into the
good boy.
Ship and haul himself up. Yeah. Just runs over to you.
He's an old sea dog.
That's right.
We're going around helping people and trying to find some good in this shitty situation.
Do you need someone to chop fish?
That's the scene that's playing out on a loop. Lucas, your AI picks it up too. You can tune right into it, hear it almost clear as day. There is a powerful radio signal emanating from the island ahead.
Fern is holding the phone between Rory and her, and they're like craning in to listen to it.
Just keeps playing it over and over.
Is it a message? It's the first thing we all did together. If you're Jacob and you control the whole world
Right.
and all of the radio signals, what are you doing by doing this?
Rallying us.
It's like a pep talk?
I guess. I don't really feel peppy.
Make my way to the deck and see Fern and Rory around this phone and go, okay, I figured something out and I'm not sure. We're gonna have to test this out, but I think Jacob is trying to do something here with all of this.
Like what?
I think Jacob's trying to make us learn, or something like that. I don't know. Rory, since you've come here, what is something that you've learned about yourself?
You think Jacob is trying to send me on like a self-help journey?
Yes, something like that.
I've learned I'm a very boring adult and I hate it. And I want to swing on chandeliers, Lucas. That's what I've learned.
Okay.
You think that Jacob thought I was boring?
No.
He sent us to Jumanji.
Jacob thinks I'm boring. Yes.
Jacob thinks that we're both boring and he sent us to Jumanji.
We could have just played a different game at the pub.
He could have just told me. Could have been an email. This whole adventure could have been an email.
Yeah, yeah, but would you have looked at that email, Rory? Would you have done anything with it?
No, I don't even look at Deliria's emails.
Okay. What happens here is just supposed to help us along our journey, just in life in general.
But I thought we could stay. How is that helping? I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we're gonna get Deliria out of here.
And I think that's the point. I think the point is we have to leave. Like, the point is to leave, but you can't leave until you've come to a conclusion of a better version of yourself.
So we just have to announce our conclusions and then go?
I don't know.
Can't be that easy.
I'm still trying to figure it out myself.
I love the theory. Thank you for the theory. It's better than the no theories I had a minute ago, and I appreciate it. We still have to talk to him, right?
The variable in all of this is Andrea.
Why are they here?
That's the question.
I was back in I was on your side.
No, I know. I'm just everything is spinning right now. The little wheel is going on in my visor thing, and with it's detecting a signal. It's detecting that over there. I'm gonna point in just a direction that.
Yeah, we got a Fern, your phone.
Yeah, she holds it up to your headset.
Yeah, and it's the same signal, and it's now clear as a bell. It's still a little staticky, a little tape worn, but it's clear as a bell.
Tinny as hell on a flip phone.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, you don't get any of my vibrato. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, she's even pulling out the antenna for you.
We were all telling the same story back then. We didn't know just yet, but I don't know what's going on here now.
As you talk about the conflict, the possible conflict of choices, the sea rumbles again. You see the tower sway slightly. You see its light blink on and off. And it's more violent this time. It feels like the world is coming undone.
Maybe we do all have to make the same choice.
Well, you have to make a choice.
Can Lucas see fate now?
Oh, Lucas, this is fate.
Oh yeah, you can all see fate. You can all see fate. There's this red-haired, kind of earthy guy with like Birkenstocks hanging out.
This is fate. He gave me an ultimatum, and at some point I have to do what he asks.
Like fate, capital F fate?
Capital F fate.
We don't like to go by official labels, but yeah.
Did you want to say something?
I just wanted to chime in.
Okay.
I'm gonna narrow my eyes at fate.
Fate narrows their eyes back.
You want to get high?
Not right now.
Anyway, I just wanted to check in, tell you all you've been great. It's been really fascinating so far.
But something's about to happen.
And looks at you, big smile. Well, something's always about to happen. But this time, it's something big. And then just turns into like tendrils of wispy colored smoke that pass by you like a hookah. Like, and then vanish over the water.
One thing after another here, isn't it?
As this is happening, below decks, Deliria, you just needed a little bit of time to decompress. You've had a lot to go through recently. And as you're kind of in your own head, you hear a click, 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 and then just the gentlest hand on your shoulder as Anna swings around and leans on the wall next to you. You had a big day. It's been so exciting for you, hasn't it?
Oh, it's you.
It's me. Just little old me.
To be honest, I forgot that you were still here.
I do like to be quiet, a little reserved from time to time. Give everyone a moment to shine.
I guess that explains why Lucas was gone so many times. He was with you.
Well, on occasion. But I don't want to talk about him right now. I want to talk about you.
Me?
And all the things you've done.
Well, what's there to talk about?
You're just so powerful right now. You seem to be keyed into everything. And I do like powerful people.
What are you proposing?
I'm just saying. I think you started the ball rolling. I think culling the weak was a good move. There's just a little more culling that needs to be done.
Thank you. I didn't really see it that way, to be honest. I thought that it was more of like a cleanse, you know, like a juice cleanse.
Like a purge.
Yeah, kind of like that. Just like a, you know, getting rid of those toxins and letting in something new.
Purification of the body is an important thing.
Right, exactly.
You have to take care of yourself. This is really about self-healing.
It really is.
You took a you day.
Thank you.
I just wanted to tell you that I believe in you. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of some of the loose ends for you. Don't you worry about it. I'll always check in.
You know what? Before this conversation, I didn't really trust you, but for some strange reason, you talking to me like this, I feel like we're going to be friends.
Oh, I feel like we're going to be best friends.
Oh.
And she leans in, gives you a little peck on the cheek. I got all this, honey. You go to bed, you relax. Don't you worry. I'm going to take care of everything. Click, 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 and walks away.
My name is Alex Valente, pronouns he, him. I am a bisexual bilingual Britallion on Musqueam, Squamish, and Silvertooth land. I have been a cleaner, publishing intern, waiter, scare actor, editor, university lecturer, language teacher, shop manager, and more usually, a translator. I can be found in tiny writing on the credits page of books when publishers remember to name the translator, and lurking in TTRPG spaces when people forget I'm there.
I'm Banana. My pronouns are she, they, and he, and I'm a tabletop game designer and writer. I'm also the owner and co-founder of the RPG and small box board game publishing company, Game and a Curry. I love horror movies and cheesecake a lot. You can find me at Banana Chan Games on Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, TikTok, all of the social media.
I'm Jen De La Vega. You might know me as Vivian Lakewood on the Shadowrun podcast Fun City, Marquesa Maldar on the Still Fleet miniseries Float City, and The Keeper on Cozy City, a Brindlewood Bay mystery. I also happen to be a chef and cookbook author based in Brooklyn, New York. You can find me online as Randwiches. That's the word sandwiches, but replace the S with an R.
My name is Haley Whipjack, and I'm an educator, podcaster, and a passionate fan of making fun things. I am a co-host, game master, and a player on TTRPG Actual Play podcast Unprepared Casters, while also pursuing personal creative projects on my TikTok and YouTube channels.
My name is Christian, better known as Kappa in most online spaces. I use he, him pronouns. I am a performer, producer, and writer in the TTRPG space. I've produced, performed in, and organized events with Friends Roll Dice, Roll20, Asians Represent, Utopia, and many other groups and organizations to forward the work in uplifting marginalized identities in the TTRPG space. Occasionally, I'll appear as a guest in actual play streams, podcasts, and talk shows to lend my voice and expertise in storytelling and character-driven narratives.
And my name is Aram. I'm a producer, designer, photographer, and voice actor living in a quiet town off Lake Michigan. I'm a co-founder of the storytelling podcasting collective Dead Ghost Productions, co-host of the Dungeons & Dragons podcast Kill Every Monster, and the creator of God's Fall and of Now and Then. I also did the editing and sound design for Replay. You can find all of my shows and all of my social media at aram.gay.
Thank you for joining us for the launch of Dead Ghost Productions. We are a queer-run and owned studio and a proud member of the Realm Network.
Keep up to date with Replay and all of our projects by following us on Twitter at DeadGhostPro. Find all of our social media and all the shows we produce at deadghostpro.com. Hey! Thank you all so much for joining us. I'm pretty sure you can hear Alex. Let's see.
I believe so.
Yes.
I think I can also hear myself on the second audio that is feeding back through my headphones right now.
Well, you know what? We'll figure it out. Thank you all so much for joining us for the Aquarathon and for this first attempt at basically making these shows viable. You all have shown up. The donations were fantastic. Thank you so much. And thank you for hanging out with us all day. It was so heartwarming to see so many people in chat enjoying the episodes. I got a little teary on the last one. I'm sorry. I have an emotional mess. But I loved making this series. I desperately miss everyone that we played with. And I am continuously reminded how impressive they all are. So I just want to say that I feel like one of the luckiest people in the world that I got to do this, and we'll get to make more shows in the future because of all of you. Alex?
Yeah. As I said in chat, if it looks a little earlier than the 12 hours that we expected.
we can't math.
No, it doesn't. I think at some point I must have calculated the final episode in that count. And it kind of reached the next couple of hours.
Yeah. Because that would have timed out at 12-ish. Even then, a little bit short, frankly. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just can't count.
Not sure what happened.
It would have still been like 2 hours short.
I have 11 hours and 15 minutes here on my count, and I think I just said, that's plus the final episode. It's like, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But speaking of final episode, about 24 hours from now, if we can count right.
Yes, I think that's right.
24 hours and
24 hours and a half
hours?
Yeah.
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 Well,
24.5 hours.
Premiering the final chapter 6 of Replay, Mixdown. Will be in the Dead Ghost Productions server on Discord, and you can join us in there. And it's going to be a lot. It's a lot.
It's going to be a lot.
In the final episode.
Absolutely broke down in that last scene when I was editing. It just wrecked me, and it's in a really good way. And I can't wait for you all to share it with us. And again, just thank you so much for the support. Thank you for listening to Indie AP. Please check out Die RPG, both the game and the comic. I don't read through books. I read through this thing cover to cover. I finished the 20-part series comic in like 3 days. It is so good. So please check that out from Rowan, Rook and Decard.
also check out My First Dungeon's run on Die.
Absolutely.
You heard them in the clip where you hear Bingus being shouted out. There are plenty of other indie APs out there that are playing through Die, so check them out. There's a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of great voice work and editing work, and a lot of not compensated enough work going in all of this.
Yep.
Which is kind of the point that we were trying to make with this stream as well.
We wanted to talk
So,
about the
yeah.
fact that editors just don't get paid in this space unless they're working for the big people. It's almost always donated time by showrunners like myself. So be able to recoup some of that was fantastic, and I think it's a really good model going forward with this, with the fundraisers before each series, with like a variety show where you get to meet the cast and hang out with them pregame. I that'll make this work going forward. Between that and the Patreon and the pin sales and the merch and everything else, we can probably actually make this network viable, and that's all because you all are amazing, and we can't thank you enough. And Alex,
we get to tell more amazing stories.
Yep. And also on a personal note, I couldn't have done any of this without you. This is the first time you produced a show. This is the first time you've been on a show, and you were remarkable and really special, both to this production and to me, and it could not have gotten done unless you were here. So I truly appreciate
now
that.
I understand the difficulty of having to live through someone complimenting you live on camera.
Yeah, nothing you can do. You can't run. I guess you can turn off the camera. Nope. See you. All right. I think with that, we've been on long enough. We've kept you all long enough. Again, thank you all for coming and hanging out. I love you guys, and we will see you all soon. We'll see you all tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern. Go to deadghostpro.com, and I'll have it rerouted into the Discord server. It'll take you right there. So again, thank you all, and have a good night, guys.
Have a good night.
End the stream.